What is up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here with Chip Ritchie. How you doing, Chip?
I'm good, Andrew. I'm excited here at the Full Grip Games Fusion Strike $1,000 tournament. Absolutely incredible to be here. This tournament's going to be amazing. Some incredible players, and we're going to get to hopefully see some new decks from the newest set, Fusion Strike.
Yes, and the energy in the event hall is electric. There is a lot of hype. We've got over 80 players signed up for this Fusion Strike $1,000 cash prize event at Full Grip Games. Should have some incredible games today, and I am really stoked to have you co-casted, Chip. So thank you so much for making the trip out.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me. Rather be doing anything else this weekend. I'm definitely excited to be here. And I know that we're going to see some great play. We're going to see some great games. Hopefully we can get some interesting decks on the stream. And speaking of that, is there anything from the new set maybe you're hoping to see make its way up to the top tables in this event today?
Yeah, I'm really anxious to see how Mew VMAX performs. Obviously, is kind of the poster card from the set. It's all over the pack art, the booster
right.
box, right? It's
all
Mew
the advertising.
All the advertising
yeah.
is Mew VMAX, Mew VMAX, Mew VMAX. So are we going to see Mew VMAX perform, or is it going to be one of those cards that maybe has a Rayquaza VMAX kind of story, you know? And I think that is something that we're going to get to see unveil itself in real time during the 1K event today. We have over 80 players, $1,000 cash on the line. A lot of players have made the trip out, like our new stream partner, Azul Garcia Griego, made the trip out from California for the event today. Our reigning champion.
That's right.
Of the Full Grip
you got to
Games
bring
1K.
that up?
Yes, our reigning champ. Yeah, Chip. Unfortunate. You know, what a great matchup you had. And then
yes, unfortunately, Azul was able to defeat me in the finals of the last of the Evolving Skies Full Grip Games 1K. But Azul is an incredible player, definitely a fan favorite. I'm sure there's many from the Rat Pack already in the chat ready to see some great action. And Azul, I believe, is playing an old favorite of his, is Suicune, something he really loved at the very beginning of the Evolving Skies format, something that I think he had some decent tournament success with and definitely spent plenty of time playing. So interesting choice to go with kind of an older favorite in the new format.
Yeah, did he switch to Suicune? I know he was looking at Mew.
He was looking at Mew. When I talked to him this morning, he said he decided to go with Suicune. So
I think that Suicune is a great call for today because I am expecting a lot of single strike. I think that single strike VMAX or Gengar VMAX, a new single strike Pokemon entering the ring with Fusion Strike. Are we going to see Gengar V and Gengar VMAX dominate the tables as they've been doing in Japan? Apparently, those cards have seen a lot of success. And, of course, Umbreon VMAX just giving that archetype such a powerful gusting option, targeting down anything on the opponent's board. Just an aggressive deck to play against. I think that Single Strike's probably going to be my call to win the whole thing.
Honestly, Single Strike just has so many tools right now, so many different ways the deck could even be played as well. You could go with the Umbreon. I think pretty much all versions will go with Umbreon and Houndooms, of course, but I think the decision lies with Urshifu VMAX versus Gengar VMAX. It's kind of hard to cram both of them into the same deck, right? So players are going to have to make a choice of which to go with. Single Strike Urshifu VMAX has been incredibly strong, but like you said, Gengar VMAX in this newest set, kind of bursting into the scene. It's a card that's been out in Japan actually for quite some time now. It took us a while to get it over here in America.
It really did, yeah.
And the Inteleon VMAX. Both of those cards got it. I was just always, after they got revealed like way earlier this year, I was like, when are we going to get these cards finally in America? And Japan, the players over in Japan have just been tearing it up with Gengar VMAX ever since it came out. So I really do expect to see it do pretty well today. So Single Strike in just some capacity. It's just got so many tools, like I said, so much going for it. So
excellent. Well, it looks like we have a special delivery. Round 1 pairings are getting set up now. We are going to get the tournament table ready to go for some Pokemon trading card game action. So let's get some hype going in the chat. Chip and I will be right back with our round 1 match in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Trevor Redding is on the play, going first, and is playing those 70 hit point Sobble. Those are going to be more difficult for Frank to knock out early in the game, and the difference between the 70 hit point and the 60 hit point Sobble might seem marginal, but it can really mean everything in this matchup.
Yeah, I really like playing 70 HP Sobbles in Suicune. Keep Calling is a great attack on the 60 HP Sobble from Chilling Reign. Of course, is a Rapid Strike Pokemon that can let you search out more Rapid Strike Pokemon, but it's only got 60 HP. Having that 70 hit points is relevant in a lot of ways. It means that it's easier for you to let your Pokemon survive hits from things like Dragapult VMAX's attack, spreading damage to the bench. And it'll come in handy in this matchup as well, since that damage from the Inteleon VMAX's abilities will be a bit more limited and will not quite be able to, reach that 3-hit KO ping on the bench.
Trevor playing Level Ball and going to take a quick scan through the deck, see what cards are prized, what cards he has access to, and I would bet that this is going to grab another Sobble, just trying to set up as many as he can on the first turn of the game so that he can evolve into Drizzile turn 2 and start to use Shady Dealings. We will see if maybe Trevor can find a Suicune to put down on the first turn. I do see Capture Energy in the hand.
Yeah, Capture Energy can grab the Suicune, but the unfortunate thing is that it means you won't be attaching an energy to Suicune. So in order to even pull off an attack next turn, Trevor is going to have to find Melanie and also find a way to get a water energy in the discard pile. I will say Capture Energy is one of my absolute favorite cards in the format. Just the consistency it provides, letting you get your basic Pokemon in play, get things more set up. Any opportunity I have to play Capture Energy in a deck, I always take it.
Yes, Capture Energy is an incredible card in the Pokemon TCG right now. Such a consistency booster. A deck that plays 4 Capture Energy and 4 Quick Ball is going to have no problem at all getting those Pokemon onto the board as quickly as possible. Now, taking a look at Suicune, one of the reasons that this deck can afford to play Capture Energy is because Suicune's attack, Blizzard Rondo, only costs 1 water and a colorless. So the colorless requirement can be fulfilled by the Capture Energy, and then the water energy accelerated with Melanie.
Frank is gonna get his turn started. Plays a Level Ball right away. Exactly what Trevor did as his first action. And now Frank is going to take a moment to check through his deck and see exactly what he has access to, what could be awaiting him in the prize cards. And we see Sobble is already there at the front of the deck, and you got to think that'll be the first grab here off of a Level Ball.
Yes, and pretty similar starts. Yeah, we're going to go Level Ball, get some Sobbles, and going first is a huge advantage in the Pokemon TCG right now, especially with the primarily Inteleon and VMAX metagame that we have going on, because you have to have a Pokemon V in play for 1 turn before it can evolve into a Pokemon VMAX. The first player to get a VMAX in play, take a big knockout or play some significant damage, is going to take a significant lead in the match. And I think that Frank ideally wants to go first to get those Inteleon V evolved up into Inteleon VMAX as quick as possible.
And this is actually a good decision here, I think, from Frank. Frank does play the Tower of Waters in his list. So if he can find that card off of this Marnie, this attachment to Sobble will work out pretty nicely, because Keep Calling will be able to bring down a bunch of Sobbles for the future turns. Let's see if he can find it. Oh, it does not look like we were able to see the Tower of Waters hit there off of the 5 cards on Marnie.
Scoop Up Net would have been another out to move that Sobble into the active position. This is a really precarious board for Frank, but we'll have to see if Trevor can get a water energy into the discard pile in order to Melanie this turn and eventually attack with Suicune. I do see the Capacious Bucket in Trevor's hand, so Trevor can use that to search out 2 water energy from the deck, and then maybe a Quick Ball could get a water energy into the discard pile. But taking a look at this Rapid Strike Sobble, we got the tale of two Sobbles happening right here. Frank opting to play the Rapid Strike Sobble with just 10 less hit points, but it does have the Keep Calling attack, which allows you to search your deck for up to 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon and put them onto your bench. So a great way to kick off any game, especially since Frank is playing all Rapid Strike Inteleon V. This little Sobble can call out all of those Inteleon V to evolve into Inteleon VMAX. But really unfortunate Frank was not able to get that on the first turn of the game.
This is a kind of awkward hand from Trevor, and I like this decision here. Gonna go ahead and retreat the Sobble into the Inteleon and use that fleet-footed ability. Does need to shuffle after that last search, and this will leave Trevor with plenty of options depending on what he draws. In the hand, he does not have an out to Melanie, but he has a level ball. So if this draw off the fleet-footed can find either a Drizzile, another level ball, a Melanie, a quick ball, any of these cards will allow Trevor to attack on this turn. So let's see what this one card is. And it is a Drizzile. That will mean Trevor can pull off the attack here.
Does he? I mean, because he's got the Drizzile for a
Drizzile 1 for a quick ball and Drizzile 2 for the Melanie.
There he goes. Yes, so he can get them both. He's got 2 Sobble that have both been in play for a turn, so he does have that play, and that means he's going to be able to Blizzard Rondo and knock out this Remoraid in Frank's active position, and those are the old quick balls.
Love to see it.
Very cool.
Definitely love to see the old cards getting a little of representation. Of course, the text is different on that one, but able to be played thanks to an errata. And Trevor can really get very nicely set up here, finding another Drizzile, has a quick ball in hand to get rid of the water energy, and can get another Sobble in play. I think there's already another Inteleon. Things are looking very nice for Trevor, and you can see why this deck is so strong and why players love it so much. It sets up so consistently and is very efficient. Just playing this one supporter for turn will now allow Trevor to pull out an attack almost out of nowhere, since he did miss the energy attachment onto Suicune V last turn.
And of course, all of this is possible thanks to this little lizard, Drizzile, with its Shady Dealings ability. When you evolve your Sobble into Drizzile, you can search your deck for whatever trainer card you want, and that selection has, that power of selection has taken over the standard metagame. But oh wow, Chip, I think one of my favorite cards from Fusion Strike is about to hit the table.
This has been something Andrew has tried to put in every single deck that plays level ball when we've been building decks over the past week. Pyukumuku with this Pitch a Pyukumuku ability. You can just put it on the bottom of your deck once per turn and draw a card. Really cool ability, really cool Pokemon, and I know Andrew's a big fan of seeing this on the stream.
This is busted, okay? Pyukumuku has got the ability Pitch a Pyukumuku. You can just play it from the hand. You don't even need any available bench space. It's awesome. And since this deck does play Scoop Up Net, if you happen to start your Pyukumuku, you could just get it out of play and then send it to the bottom of the deck. And what I love about Pyukumuku in this Suicune list is that Suicune has got the fleet-footed ability, allows you to draw an extra card, and then Pyukumuku can allow you to draw an extra card. You know, drawing just one card can be, is not maybe the most game-changing effect, but when you start to string, draw one here, now all of a sudden we're starting to see a lot more cards than you might see on average. Combine that with Melanie, and all of a sudden you're seeing 5 cards a game, or 5 cards, a turn drawn from the top of the deck instead of 3.
Very good ability, and Trevor does use it, draws another card. I think it was a quick ball, not going to be super useful right now, and Blizzard Rondo takes the first KO. Frank forced to just send up this Sobble and hope that it can make something happen for him. He's going to be able to use Keep Calling if he wants this turn. I do believe he drew the Rapid Strike Urshifu V last turn. Frank does play a 1/1 copy of that line, but it didn't come into play. So it almost makes me wonder if maybe Frank checked his prizes and saw the VMAX was prized. because Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX is generally a pretty good attacker against decks that rely so heavily on this Inteleon draw engine.
Yes, and Frank, I don't think, is playing any copies of Melanie, so he does not have the option to whip up that Urshifu VMAX out of nowhere.
And it's just a keep calling here from Frank. Pretty weak turn, to be honest. No supporter and no way to get another Pokemon out. Thankfully, the new Inteleon V is a Rapid Strike Pokemon, so Frank will be able to bring that down with this keep calling, and now we'll see what this other decision is. Is it another Sableye or another Inteleon potentially? Trevor here certainly in the driver's seat.
I feel like you gotta go to Inteleon because, you know, if Trevor is able to gust one up and really put the pressure on, and we do see that boss's orders is looming on the edge of Trevor's hand, always a threat if Trevor is not interested in taking out this lowly 60 hit point Sableye. One of those Inteleon on Frank's bench surely will be nice to soften up. I don't think that Trevor has the benched Pokemon available right now to take the knockouts unless there was some sort of rare candy Ludicolo shenanigans going on. But I don't really think that Trevor would want to use the Ludicolo this early. Why, waste a Ludicolo taking 2 prizes on an Inteleon V when you can maybe use it to take 3 prizes on an Inteleon VMAX later in the game. And I do think that this early aggression from Trevor is going to be difficult for Frank to come back from. He is definitely on the back foot. Trevor's got him on the ropes now.
Does this new Inteleon V have 200 HP or 210? I believe it's 200, right?
I believe it is 200.
And if that's the case, Trevor actually does have a path to get this KO because of quick shooting on Inteleon, on the Rapid Strike Inteleon. And let's see if this Drizzile is going to grab an Evolution Incense, and that looks like that will be the case. And now, if Trevor grabs that Inteleon, there's enough Pokemon in play for Suicune to be dealing 180 damage, and with a Suicune or with a Inteleon ping and a boss's orders, Frank will lose one of these Inteleon V this turn.
Ooh, being down 3 prizes on the 3rd turn of the game since Trevor went first. Frank's only gotten to play 2 turns, and things didn't go swimmingly on that first turn. So this is going to be brutal. The quick shooting Inteleon in play, and the boss's orders coming down from Trevor. It's looking like Trevor is going to be able... Yeah, you don't search your deck when you attach a capture energy with a full bench, so Trevor hopefully did not take a look there. That would be good.
I think we're just shuffling from the resolve of the Shady Dealings moment ago. You'll see that a lot of times from players. You go ahead and do one action, play a couple cards in your hand because you're not 100% sure. Maybe I'm going to go back into the deck. You don't want to waste a bunch of time unnecessarily. And,
right.
Good for Frank, and I'm sure our table judge as well, to be keeping track of, okay, Trevor, you haven't shuffled your deck yet. And it looks like Trevor as well was aware and went ahead to shuffle that deck, make sure it's nice and randomized, and Blizzard Rondo takes this KO. Trevor goes up 3-6 on prize cards.
And this is why Frank absolutely had to get 2 Inteleon V this last turn, because one of them bit the dust there. Right. So we've only got 1 Inteleon V left in play. Frank finally able to evolve it into an Inteleon VMAX this turn. I do suspect that I thought that maybe Frank would go for, Evolution Incense for Drizzile maybe, and but he's already got a Drizzile in his hand. So just using the Evolution Incense to go get Inteleon VMAX. And do you think, Chip, that Inteleon VMAX is going to be able to dig itself out of this trench that it's in?
If Frank can deal with this Lotad on the bench, there is a chance, but that is the looming threat. Maybe actually if Frank doesn't bench anything else, doesn't have to put any Sobbles down, even with a Ludicolo play, Trevor won't be able to pull off a one-hit KO. So there is a path for Frank, I think, being able to spam Cheryl multiple turns in a row, just get a ton of healing and limit the options that Trevor has as far as getting those 2-hit knockouts. And Frank, first off, is going to have to find a Rapid Strike energy before any of that can happen.
Absolutely. Frank has got 3 copies of Cheryl in the deck. No Pal Pad or anything like that in order to in order to bring things back. And oh yes, the prize counter, excellent. I will go ahead and adjust that right now. Thank you. So we'll yeah, Frank's still sitting at 6 though. Trevor is halfway through the match with 3 prizes taken, and Frank needs to find that Rapid Strike energy. Frank's got 3 copies of Cheryl.
Does he find it? Does he find it? Last card here, Andrew. Oh no, that is such a big whiff.
That is really tough, and I think with that, probably just going to have to see another keep calling from Frank. I don't know. I don't know that you can, in good conscience, put that Inteleon VMAX out, knowing that you've only got 3 Cheryls, and Frank actually deciding to put down another Inteleon V. This is a little risky. I think with that Inteleon V going down, it's possible for Trevor to just go for the boss game.
That's right. If Trevor can find boss's orders on that Inteleon this turn.
Ooh,
Frank's digging. He's digging. He needs to attack this turn. There it is, the Rapid Strike energy. Frank will be able to pull off the attack, but at the cost of having to put so many Pokemon in play. Now Trevor has the ability to potentially just win the game this turn if he can pull off the Suicune attack with Ludicolo boosting the damage output and a couple of quick shootings. It is very possible for this game to end on Trevor's next turn.
I think that Trevor could just have it. I mean, 2 Drizzile on the bench. One of those can turn into a Shady Dealings Inteleon, get 2 trainers out of the deck. Maybe you find Rare Candy and an Evolution Incense for Ludicolo, and then if there's another, okay, Scoop Up Net is going to decrease the bench, damage a little bit, but what, with 2 quick shooting and plus 100 damage? What are we looking at as far as damage output from Trevor? It's going to be pretty high. It's 180 base plus 100, right? And then we're going to be at 280, sorry, quick maths,
Right.
And then plus 2 quick shootings. So it is still possible for Trevor to win this match without giving up a single prize card.
It could happen on this turn. Trevor needs to find quite a bit to make it happen, but if that Sword and Shield Inteleon is in the deck, that is a big piece. Its Shady Dealings ability is just a turbo version of the Drizzile's Shady Dealings ability, being able to search for 2 trainer cards to put them into your hand, and that makes it very easy to pull off rare candy plays, makes it easier to find the second quick shooting Inteleon potentially. So Trevor is going to just grab 2 water energies here off Capacious Bucket, and I do see that Evolution Incense in hand. What we might be seeing here from Trevor is just thinning the deck of those 2 water energies in order to use Fleet-Footed to draw a card and hope that this helps him achieve a piece of this combo.
Absolutely. I think that he is just maybe one piece short right now. He does have the option to go get the Inteleon, but if he draws into an Inteleon off the top, yes, I'm just going to say, if he draws into one of the 2 Inteleon that he needs, he can evolve, and now he could just go do Shady Dealings for Rare Candy and an out to Ludicolo, and this game is over with double quick shooting and Ludicolo. Does he have the cards he needs in deck?
As long as the cards are not prized, and as long as Trevor sequences everything correctly, this should be 320 damage, exactly just enough to pick up this one-hit knockout. And you mentioned this enthusiastic dancer at the start of this match, Andrew, that it could be a big deal, and it looks like it's going to be the exact piece for Trevor to win this game right here. Thinking through it, just maybe double-checking the math, in this type of spot, I've been here many times. You don't want to mess up. You're on stream here in round number 1. Want to make sure, it would be really unfortunate to think you had it and then come up just a little short on the damage output. But there's the rare candy. There's the Evolution Incense. And Evolution Incense, as long as that Ludicolo is in there, can close this game out.
And I think I did see the Ludicolo in the deck. So as Trevor putting the pieces together is starting to pick up his play, attaching to the bench, but that should not be necessary if the Ludicolo is in the deck. Evolution Incense finds the Ludicolo. Enthusiastic Dance going to boost the damage output by 100, so 180 damage from Suicune plus 100, 280 plus double quick shooting. And here we are, double quick shooting, and that should be a grand total of 320 damage, and Trevor will be able to take the one-hit knockout just doing some counting again, and Frank just looking on in disbelief like, okay.
That really happened. Frank almost can't even believe it. The fist bump extended, and Trevor Redding takes down the Inteleon VMAX deck in round number 1.
And that's what we call a 4-turn game,
Wow.
Chip. Yep, a 4-turn game. Frank just got one Inteleon VMAX into play, and as soon as he did, it went down.
I got to give massive props to Trevor Redding in that game. He sequenced everything, I think, perfectly. If you want to learn how to play Suicune Inteleon correctly, I would watch that game back a few times because
Absolutely.
I think he did everything right. I mean, personally, I always forget about fleet footing, so I just kind of randomly will use it in turns whenever I remember it exists. Trevor found the optimal times every single turn to utilize it, placed the damage correctly with his Inteleon's quick shooting, and Blizzard Rondo, just such a strong attack.
I think that Suicune is an incredible call for this weekend. It's got a great matchup against most of the VMAX decks that we're going to be seeing, especially the single strike deck that always fills up its bench and damages itself to bring the HP of those big Pokemon VMAX down even further. We're going to get Trevor back here for a quick player interview, so hang tight. We will be right back. I am here with Trevor Redding, a.k.a. Tankman. If you are a follower of the Twitch channel and maybe play some Gym Leader Challenge format, you may recognize the screen name Tankman. Welcome, Trevor, and congrats on your Game 1 win.
Thank you. Yeah.
What made you want to play Suicune for this event?
Well, I don't really play a lot of standard format, but when I do, I was trying out like Jolteon and Suicune and single strike, and I don't know, like Suicune seemed to be the most like reliable deck, and then so I figured if I'm gonna make the trip all the way from North Carolina out here to Ohio, I don't want to play a deck and just brick all day. Even if the power level is a little bit maybe lower than Mew or something like that, at least I have a consistent deck, and as you saw in that game, like. My opponent just had like Sableye pass, and I had like turn 2 attack with Suicune, which was incredible.
You had the 4-turn dream.
Yeah.
It was, turn 1 setup, turn 2 knockout, turn 3 Gus knockout, turn 4 VMAX. See it.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a perfect, flawless execution of the of the deck's strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do you think about any new cards from Fusion Strike catch your eye? Are there any new cards from Fusion Strike that you're interested in, standard or otherwise? I know you're a big Gym Leader Challenge fan. So
well, in standard, let's see. I know like Mew, Genesect, that deck that seems crazy to me, like that they printed those cards. But
absolutely,
I'm sure those will be a decent deck together. But in my list today, I brought Pyukumuku. I didn't know if it was good. I didn't know if it was bad.
It was hype. It was hype. I was so gassed up when I saw the Pyukumuku. I think it's awesome.
I was like, whatever. I want to try it. I'm going to put it in my deck. And like I considered, like in my opening hand, I didn't have Suicune or like I didn't have an out the Suicune. I didn't want to attach a capture energy to like my Sableye or something. So I was like considering maybe just level balling for Pyukumuku turn 1, which is something you can't really do with the Sableye engine usually.
Yes. Exactly. So tell us a little bit about about Trevor as a player. Have you been playing for a long time? Is this your first IRL event? How long have you been playing the Pokemon TCG, and how did you get into playing Pokemon cards?
So I played when I was a kid around like 2004-ish, and 2000 the Heart Gold Soul Silver is probably when I stopped.
Okay.
I wasn't very competitive. I just played with my dad and like got some locals with some kids my age. And I don't know, I really enjoyed the game, and I kind of got out of it because I didn't have a job and money and stuff like that. But
that'll happen sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wasn't very competitive, and like the World Championship decks, they all had like Dunsparce and stuff like that. When I was a kid, I was like, why are these decks playing Dunsparce? What's wrong? So I immediately got rid of those. But
yeah, what a weak card. Yeah, I'm gonna put something way cooler than that.
Yeah, it doesn't even do much damage, like a kid. But yeah, and then I kind of got back into things around like towards the like right when Sword and Shield came out, like just 2 weeks before that, and that's when I started playing again. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congrats on your round 1 win. Is there any matchup that you are maybe less interested in seeing, or any deck that you're afraid of seeing, or any matchup that you're excited to see?
I'm pretty scared for a lot of stuff. I think like you mentioned that new VMAX probably smokes Suicune, Ludicolo. I don't want to see any of those lightning decks. I think I saw someone setting up like a Bolton deck at the beginning of the event. Not looking to play that matchup.
Lightning decks are always going to be a little bit tough. Mew VMAX can be tough if they play Tool Scrapper or ways to get rid of the Cape of Toughness.
Just play the 2 tablets, dude.
Two tablets, and your guy is done.
Yeah.
I definitely think that Suicune is a great call, though. You should have a great single strike matchup, and I look forward to seeing how you perform today. So congrats, Trevor, and thank you so much for making the trip out to the event.
Yeah, kind of.
We have got Azul Garcia Griego on the table all the way from California playing Suicune against Blake playing Umbreon VMAX Urshifu single strike. How do you think this matchup's going to go, Chip?
I think generally the Suicune player should be favored, but Single Strike is one of the highest power level decks in the format. You can just do so much on your turns with the Umbreon, with the Single Strike Urshifu. You got multiple different attacking options. Of course, the Gust ability, being able to draw cards with Research, plus get a Boss's Orders effect effectively from the Umbreon VMAX's Dark Signal ability. Very, very strong.
Here, the players getting ready outside. Let's get some hype going in the chat for round 2 of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event. And it looks like things have just kicked off. Blake is going first with a Single Strike Urshifu V and a Capture Energy on it, searching out what appears to be a Houndour. And we were just talking about the benefits of playing Urshifu over Gengar, and that Capture Energy is one of the major benefits.
That is the big thing. Gengar VMAX is incredibly strong, great card from the new set, but you can't utilize Capture Energy in that version of the deck because Gengar's 2 attacks both require all Darkness Energy. But if you're playing the Single Strike Urshifu VMAX, Capture Energy makes a little more sense. All of your Pokemon have a colorless requirement in each of their attacks, and this really does boost the consistency of the deck, boost the ability of you to get more Houndours in play, which is what this deck aims to do on turn number 1. It does look like Blake had to discard a Houndoom to a Tower of Darkness right away on turn 1. You don't ever love to have to discard Houndooms early, but that's one of the reasons you play a full 4/4 line in this deck.
And Azul has Quick Ball Away Water Energy, a great card to Quick Ball Away on the first turn of the game. Quick Ball also means that he will be able to find a Suicune on this turn 1. Now, it is possible for Blake to get in there with a turn 2 Impact Blow for one-hit knockout. And this is one of the benefits of playing such a hyper-aggressive deck. Since Blake went first, and Blake does have just 1 Houndour down and 1 energy on the Single Strike Urshifu V, all Blake needs to do is Single Strike Roar once, draw into a Single Strike Energy, attach it, and Impact Blow will be doing 220 damage, enough damage to knock out a Suicune V. So I think that maybe if Azul has access to a Cape of Toughness, that could be really good to slap down on the Suicune early in the match.
That could be the one card that would save Azul from a play like that, but it's difficult to have that card in your hand right away when you're not able to access Shady Dealings. Azul does play 3 copies of the card, though. Sometimes you see players only playing 2. Azul, wanting to amp that count up, wants to have access to that card as quickly as possible. And this Quick Ball grabs out Lotad right away. That's certainly a key card. We saw how great Ludicolo is in our last game.
And, of course, Azul is playing the Keep Calling Sobble. As we were saying earlier in round 1, this is going to be a tournament of Sobble Wars. Which Sobble will reign supreme?
Which side of the aisle do you find yourself on? 60 HP versus 70 HP. I really do like the 70 HP ones in the Suicune deck. it really can be a deck dependent thing though.
I am a fan of the 60 hit point ones almost entirely. I mean, because look at this, keep calling, and I love this play from Azul, not even going to bench a Suicune because you can power up a Suicune in one turn. So there is no reason to give Blake that juicy target on the bench. We're just going to keep calling, fill the bench with single prizers, and force Blake to put powerful Pokemon VMAX into play and other 2-prize Pokemon, and then Azul will be able to power up a Suicune in one turn thanks to Melanie. And I'm not going to lie, when Melanie was first revealed, I was not entirely on this card. It seemed like a worse welder in some ways, only accelerates 1 energy as opposed to 2, and it draws you 3 cards, but the energy has to be in the discard pile. But Melanie has been a format defining card in its time in Standard so far since Chilling Reign.
Yeah, it wasn't great initially in Chilling Reign, and I wasn't super high on the card either, Andrew, because it is kind of just a worse welder, right?
Yes.
It has to access the discard pile. You can only put it on Pokemon V, so quite restrictive, and it only accelerates 1 single energy. But I think a card like Melanie will only ever be as good as the water Pokemon it can interact with. And once Suicune came out in Evolving Skies, it found a natural home in this deck.
And I think Suicune is a card that I was sleeping on a little bit as well. I remember my Evolving Skies top 10 cards video. Suicune was on the list.
Okay.
Some players were telling me it didn't belong there. This card doesn't do any damage. And I was like, I don't know. Apparently it's doing things in Japan. Apparently this card is kind of hype. People are into it. And I really like Azul's decision. What are we seeing? A gust from the Umbreon from Blake, and actually just a laser focus.
Laser focus. Get that fighting energy out of the deck and attach it to this Urshifu V. This does make things difficult for Azul now, needing to find a scoop up net to move this Sobbles if you want to attack this turn. But Azul actually could reach for a 1-hit KO potentially on this turn. I think to do that, though, based on the number of Pokemon in play, he would have to utilize his Ludicolo, which is maybe not the best time to do it.
How much hit points does the Urshifu V have?
It has 220.
220, yeah. Then that is going to be out of range. I don't think that, Azul wants to maybe put a Suicune in harm's way if it's not going to be taking a 1-hit knockout. A 2-hit KO on an opposing 2-prizer is not something that Azul is going to want to do. So I think Azul is actually okay just to continue setting up, getting Drizzile into play. But here we go. Okay. The Suicune coming into the active position, scoop up net, removing the Drizzile.
Using that fleet-footed to draw an additional card, and finds a Raihan. Nothing was knocked out last turn, but that is a great card for later in this game.
And I'm curious to see where Azul goes with this turn. Obviously, Melanie is going to be important to
step number 1
we're gonna need to see a Melanie to get energy onto the Suicune V. Blizzard Rondo doing 20 damage plus 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon. Since Blake only has 3 bench Pokemon in play, Azul can have 5, so with 8 bench Pokemon it's 160, 180 damage. Azul could swing, and I think the swing could be good because 180 damage is just 2 quick shooting away from a knockout on the Umbreon V. And if Blake decides to evolve into a Urshifu VMAX, then that's a nice 3 prizes for Azul.
Azul finds a couple of Evolution Incense here off of the Melanie. And this will open plays up. It looks like 1 has to be used on a Capacious Bucket. Didn't draw an energy for turn. So this will be the way Azul gets the energy attachment. And just hitting pretty hard here is solid. You do want to be a little mindful of things like, Single Strike, Scroll of Scorn. Something Blake could be playing. It's a closed decklist tournament. Azul doesn't have the knowledge of it, but we can see on Blake's list, he's not playing the card. It's something you have to be a little scared of, but sometimes you also just have to kind of take the hit if your opponent just happens to play the card and is able to find it.
Now, Blake is playing a Tool Scrapper, so does have the option to remove those Cape of Toughness from Azul's Suicune. And Blake also has 1 copy of Fan Waves. Not a card we see in a lot of single strike decks, but I think with
That's an interesting one.
With the potential popularity of Mew VMAX, that is definitely a card worth considering in just about any deck.
Yeah, I don't dislike it at all, and it actually could be relevant in this game. Say Azul comes to a situation where the only energy he can attach to a benched Suicune is a capture energy. That could set Azul back massively. We'll see if that develops or not. Azul just forced to go with the hit here. Will still put 180 damage out there, and with 2 Drizziles, you could actually see a couple of quick shootings next turn to clean this up. Puts Blake in a weird spot. Do you want to VMAX this already heavily damaged Pokemon, or do you just accept that it may go down to a couple of quick shootings?
And you can see Azul has got that plan already crafted out. 2 Drizzile on the bench, and Blake cannot deal with all of this at once. Yes, Blake can pretty easily knock out the... Oh, and using the Houndoom. Is there a Houndoom in play? How is this?
He just put 2 damage on himself for no reason, I think.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, I think he just attached the single strike energy from hand and put 2 damage counters on himself.
Yeah, so that is... I am curious as to where those 2 damage counters came from, because... maybe it's a... maybe the Houndoom came beforehand, but...
no, I think it's just a mistake here.
Okay. Then I will have to call the table judge and ask why. Or, yeah, if you want to run over, Chip, yeah, go ahead and run over. Yeah, we're going to go send our co-caster over to the table and just make sure, where did that 20 damage come from on the Urshifu VMAX? Oh, no, it's just 180 damage. They just had miscalculated. Okay, that was it. Yeah, because the Suicune was supposed to do 180 damage, right? Yeah. No, we're chilling. Okay. Yeah, just getting the rust out. That's great. Right, because the Suicune did base 180 damage anyway. So we figured it out. Just the dice were wrong at first. Yep. So, no sweat. We're on top of it.
Counting is hard whenever PTCGO doesn't just do it for you. So
it's okay. Chip enjoys running laps anyway.
Oh, we're back.
And we're back, baby. So board state is intact. Yeah, that is always the most important thing at any event.
Worth going out to check just to make sure. Did you guys figure it out right after I walked out the door?
As soon as you left, I was like, oh yeah, 3 dice at 6. Course. That actually adds up to 180.
Yeah, of course.
So that's all is well. I was like, why is he putting 20 on his guy for no reason?
Yeah, and it's like it was right when he attached the single strike energy, so I was just like, that must be what he thought. So
yeah, but nice to have the stream table. Just a short jog from the from the stream room. Now with 2 single strike Roar Houndoom set up and an Umbreon VMAX on the bench, that Umbreon VMAX is starting to look kind of like a target for Azul to take down for 3 prizes. We're seeing Azul, going through the motions. Okay, how do I finish off this game? The way that things are going to work this turn, Azul wants to double quick shooting and knock out the Urshifu V, and then Blake will presumably promote a Houndoom, and then Azul will take a knockout on the Houndoom with with another Suicune. And then Blake presumably will have to promote the Umbreon, which Blake may need to single strike Roar onto again. And then Azul will need to pull off the crazy Ludicolo play,
right,
take a big 1-hit KO, and ride off into the sunset the victor. That is, I guess, at least the game plan from Azul. Now, whether or not Azul has got the cards to make that route happen, we'll have to see.
Azul does only play 2 copies of Quick Shooting Inteleon, so if one is prized, this play is not necessarily possible this turn.
Yeah, without Scoop Up Net, maybe like a Scoop Up Net play makes it happen.
Yeah, true.
But
he did already use 1 Scoop Up Net, though.
He did.
Had to move Sableye out of the active spot.
There may only be 1 Scoop Up Net?
He plays 2, so it would have to be kind of a series of unfortunate prizes almost. And Azul's going to actually start by sending up the Drizzile here. That is pretty interesting.
Yes, and I'm really anxious to see if this play can get pulled off. Evolution Incense off the top of the deck.
Azul did have a Raihan in his hand, so I think maybe that's what he's kind of mapping through, why he took so long to figure out what he wanted to do, because he's just really thinking about how he wants to play this turn out, and it looks like it will involve shady dealings of the Inteleon. We could actually see an Aqua Bullet even get in there potentially, a 1-prize attacker in the active spot.
Oh, I actually think it could be insane.
With a boss's orders?
With the boss's orders, we could see Aqua Bullet, the extremely rare Aqua Bullet play. I don't know that I have seen this, but with 1 energy on the Inteleon, this could be a great play from Azul because of the fact that Blake does not have another Umbreon in play right now, so not a easy way to gust around this single prizer. And with Blake having 4 prizes, taking a single prizer is not going to be a great path to victory. Really just wants to take 2 more knockouts and win.
Yeah. Azul hasn't played the supporter yet for turn, but I really think now it's going to be that boss's orders. Does find Cape of Toughness, which is huge. And we're going to see Rare Candy into Inteleon, actually. And double quick shooting takes the KO. Azul leaves himself now with plenty of options. That was a huge play now. Azul taking 2 prizes, and Blake, what do you do in this spot? That Lotad is still sitting on the bench to potentially boost the damage even more on Azul's side.
A bunch of rare plays from Azul this turn. We might see an Aqua Bullet from Inteleon, and we've got the Rare Candy into quick shooting Inteleon, a bunch of really cool stuff that you really don't get to see in too many other decks. The Inteleons are putting in a ton of work. Double quick shooting, wow. And double quick shooting capable of of taking that knockout all by itself without actually attacking, and Raihan going to accelerate the energy.
And it is going to be to the Inteleon in the active spot. And the prizes are kind of mapped out here for Azul throughout the rest of the game. If you can knock out this Houndoom and knock out this Umbreon, that's the remaining 4 prizes. As Azul does grab any 1 card out of his deck with Raihan, which is such an incredible card. And it is going to be that Lombre trying to power up for a Ludicolo on the next turn.
What an explosive turn. Wow, the 1 energy drop on the turn 1 Sobble, with Blake choosing to gust around it and then preserving that Sobble for later in the game now has turned into an Inteleon that is setting up this Houndoom perfectly.
What a play.
For a KO with quick shooting the following turn, and there's nothing Blake can do to play around that.
And this Houndoom has 130 HP. It does not go down to the Aqua Bullet. Now Blake not only had to take this damage, but now needs to find a switching card in order to even get this guy out of the active spot. Actually, something interesting you could see from Blake here is a single strike roar to knock out the Houndoom, to clear a bench spot out of play, and then also get the movement to get it out of play, right? So that would be pretty interesting and make it tough on Azul, but with 2 quick shooting Inteleons set up and Lombre ready to evolve into Ludicolo, the damage output from Azul might just be too high.
Yeah, that turn was absolutely insane. That was a perfect turn from Azul, exactly what he needs, and Blake is really on the ropes right now with so many different routes to victory for Azul. If Blake benches another 2-prize Pokemon, then all Azul needs to do is gust quick shooting game. And if Blake attacks with the Umbreon VMAX, then all Azul has to do is knock out, do Ludicolo, knock out the Umbreon, and is Ludicolo even necessary? That Umbreon's got 80 damage on it.
It has been damaged quite a bit now with, 230 HP remaining. Blake does have the switch, so an attack will happen. We will see the KO. I wonder if a big boss's orders plus a Tool Scrapper play could come in here. We know Blake does have that 1 copy of Tool Scrapper, and I don't believe he has played a supporter just yet. If he's got that combination of cards, that would be really strong.
That would be. Azul, I think, is in a commanding position, and really Blake would not love to have to knock out this Inteleon. It does not advance Blake's board position at all, or Blake's route to 6 prizes. It just slows things down, makes it so that Blake is playing a 3-turn game instead of a 2-turn game. And with the Cape of Toughness on Azul's benched Suicune, it just makes the combination of cards that Blake needs in order to achieve victory that much harder.
Right. And now with benching another Umbreon that just boosts Azul's damage even more.
Yep. And gives Azul another route to victory because Azul could knock out that 2-prizer and quick shooting, and that is a way for him to take his remaining 4 prize cards. But Professor Research coming down from Blake. Blake going to see a new hand of 7 cards. Chip, is there anything that Blake can do to slow down this impending win from Azul? I mean, I feel like the prizes are already there. That they're already mapped out.
Azul needs to whiff like a basic Pokemon to put down to boost the damage, needs to whiff the Ludicolo. You do still need Ludicolo at this point, even though Umbreon has so much damage. But, I mean, even if Azul whiffs this turn, like you said, taking this prize on the Inteleon does not get you any closer to winning the game.
Yes, Single Strike Energy dropped onto the Umbreon V, and I think we're just going to see a knockout from Blake on the Inteleon. Max Darkness does 160 base damage, so no boost needed to take out the Inteleon.
Azul really thinking over there. Hands on the head, trying to see what his opponent is going through in their mind. Blake thinking about evolving that Umbreon, but it did just get benched.
Yeah, that is a no-go. So just a knockout, and Blake will go to 3 prizes remaining, with Azul definitely in the driver's seat and is capable of winning this turn.
Needs a rare, just a Ludicolo and an energy, and actually doesn't have a good hand. I think Azul's hand is actually dead right now. Has no playability out of it. Has a quick ball to thin a card. Azul might be relying on the fleet-footed here to get him out of this spot.
You know, if only Azul had a Pukey Mewtwo to, search out with one of those quick balls, but instead may have to rely on the fleet-footed ability. Azul using the quick ball to thin the deck a little bit before he dives in with fleet-footed.
This one card, it's going to be this. If Azul can find what he needs, the game will be over here. And if not, I mean, that's what you asked what Blake's win condition was, and it is a big miss from Azul, and it definitely could happen.
It could. Azul does have +1 card from potentially taking a prize as well.
Oh, true,
so we see that that's happening. And Azul's just going to gain as much information as possible. He's got the water. That is one piece of what he needs. So he can just attach, and he's so close to winning even just with the attachment.
Oh, and is the Drizzile in the deck still? That level ball could find an Evolution Incense to get the Ludicolo, and that would be enough as long as those cards are available to Azul.
And I think that this should be it. So long as the cards are in the deck, Azul does have everything that he needs. He's got another bench Pokemon he can put down. He's going to be doing base 100 and... Is it base 160 damage?
160, right.
But then plus 100.
Right, needs the plus 100 here.
We'll be doing 260, and that Umbreon will go down. A 4-prize turn from Azul. Level ball for Drizzile, Shady Dealings, Evolution Incense, Ludicolo, Water, and Blizzard Rondo for the game. And, of course, always interested to see what the handshake meta is going to be like at our IRL events.
Got to be fist bumps.
It looks like it's the fist bump meta for now. Great game from both players. Azul Garcia Griego moving to 2-0 at the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash event, and well on his way to defending his title.
He is certainly on the way. We've seen 2 Suicune decks on stream, and both of them winning, most recently, Azul Garcia Griego.
Yeah, Suicune is definitely the deck to beat so far at this event. A tried and true archetype. Let's get Azul back here for a player interview. We will be right back. We are here with Azul, hot off his round 2 win with Suicune. Now, last we talked, you were borrowing cards from VMAX.
And Urshifu.
And Urshifu. And then when Chip told me that you were, doing the Suicune thing, why the pivot?
Well, I was like, all right, I like new VMAX Genesis deck. Like, I think it might be the best overall deck in the format, but like it's weak to dark and it's like a heavy weakness. It's not like one of those things where it's like ADP's weak to Fairy, but Fairy doesn't actually be ADP, right?
Right.
So it is like you lose to Dark, and I was like, okay, that'll probably be a decent amount of Single Strike. I was like, I could just play Urshifu then. Urshifu's pretty good at Single Strike, target the Houndooms, whatever. So I was like, what do I want to be weak to? Do I want to be weak to Dark or do I want to be weak to Psychic? Because Mew VMAX will still be played today.
Right.
There's definitely going to be Dragapult. I beat
Definitely.
Dragapult round 1, and there's going to maybe be Shadow Rider, like Baxter's on Shadow Rider. So.
And I saw Andy Gray's on Shadow
Yeah,
Rider
so I was
too.
like, what do I want to be weak to? Do I want to be weak to Dark or do I want to be weak to Psychic? And I was like, I could just play Suicune and be weak to neither.
Be weak to neither. I think
Yeah.
Suicune is the play for this tournament. It does very well against Single Strike. They damage themselves.
Yeah.
It's like they're quick shooting themselves. It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great call. Is there any deck that you are maybe not looking forward to seeing with Suicune?
I mean, Jolteon, of course. Like that's like almost an auto loss. But it's not a very popular deck. So like I knew that going into it, I was like, it could show up. It could even win the tournament. Like I think it's like one of the best decks. Like except for the weakness. The weakness is the big thing for Jolteon, but it's so good.
Is. And I think that a lot of the single strike decks are going to opt to play Urshifu over Gengar this weekend. Urshifu, I think, seems like kind of seems like the popular way to play it. So that could help your case even more.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Now, how are things going? All the way here from California, right?
Yeah.
You just moved, so thank you so much for making the trip out. I have to say, the full grip shirt looks great on you as well.
Yeah, it does look good.
So welcome to the Team Azul, and we see some Azul hype happening in the chat. Obviously, if you have not already, make sure to check out Azul's Twitch channel. Where can they find you?
Azul GG, Twitch, and YouTube. Yeah. That's it. That's where I'm at.
Excellent.
That's where the rats are.
That's where the rat gang can be found. Now, looking forward into Gym Leader Challenge, you put any thought into that? Is it no leaks right now?
No, I haven't put any time into it because I've been just like keeping up with the new set release more so than anything. But I'll probably just play Control again. Like I played Control last time. Didn't go so well, but I had a ton of fun. And I feel like the Gym Leader Challenge, like. If you're not putting that little bit of extra time, and it's going to be really hard, so you should either just play one of the good types and just go with it. But if you put time in there, I think you definitely get rewarded in the Gym Leader Challenge because there's so much to play around, and then there's a new set out. So, but yeah, I think I'll probably just stick with Control and hope for a little bit better result for the GLC.
Now you are the reigning champion, okay, from the last Full Grip Games 1K. And, obviously a Players' Cup champion as well. What, 6-time regional champion?
5 or 6. I actually don't remember the exact. I think it's 5.
I think it's 5. Yeah. All right. 5-time regional champion. What do you think are your prospects of being able to defend your title this weekend?
I mean, it looks like Suicune was a pretty good call. And I could have gone with one of the other decks, and I would have been hoping a little bit more for the matchup RNG. So I feel like I'm not relying too much on that, which is always a good thing. You always want to try and find a deck where you're not relying too much on matchup RNG.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as long as I play well, I've been doing pretty well so far. I'm focused.
Speaking of playing well, let's talk about some of those spicy plays that you made during the game. How often do you find yourself attacking with Inteleon?
Pretty often if they don't get that first prize card drop, because otherwise it doesn't really make a whole ton of sense to go into it like that. There's not a whole ton of value to go into it. Unless you can sometimes set up a play where you go like 2 Inteleons, but that doesn't come up too often. You can go like Inteleon,
you can Raihan to them.
Yeah. You could also go with you can also sometimes go like that Inteleon, and then you can attack with low tab plus Ludicolo to hit for like a 120, set up to a KO. So you can force like a longer game, give them like 1 prize Pokemon, but that's a little bit harder to set up. But you usually attack with it quite a bit if you go first, or if they don't get the first knockout. If they're going to knock out on like a 1 prize Pokemon and they're just KOing Suicune, and then Suicune, they can go Inteleon, don't bench a Suicune, or if you put a cape on it, maybe they can't get the KO, so you're safe anyways.
And we saw you not go for the bench on the Suicune.
Yeah.
In the first turn, that was a total 5-head play. That was like, definitely a huge brain. And I think that a lot of maybe less experienced players would have just been like, oh yeah, here's my guy, and here's an energy, and here we go, Umbreon, and he's done, and he's gone. Right? Yeah,
exactly.
So
I wanted to get him, but like I was like, if they get the first 2 prize cards, that's where it gets tough. So I'm just like, I give him the 1 prize, and we can go triple Suicune from there. And I play triple cape as well, which most people only play 2, which is really big in that matchup actually.
Triple cape, yeah. Exactly. It turns out giving your guys 260 hit points is it's pretty good.
A little bit more is a little bit better, yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, I'm excited to see you doing well again, Azul. Good luck in the rest of your rounds, and thanks for being here.
For sure.
We are getting geared up for round 3 at the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event featuring new cards from Fusion Strike on Fusion Strike release weekend, and it is now raffle time out in the event hall. We can hear it. AJ Schumacher's famous round 3 raffle time. The energy is great here today, Chip.
The vibes are immaculate in the tournament room.
Hopefully, you guys can feel the vibes at home, because they really are. They really are something special here today. Now we have got a really exciting matchup ahead. But before we talk about that, I want to talk about some of the players that have made their way out to this event. We've got a lot of very high-profile players. We just got to interview with Azul Garcia Griego, who's obviously one of the best players in the world. But we've got a lot of other accomplished players here as well. Chip, anybody catch your eye out in the event hall?
Yeah, tons of great names out there. We've got players like Grant Manley, who was #1 in the world before the pandemic, put a stop to IRL play with regionals and stuff. Had probably one of the best seasons starts that anyone has ever had at the beginning of the 2020 season. We've got players like Connor Fenton, who's finished in top cut of international championships.
Another consistent top 16 player.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Connor is definitely familiar with the top 16 grind. Yes.
Absolutely.
And we also have Frank Persick, who's another top 8 who we got to see on stream round 1. He is a top 8 Oceania International Championship finisher. Grant Manley finished second at the 2016 or 2015 international or national championship.
No, fourth place, top four.
Top four.
Yeah, he's gotten second place at 2 regional championships as well the last couple of years.
Always the bridesmaid.
Yeah, hoping for that. I know he's really hoping for that win someday, but and that might happen with the IRL play coming back very, very soon.
It may, but I know that Grant has got his eye on winning the Gym Leader Challenge 1K.
He does love GLC.
He does love. Yeah, I see. He's a man of real culture. Yeah. GLC.
GL what?
I believe it's GLC fans. Anyways, I think are we getting ready to get started with our match? I don't hear anything, which is troubling. So I think that we should head down to the table and see what we've got in store for round 3. Let's get some hype going in the chat for John Mastoe versus Joe Cornell.
And it looks like we are just about to get underway. John Mastoe, great player. I've featured him on a few of the regional streams I've done over the last few years. Always a player who loves to play the off-meta decks. Doesn't like to play what is most popular, likes to bring his own flavor. As you see, started the Galarian Zapdos V, a really cool tech card in his deck, but that's not what his deck is based around. It's based around the big boy you see on the left side of your screen, Crobat VMAX.
Crobat VMAX, not a card that we typically see in competitive play. It has got a nice hit and run style attack though. Stealth Poison for a darkness and a colorless energy, does 70 damage, leaves the defending Pokemon poisoned, and you can switch this Pokemon with one of your benched Pokemon. Now with any hit and run deck, the hit matters, but what matters even more is who you run to. And I believe that in John's deck we are going to be running into Galarian Weezing. What a handsome Pokemon. And what better Pokemon to hit and run to than this gnarly fella here.
Yeah, very strong neutralizing gas. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent's Pokemon in play have no abilities, which is going to be very key in this matchup, specifically against Zacian V, who loves to use that Intrepid Sword ability to just fill the hand up and also potentially accelerate extra energies. It'll be interesting to see how John navigates this matchup, though. He is a VMAX deck, and on Joe's side, right away, we see that Zamazenta V in the active spot. That Dauntless Shield ability makes it so that John will not be able to damage that Pokemon with attacks. Can still poison it with the Crobat V, but will not be able to damage it. So I feel like Galarian Weezing is what we're going to see get in there. And right away, John has grabbed Coughing with the wonderful Ascension attack.
Yeah, if John can find a way to pivot that Coughing into the active position, we could see those abilities slowed down. But with Joe able to hit off of Intrepid Sword, that is always a little bit intimidating. A 2-energy Zashi, and I don't know that there's too many things in the Pokemon TCG more intimidating turn 1 than a 2-energy Zashi and V staring you down. Now, I do really like the inclusion of the Zapdos. I think that that's a really cool card. We talked about, Zapdos could potentially attack, and there's presumably Aurora Energy in this list. Or basic fight. There's one basic fighting.
Interesting.
Yes. So, John could get in there with the Zapdos if there are enough Pokemon V in play. Just 3, right? Maybe 2 Zamazenta or 1 Zamazenta and 2 Zacian. Galarmine going to make things a little bit more difficult for Joe. I did notice that Joe just slammed down that Crystal Cave turn 1, and I suspect that John is going to be playing probably a lot of stadiums in this deck, as being able to win the Stadium War very key in many of these matchups.
And Crystal Cave is going to be a big card for this matchup specifically, since it does give you that extra healing effect, meaning that John's poison moves will be kind of mitigated by that additional heal ability. Now, John has gone for the Marnie here and does only play 2 copies of Switch in his list. So if he drew one of those 2 copies, Ascension could happen and Galarian Weezing could be out right away. But that's a little scary on John's side, because if Joe just had a Switch and a Metal Energy, Brave Blade would just take that KO before Weezing even made anything happen.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that the Galarian Zapdos is not your optimal starter.
No, far from it.
In this matchup at all, right? Because John wants to open a Coughing Ascension into Weezing. I do love the Tool Jammers. Tool Jammers can really slow your opponent down and make it so their air balloons don't work. I do love there's Crushing Hammers in John's list too.
4 copies.
What a brilliant list we've got here. John is a very accomplished player as well. Finished in the top 4 of the last regional held before the pandemic.
That's
Collinsville
right.
Regional Championship. And I know because I played him in top 8.
Oh, and how did that one go for you?
Yes,
I know it, John.
It did not go well.
John loves to play control decks, anti-meta decks.
Yeah.
He likes to slow the game down as much as he can. We are in a very fast-paced meta at the moment, and now John wants to just limit Joe as much as possible through the use of the Galarian Weezing's abilities, slowing Joe's draw power down through the Intrepid Sword, and Crushing Hammer, limiting those attachments in play. The first, I don't know if we've seen a hammer yet, but that would be really what John wants to find here. And John is digging, it looks like, with Crobat V.
Yeah, Crushing Hammer would be huge, and John going straight for the Pokemon V attackers. I mean, obviously opened the Zapdos, but Galarian Moltres on the bench too, and Galarian Moltres can start to charge energy to itself and give that Zamazenta some problems. Yes, and as we see, the Moltres is starting to get powered up, and we'll see if Joe can do anything to aggress on this Zapdos next turn. It looks like John is not able to move it.
No, only playing 2 copies of Switch, but I almost wonder if it's maybe better to just not put a Weezing in harm's way right away. If Joe does get the Switch and the Metal Energy, kind of the dream situation here, and take these first 2 prizes, sure, Joe takes a pretty quick lead, but then the Zacian V can't attack the next turn, and it's a perfect opportunity for John to send up that Weezing, get that poison damage started. And the key thing about Galarian Weezing's effect is that it stays turn after turn after turn. 4 damage counters between every single turn. That adds up very quickly, Andrew.
It really does. Yeah, let's take a look at that Galarian Weezing again. The poison damage is very significant, and when you don't have access to your abilities, it is often difficult to find the switch cards that you need to break that poison.
And it looks like we'll see Cape of Toughness come down, and Switch is in hand here for Joe, so Joe can be the aggressor in this spot and take the quick 2 prize cards. And this is where, I mean, if John even had found that Switch, it could have been tough to deal with your Weezing getting KO'd right away, but now the Zacian cannot attack on the next turn, and even though Joe takes the early prize lead, I feel like John is kind of feeling okay about this spot.
Yeah, because, I mean, Joe has a very small hand. It's just a 3-card hand, and as we saw, there aren't actually any good draw cards in the hand. Joe did not play a supporter this past turn, I don't believe.
Nope.
And John seems pretty confident. A Hiding Darkness energy on the Weezing. Weezing immediately coming down into play. And 2 Tool Jammers on the Moltres and the Weezing. And Piers!
One of your favorite cards, Andrew.
Hey, it is not one of my favorite cards. But I will concede that it is useful in this particular situation. It's going to be able to get John a Pokemon, a Darkness Pokemon, and an energy, and sometimes that's all you need.
That is sometimes all you need, and we do see the Sableye grabbed there with that crazy claws attack, which is another option John has to just clear one of these big Pokemon V out of play very quickly. It can get powered up turn after turn and then deal a ton of damage and pick up one-hit KOs almost out of nowhere.
And it looks like John is going to just try to slow this down. No sense in putting a Moltres up in harm's way or anything like that. So we want to just force this Zacian deck to deal with Galarian Weezing and its neutralizing gas ability. Joe is able to find a Rotom Dex?
Rotom Phone.
Rotom, that's it. Rotom Phone. Yeah, all the Rotom stuff.
There are so many different Rotom cards
blends
now.
Together in my mind, yes. But Rotom Phone, which allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your deck, stack one, and leave it there. Now, usually combos with the Orangaroos, Primate Wisdom, to get whatever card you want out of the top 5 and put it into your hand. But with the neutralizing Gas Live, that is not going to be an option.
Not something that Joe will be able to do, and this was the issue. Joe was the aggressor, took the early lead. Oh, can't use that. Yeah, they're going to stop it right there. No Primate Wisdoms allowed.
Almost, but not quite. Good catch, judges. Good catch.
So
good
Joe
catch.
did take that early lead, is ahead on the prizes right now, but I'm really favoring what John's board looks like at this point.
I am as well. Yeah, the Weezing just making this a super grindy situation for Joe. And Joe is like, I guess, I'm probably just going to retreat. Can I? I can't. There's Galar Mine in play, so I'm going to pass.
And that is what Joe does. Passes over and still taking that 40 damage between turns. Now, John should be able to pick up a KO with whichever Pokemon V he wants to in this spot. It could be with the Galarian Articuno, or the Galarian Moltres, excuse me. It could be with this Sableye V. Which one do you think? Well, it looks like John thinks that Sableye V is the play, but what do you think, Andrew?
I think that potentially the Moltres is going to be charging an energy to itself.
Sure, so has either option.
Yeah, so the energy is going on to Sableye so that Galarian Moltres V can charge an energy to itself with its Dire Flame Wings ability. And we do see John using that ability to charge a Darkness energy from the discard pile. Free retreat on Galarian Weezing through the Galar Mine with the Hiding Darkness energy. And Galarian Moltres V going to take a huge knockout, eliminating all of Joe's energy from the board.
Absolutely huge knockout here. Does deal 30 damage to itself, but that is a fine trade-off. Now, Joe's abilities will be turned back on here, but as you can see, all that's in play is an Orangaroo and a Zamazenta. Joe does have to go ahead and make the decision to send up the Zamazenta. You would think Orangaroo could just come up with that air balloon, but Galar Mine stops any of those plays. And Joe did stack the Marnie, it looks like, on the Rotom Phone, which is a great draw here. John had a pretty sizable hand, and now John will only have 4 cards to work with.
Not only Galar Mine in play, but Tool Jammer.
Oh, that too, yes.
The Galarian Moltres going to make it very difficult for Joe to have any mobility in this match. The Tool Jammer is a card that to say that I was sleeping on this card, I think is a huge understatement. I was not a believer in this card whatsoever, but it is, I think, become one of the premier ways to stop tools in standard format.
It's really strong. Tool Scrapper is obviously very good as well, but the problem with Tool Scrapper is if you don't draw it at the right time, it just ends up getting discarded sometimes off of a research, and then you don't get that tool removal effect. Tool Jammer can just stay in play once you find it, and I find it to be a lot better in decks that don't play Inteleon. Inteleon, though, has that quick way to search out Tool Scrapper, so I maybe prefer that card in those lists, but for what John's playing, the Tool Jammer makes a ton of sense.
Exactly, and we do see that Joe was able to find the Tool Scrapper. So the Tool Scrapper to remove the Tool Jammer, going to turn the tools back on, but with no Stadium, Joe is still going to be unable to easily pivot because of the Galarian. But since John does not have ability lock, Intrepid Sword is going to fill Joe's empty hand to a much more manageable 3 cards.
A modest 3 cards, but still 3 cards nonetheless. John going to be playing a Pokegear to get start with. Not a card we see played very often in this current meta, but it's a card that has seen success throughout its legality in the Pokemon TCG, and maybe kind of an underrated card in this current meta, but very solid here for John as he will find Boss's Orders, and that means we could see him target down this Zacian V and hit into it before Joe has a chance to get the first attack with it.
And Pokegear is a really cool card in this format right now because there's not a lot of retrieving supporters from the discard pile. Obviously, there's Eldegoss V, but that card has seen a huge drop in play just because of its a liability. It doesn't work through Path to the Peak.
Well, and ADP rotated.
You know, ADP rotated, so getting the boss back from the discard pile.
Right.
But really, Pokegear gives you a selection of what supporter you might want to play for your turn. There are only a handful of good supporters in standard format right now that see a lot of play. So being able to search your top 7 cards and put one of those supporters into your hand that you find is a very good way to find the supporter you need. And as we see, John did find Boss's Orders to bring up this Zacian V and swing into it with Galarian Moltres.
It's not a knockout, but it puts the pressure on. Getting this hit in before Joe's able to get a huge Brave Blade is what John really wants to do. Now this Zacian will be able to be KO'd to a neutralizing gas with 190 damage on it. That math works out just fine for that to be KO'd between turns. And a key thing as well is if this Zacian gets KO'd to the poison between turns, that'll mean Joe can't use something like Raihan, since that clause means your opponent has to take a knockout on their turn.
Yes, and poison damage does happen between turns.
Pokemon checkup happens between turns.
During the Pokemon checkup phase, yes, which is not actually during a turn. So that is definitely one way to play around Raihan. And it looks like Joe missed the Metal Energy.
Oh, that's just honestly just devastating for Joe. This position now, I don't know what he can really do from this point. And it's just going to have to be another Intrepid Sword, and doesn't even find a Metal Energy there to accelerate. And John is just potentially going to run away with this one at this point.
John has got to be loving that. I think that John was going to be in a tough spot with the knockout on the Moltres. I think John was prepared though and still had a good chance to win if the Moltres got knocked out, because Weezing was going to come up, take 2 prizes, and then with Joe unable to use any abilities for the rest of the game, I think John was going to be able to potentially map out a victory plan.
It would have been much closer, though, than what we're looking at right here, because John is going to take this KO. Joe will be left with no energy in play, won't be able to use the Raihan I'm sure he would love to see. And now John is going to Marnie that big hand of Joe's down to the bottom, and maybe Joe will find some energy now to work with.
Probably. This is the kind of situation where you whiffed, and then Joe is going to draw into a hand with like 4 metal and just be like, cool.
Yeah,
you know,
can't
I just
do
saw
anything about that.
Literally 7 cards with not a single, energy. There are 2, I think, in this hand. Yep. Just saw 7 cards without a single metal energy. And now I see all the metal energy that I wish I had found.
Unfortunate.
I think that Joe has to promote the Oranguru finally going to counter the Gallarmine, which has been there the whole game so far.
Yeah, it's been there ever since John put it in play. Truly an annoying stadium to deal with. I played against John in the very first Full Grip Games 1K in round number 1, actually, and I think he was playing, if not the same deck, a very, very similar one. Had these Gallarmines, had these Crushing Hammers in it. That can be incredibly annoying for any deck to deal with.
I really want to see some Crushing Hammerheads. I want to see John put this one away, either boss and bring up one of these Pokemon V. John instantly with the counterplay on the Gallarmine. We do see that Joe has a Crystal Cave to counter in his hand right now, so the Gallarmine is not going to stick, but that is Joe's final stadium. So if John can find his final Gallarmine, then John will be, I think, maybe winning this stadium war. Yeah, actually, Joe does play 4 Crystal Cave, but this is the last one in his hand. Joe did play the Stadium first and got it countered, so John still looking pretty good as far as the Stadium War is concerned.
Yeah, I think he's feeling fine. And here's the first Crushing Hammer. It is Tails, unfortunately. That would have been an excellent heads to hit. Leaving Joe with no energy here would be incredible. And now John going to go ahead and use the Crobat VMAX with that hit and run attack. Deals 70 damage to the active and then leaves it poisoned as well, and will move into the Galarian Weezing, of course taking the 10 damage during Pokemon Checkup. Stealth Poison, really cool attack. I remember when Crobat VMAX first came out in Shining Fates, people were really excited about the card. There was a lot of decks playing it, but it really did kind of fall off.
Yeah, that is a really cool card. I mean, I love Crobat VMAX, and one of the coolest things about it is that it evolves from a great support Pokemon,
right.
One of the best support Pokemon in the game. So a lot of decks are already playing Crobat V, and this Galarian Weezing deck probably wants to play Galarian V just to help draw cards, and then why not evolve it into a Crobat VMAX, and you can get a nice little poke to deal some damage, and then run to the Galarian Weezing, where you know that your opponent isn't going to be using any of their abilities.
Joe's in a really odd spot here. One card left in hand. It's an air balloon. Not usable, right? So now has to decide if he wants to go in and attack with the Zacian V, and it looks like that will be his decision. Takes this KO, but only takes 1 prize from this knockout. Now John can maybe get a hit and run off here, can maybe attack with one of the bigger Pokemon, can also maybe flip a Tails on Crushing Hammer, unfortunately for him.
I like to say that every time you flip a Tails on Crushing Hammer, you're just putting 1 in the bank, okay, that you're going to hit heads later. John's now 2 down, okay?
I don't think you totally understand how variance works, Andrew.
Probability, yeah. No, he's got 2 in the bank now, okay? And this is a bold move from John, going in with the Moltres, but I guess he actually is setting up checkmate, so never mind. Yeah, Joe's only got 3 prizes remaining, or Joe has 3 prizes remaining, so the knockout on this Moltres won't even be game, and if Joe does decide to switch knockout this Moltres, Sableye V will come up and clean the game.
Yeah, Sableye V will deal a ton of damage to the Zacian at this point. Cape of Toughness does not put it out of range of, I mean, that Sableye is going to be doing over 1,000 damage, I'm pretty sure here, so Crazy Claws can hit very, very hard. And Joe does find a Marnie, so that could be something to help him find some pieces here. A switch is definitely one thing he is looking for, but still has to attack multiple times to be able to win this game. It's looking tough from here, Andrew.
Excuse me, Chip. I think you meant to say Crazy Claws.
Crazy Claws.
With the crazy. That Sableye V has got some crazy claws. Wow, yeah, capable of doing well over, like 1,000 damage.
Yeah, it would be 1,150 damage being dealt to this Zacian V right now with Crazy Claws.
Yeah, that would be something. And I think that Joe doesn't really have a great way out of this. Joe has to put this Zacian onto the bench. Yeah, we found a switch. Could take a knockout on the Moltres, but having to knock out that Weezing just did not help his prize race at all.
Not at all. And John is just one boss's orders away from being able to close this out. John does only play 3 copies of the card, and I think we've seen at least 2 hit the discard pile and be played at this point. So if John maybe prized the last one, or if it had to get discarded to a research, no, he top decks it! Boss's orders for the game, closes it out. I have to think John meant to retreat to the Sableye there, but either way, there is the knockout. John Mustoy, in dominating fashion, able to clean up that game with his Galarian Weezing deck.
Absolutely phenomenal finish. Have to say that was a crazy finale with the Galarian Weezing deck. So many different attackers capable of dealing with various threats from Joe's deck. We got to see Galarian Moltres and Sableye V with Galarian Weezing. Galarian Zapdos, unfortunately, just got knocked out, but was there nonetheless. What a cool rogue deck. Even the Crobat VMAX got in there for a couple of punches as well. We're gonna get John back here for a interview in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are live with John Mustovi.
You got it, bro.
Yeah, John
Thanks,
Mustovi, yes, with the round 3 win with a rogue deck that we don't ever see. A John Mustovi concoction,
Yes, sir.
if you will,
Yes,
sir. which are always special to see. I know, I've seen them firsthand, and the at the in top 8 of the Collinsville Regional Championships, and been and fallen victim to them all the same. Always a pleasure to watch you play, John.
Thanks,
Tell us about, how did you come up with this deck?
Let me tell you something. So the last tournament that you hosted here, I thought I had another John Mustovi, experiment.
Special.
Yeah, it was Altaria, and the thing is, it just wasn't beating the top decks. Urshifu and Inteleon. Inteleon snipes around all those GX walls and stuff. So I knew I needed to take a different approach. So I said, okay, what blocks abilities? One Pokemon, right? One Pokemon, Galarian Weezing.
Right. Yep.
So I knew I had to build the gas around the gas, right?
I knew the gas was going to be the gas. Yeah, John Mustovi.
For sure. And then I started the primitive list, the beta list. Actually ended up on Azul's stream. If you want to click back a few of his videos ago, I was playing just a 4/4 Galarian Weezing and Moltres with Pokeball. Okay. A little Emery Taylor special for you. Shout out to Emery Taylor. And so, but it just wasn't getting the job done. So what you saw was the Galarian Zapdos when you open it. When I opened the game, you had the Crobat VMAX, and all of a sudden now you got a little bit of girth on that deck. You got a little bit of beef. So I just started to build around that. Try to optimize the list, and I'm 3-0.
3-0. So what decks have you beaten so far? We saw you take down that Zacian Zamazenta deck handily. I mean, that looked great. It seems like even losing the Zapdos early, not a problem. What other decks were you able to beat?
Round 1, Dragapult, spanked. Darkness Weakness.
Darkness Weakness.
Big deal.
Moltres pretty good.
Yep, very good.
Yep, very good. Hammer's very good.
Yep. Round 2, Shadow Rider Calyrex, spanked. So that felt really good. And we're just hoping to see more of the purple guys.
Yeah, more of the purple guys. So you've seen quite a few of the purple guys so far. That's gone really well for you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for Crushing Hammer. Now, there's some players in the chat very hip to Crushing Hammer. Love to see some Crushing Hammer. We saw they didn't connect there. How do you feel? You think Crushing Hammer's a great card in the metagame right now, or?
Yeah. So I think that Crushing Hammer, with the deck like mine, when you're prone to a slow start, the thing is you're getting Galarian Weezing on the second turn. You need to slow them down. You need to slow the opponent down by 1 turn so you can get a little bit of that advantage. You need to make them dig a little deeper. You need to make them play a little bit more, riskily.
Yeah.
And so Crushing Hammer allows that, but you can also get punished too. I get punished. Everybody gets punished if you play hammers, but
you miss all the shots you don't take.
Amen.
Yes.
Amen, brother.
That's exactly right. Yes, you miss all the shots you don't take. And in a format where games can only last 4 turns, 5 turns.
Yep.
Every turn you can buy yourself is a huge opportunity. Huge. Absolutely. Now, are there any decks that maybe you're not looking forward to seeing at this tournament? Any matchup that would be a little sus?
Yeah, so Frank Persick, he's got a little bit of that Inteleon VMAX. I can't discard energy if they're not on the board. Right, so if he's bouncing the Rapid Strike energy back to his hand, I don't have, I think that Sydney card that came out in Fusion Strike.
Yeah.
And I don't have that in my deck.
No real way to search that out.
For sure. So that would be a little bit of a little sus for me. But aside from that, if I can dodge the Inteleon VMAXs, Suicune can be kind of weird. Hopefully we're just greenlit into top 8.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, you're 3-0, so you got a great start, just a couple more wins, and you might be able to ID the rest of the way in. Well, it's always been a pleasure talking to you, John. Best of luck in the rest of your rounds, and thanks for being here.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Yo, we are back with round 4 of the Full Grip Games Fusion Strike $1,000 cash prize event. This is just day 1 of a really exciting 2-day event that we've got going on here. Chip, how you doing so far?
I'm doing great. We, have seen some absolutely incredible games so far. Really great high-level play from all of the players we've had on so far. It's been fun to watch, and I'm hoping that trend will continue into this next game. And we've got one deck we haven't featured yet, and then another deck that we've sort of featured, but this list is built very differently. We've got Andy Gray going to be playing that Shadow Rider, and then Ben Merritt, who's going to be playing Inteleon VMAX with 4 Path to the Peak.
Yeah, so this is the Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX, just completely going without the Double Gunner ability.
Yeah.
No water energy, 4 energy deck. And the idea is going to be to shut down the opponent's abilities with Paths to the Peak, shut down your own abilities because not going to use them, and just bounce energy back and heal with Cheryl over and over and over again.
Definitely. It's a really interesting take on the deck. I actually recently watched a Japanese tournament where there was a player that was playing a deck just very similar to this.
Yeah.
But Japan has a slightly different format than ours. They had reset stamps still available in the format.
Right.
So I think, having the reset stamp plus path combo makes things a lot better for a deck like this that wants to grind games out. But Benjamin has taken this version of the deck, no reset stamp, no problem, is able to just shut things down with Path to the Peak, and I'm sure has healed a dumb amount of damage over the course of this tournament so far.
Just taking a look at Ben's list. Let's see, how many Cheryl do we got in this thing? I need to know. 4 Cheryl.
Yep.
4
Pretty
Cheryl.
important part of the deck.
These players are getting ready for round 4, so let's head down to the tournament table.
I'm excited for this one.
And get some hype going in the chat. There we go. These players have kicked off. Andy Gray on the left, leading with Shadow Rider VMAX. Now, Shadow Rider is a deck that has not gotten a lot of love lately, I don't think. I mean, I think that a lot of players are thinking that maybe Shadow Rider's best days are behind it, from what I have been hearing and seeing. But Shadow Rider is here 3-0 at the Full Grip Games 1K, and at the hands of Andy Gray seems to be doing very well. Now, what kind of Shadow Rider list are we looking at here, Chip?
It's a pretty straightforward one. Shadow Rider, Alcremie. It's actually, I'm looking down the list. I think it's only like 4 cards different than the list I used to get second place at the last Full Grip Games 1K tournament. So, I mean, this list has proven to be pretty good, and Andy is rolling with something very similar to it. Eyeing up a Crobat right away. Maybe wants to draw some extra cards with the Dark Asset. But I love the fact that Andy has the Alcremie, and that will aid him very much in this matchup where his abilities might be shut down due to Path to the Peak. And Adornment is always a great way to get energies in play. And one of the reasons I love Alcremie so much is that it's one of the few Pokemon in the format that can truly take a one-hit knockout on any other Pokemon in the format.
Yeah, one of the most intimidating things about this matchup is that Alcremie VMAX, the Adornment attack, just accelerates energy into play without any ability. So long as Andy can set up, Alcremie VMAX will be able to take massive one-hit knockouts with its G-Max Whisk attack, which does 60 damage times the amount of psychic energy you discard from your board. And Andy taking some notes. Okay, usually something we see in Magic the Gathering. I know real big on the note taking.
Yeah, I know Azul was taking notes during his second round as well. It's something we're seeing a lot of more players pick up these days. I mean, it's a good practice to have. It does take a little extra time, but I don't think there's any problem with it as long as you kind of quickly, move through the rest of your turn after it, or maybe write some notes down during your opponent's turn. Andy is going to take time to notice what is prized. Knowing your Shadow Rider count is very important. Knowing your Alcremie counts are very, very important as well. Checking for things like how many stadiums does he have, Pumpkaboos. Maybe Andy's not actually looking out for those things yet because might not be totally aware of what Benjamin's list looks like, if Benjamin is playing those Path to the Peaks or not.
Right. So this will be a big draw from Andy. I think he's only got 2 stadiums in his hand, which obviously are big because he can counter the paths to the peak with them. But Andy looking to draw as many cards as possible before I think Benjamin is able to set up. But again, Andy doesn't know what Benjamin's working with.
And Andy is going to pass turn over to Benjamin. And Benjamin draws an excellent card to get things going. Level Ball finds a Sableye right away. And Evolution Incense just thinning the hand out here maybe a little bit, Andrew.
I think that maybe Benjamin had gone first.
Okay.
We may have missed the turn 1. It's possible, and I think that is exactly what happened. So this was Andy's first turn going second. Benjamin's board was so underdeveloped that I thought that maybe we had caught Andy on the first turn of the game, but this is actually Benjamin's second turn, and with Andy not finding a supporter off that Crobat on the first turn.
Wow.
Andy is on the phone. Okay, I see. Pulling up translations. That's fine. So I think some Japanese cards on the table. That is acceptable. We do allow for there to be translations happening on the table since Japanese cards and foreign cards are legal for play at this Full Grip Games release day event or release weekend event. These cards from Fusion Strike just came out in the United States this past week, so we are allowing foreign cards to be played at the event to give players access to the newest cards from Fusion Strike.
You're definitely great. It would be pretty hard to only be able to get your hands on English cards right up leading to this weekend, but Full Grip has a wide selection of Japanese cards as well, so it makes it much easier for players to get their hands on some of these cards, especially cards like Inteleon VMAX, which have been out in Japan for quite a while now.
Exactly, and it also helps bring the price down for some of the newer decks. You don't have to buy the the English card in order to play a new card that you're excited to see. Inteleon VMAX looks like it's going to be swinging for 140 damage, and Andy just very dialed into his phone over here.
Reading the card, wants to make sure he's totally aware of what it does. It is a brand new card, so I'm sure many players have not, maybe they heard about what the card did initially. He's like, yeah, that card seems cool, but when you're playing against it in a tournament and it's in a language that you cannot read, you want to make sure you're fully aware of exactly what it can do.
Sorry, babe, can't text in the middle of game. All right, Andy has got the Counter Stadium and a Shadow Rider VMAX on the bench. Gonna opt to evolve the active Shadow Rider V into a Shadow Rider VMAX, and this is actually great for Benjamin because now that Shadow Rider V is going to be capable of being knocked out for 3 prizes.
Yeah, but what is interesting about how the math works out for Inteleon VMAX, when you're not using that double gunner ability, you're not able to reach for 2-hit knockouts on VMAX Pokemon. You have to take 3-hit KOs because 140 plus 140, that's only 280, not quite strong enough.
Unless, of course...
until you can get up until your Inteleons, your quick shootings, of course.
Quick shooting, yes, quick shooting. But, I mean, honestly, 3-hit KOs are fine when your opponent is never knocking you out, right? This deck plays 4 copies of Cheryl, and I'm curious to see if it plays a... does it play a Pal Pad or something like that? No Pal Pad. Just 4 copies of Cheryl, which honestly, if
it's probably usually going to be enough.
It's usually going to be enough healing, I think. Healing a massive 320 hit point Pokemon, 4 times, denying the knockout 4 times is pretty wild.
Andy's going to use Quick Ball has plenty of basic Pokemon that he still wants to get in play. We talked about how good Alcremie can be in this matchup. Of course, the heart and soul of this deck, Shadow Rider VMAX, is the Shadow Rider VMAX. You want to be able to get them in play to use as many Underworld Door abilities as possible. It just lets you see so many more cards. But Andy will take this opportunity to get the Alcremie V down and maybe try to build up for a big G-Max Whisk in the coming turns.
Yeah, Alcremie VMAX is going to be the Pokemon in this matchup. And it looks like Andy's got a pretty good hand with some draw support for next turn. Maybe looking at another Quick Ball, discarding Marnie. I mean, Research is in the hand, so Marnie can probably go with the Research being the supporter that's getting the priority with that discard, which is, I think, is very much the right call, considering Research just digs 7 cards into the deck. Even if Paths of the Peak is in play, that's a significant amount of draw.
And Andy wants to draw as much as possible and really try to thin the deck down as much as possible so that once Path does come into play, you're more likely to draw into the cards you want to see, the good cards remaining in your deck. I think players just having a discussion here to make sure, yes, that Crobat was indeed played last turn, so Andy is free to use a Dark Asset here on this turn.
Yeah, and I do like this play from Andy, considering that he needs to draw as many cards as he possibly can while his abilities are online, right? Wants to try and get as much Underworld Door as possible, or as many Underworld Door uses as possible while that Training Court is in play. Once you see one Paths to the Peak, you have to assume that there are more on the way.
Definitely. Andy did draw into kind of an interesting hand here. I don't think he can afford to use Professor's Research at this point because he has both a Training Court in his hand, which he needs to bump Path to the Peak, and also an Alcremie VMAX in his hand, which he wants to use to try to pick up big knockouts. So Andy is going to be content using Shadow Rider Calyrex's attack to deal 130 damage. And now let's see, Benjamin. It looks like that Cheryl already in hand, ready to go.
Cheryl, Path, Octillery to go get the Rapid Strike energy. Rapid Strike energy already in hand. Oh, yeah. And we're in cruise control. Now 2 heavily damaged Shadow Riders are going to be on Andy's board. And this is a really strong spot for Ben to be in. I mean, obviously, there's the looming threat of a Alcremie VMAX, but with another Path in play, I think that Ben could make some things happen. But if this one copy of Inteleon does go down to an Alcremie next turn, that could put Ben in an extremely compromising situation.
This is interesting from Benjamin. Grabs the Professor's Research off of the Shady Dealings. Obviously has a small hand, so thinks he wants to play it next turn. I would imagine he does, but the problem becomes if you play Professor's Research, you can't use Cheryl on that same turn.
Exactly, and I think that that's okay. I think that Benjamin is saying, all right, no prizes have been taken yet, right? Andy, may swing into this Inteleon, and I'll just let it go down the following turn, and then I'll build up a new one that will take the game. So that's probably his plan. What he's not anticipating is the fact that Andy has got Air Balloon Alcremie in the hand. And if Andy is able to find a counter state, we actually already see the Training Court in play. So just a couple of Psychic Energy off this Research. And why would the Air Balloon go onto the Alcremie? I think the active seems like
you want to keep the energy in play on the active, so I do feel like Air Balloon could go on the active here. Andy may be thinking he needs the pivot for later in the game for some reason, and wants to bank on drawing one of the copies of Switch that he plays here in this deck. Let's not forget, Andy can draw so many cards this turn. Underworld Door, one of the strongest abilities in the game right now. And Andy has a couple cards he could thin out as well before Underworld Door if he wants to. And debating doing it. Will that Fog Crystal be played, or nope, just Underworld Door onto the Alcremie?
Underworld Door, gonna draw 2 cards, accelerate energy into play. Only 1 more energy drop needed for that Alchemy VMAX to have enough energy in play to swing for 360 damage with G-Max Whisk. But
how many switch are there?
Yeah, but a switch is needed. I mean, the air balloon drop on the Shadow Rider would have made this play a guarantee almost. I mean, you got to figure I'm going to see 2 energy off of my research, right? And maybe an Underworld Door or 2. But with the air balloon attachment to the Alchemy, it makes it that is a risky attachment. I mean, you are putting this up in the air, and it didn't need to be up in the air.
Andrew, I don't think I see a switch in.
I don't see a switch in the deck at all.
Yeah, and I don't think he's played one. There are 2 copies in his list, so it's entirely possible that Andy Gray has prized both copies of Switch that he plays right now.
And you would have to think with the notepad that maybe that had been written down, but maybe not.
I mean, Switch isn't one of the first cards I always check for. I mean, I don't know about you, but it usually when you're trying to take notes, you want to be quick. So usually you're counting out the important things like your Pokemon lines. You don't really think to look for Switch every single time.
That's true.
And in this instance, Andy made a play maybe thinking that he had access to Switch, and he just doesn't.
Yeah, there's no guarantees in the Pokemon TCG. Tell you what, I have drawn 10 cards at a time with supporters like Calyrex, and then just whiffed the card I needed for a significant knockout. Feels bad, but just because you draw a lot of cards doesn't mean you're going to be finding the cards that you need. It does feel bad, like a missed opportunity with the air balloon attached to the Alchemy, but I'd love to hear what Andy was thinking with that attachment.
Yeah, Andy can still draw a couple cards, and you can still hit pretty hard with a Max Geist here if you want to. Your Shadow Rider can't get KO'd this coming turn, but it can be put in range of being KO'd by a quick shooting on the following turn, assuming Benjamin finds one this turn. You also could retreat and go for an Adornment here, but you know that Benjamin just grabbed a Research and has a very small hand. I kind of like putting on the pressure here and just doing some damage.
One play that I think I might have liked from Ben last turn, I think he did already have... Did he already have the Rapid Strike energy, or was that searched out via the Rapid Strike search?
I think he already had it. I kind of think that he might have not used Rapid Strike search last turn.
That's what I felt like, and there's a quick ball in hand. Benjamin could have benched another Inteleon V, but maybe this was intentional to not give up an easy 2 prizes.
Yeah, that could be the thought process here. And Benjamin will calculate the damage here from the Maxed Geist. Going to be hitting pretty hard, looks like 190, and Benjamin top decks a second Rapid Strike energy. You might feel like that's a pretty unlucky top deck right before you research, but in reality, you only need 1 Rapid Strike energy in this deck. Once it comes in play, you're bouncing it back to your hand every single turn, so it's really maybe one of the better top decks, honestly. Oh my gosh! We're gonna see the Basculin get in here.
The Basculin, baby! We got the Basculin coming in hot. I did not anticipate.
Oh my goodness. Follow the Wound, I believe, the attack here on Basculin, dealing 30 damage, and then 10 more damage.
Swarm the Wound.
Swarm the Wound. So
Swarm the Wound. And Swarm the Wound, Basculin will do. It does 30 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on your opponent's active Pokemon. This little fish is going to be dishing out a ton of damage for just 1 Rapid Strike energy.
Oh, Benjamin does need to find the switch, though, in order to attack with this, and I don't think he drew into one there. So, once again, both of these players kind of missing out on their switches, unless it is there in the hand, and I just didn't quite see it yet.
Yeah, that is going to be a card that is needed, or if maybe there is 1 tower. Is there 1 Tower of Waters in the list? Probably not, right?
No, it doesn't look like
just 2 switch, another Inteleon V, and the last card.
There it is!
The switch and the Basculin comes to the active.
Swarm the Wound for the KO. Incredible plays by Benjamin. That Inteleon was needed because it boosts the amount of damage that's on that Shadow Rider. If there wasn't that damage from the quick shooting, Swarm the Wound would not have been doing enough damage. But we have seen Basculin come in and out of nowhere take a massive 3 prize KO and Benjamin goes very far ahead in this game.
And this is one of the most exciting things about a paper tournament is that these deck lists are private, right? So that was a secret play. Andy had no idea that he was about to get his wound swarmed.
And that wound certainly got swarmed. Andy does have a little bit of an opportunity here. Benjamin did not put a path to the peak in play, which I'm sure he would have loved to have been able to find. There's a lot of damage on that Inteleon VMAX on the bench. If Andy can find the Gust card in order to target that down, is there a boss's orders there in Andy's hand? I do see one, but I think Andy's only viable attack is going to be that Gmax Whisk, which would leave you with very few energy in play.
And at this point, that Basculin could win the game with just a couple of quick shooting on that bench Shadow Rider and another Swarm the Wound. It's like Andy has to deal with the Basculin, but really doesn't want to take a single prize as it doesn't help the prize trade if that second Inteleon gets involved into an Inteleon VMAX.
What a crazy spot we're seeing here. As Andy... like you said, it's the prize trade is not helped by the fact that you have to KO this Basculin. So maybe you do just take the knockout on the VMAX and just hope Benjamin doesn't have access to finding boss's orders. Benjamin doesn't have a Sableye in play, so is limited by the amount of search that could happen. No ability to use Shady Dealings next turn. So that might be what Andy's kind of hope needs to be in this spot, and then you worry about dealing with the Basculin on the next turn.
Ignoring the Basculin?
It's what he's going for, and I kind of almost feel like this is what he has to do. But if Benjamin has boss's orders in hand, there is already so much damage on the Shadow Rider on the bench. A quick shooting will bring it in range for Swarm the Wounds to just take all 6 prizes potentially.
Yeah, so this is going to be some really tight back and forth action. A 3 prize take.
All right, is there a boss, Andrew? This could be the game if Benjamin finds boss. Is it there in the hand?
I don't think I see it. Now, there is quick shooting Inteleon on the bench. No Sobble, no Drizzile, and we have to worry about Switch Boss coming from Andy Gray if Benjamin evolves this Inteleon V into a VMAX. And I think that maybe we don't evolve it into a VMAX yet. You know, maybe that's not the best play for Benjamin, considering that will make it impossible for Andy to win on the next turn. And Andy does have enough energy in play. How many Basculin are in Benjamin's list? I need to know.
Yeah, I think that Benjamin here is setting up the Sobble, wants to be able to have the ability to use a Drizzile on the next turn.
It does look like it is just one copy of Basculin. So this is the Basculin. Another Sobble coming into play.
Could see multiple Shady Dealings on the next turn. But, I mean, you're right. This does put Benjamin in a weird spot where if you put a VMAX in play, that Alcremie is just very scary to try to deal with.
I think that Benjamin's actually setting up checkmate. This is genius.
Okay.
So what he has to do is he just pings the bench and passes, right?
And waits for a
now
turn.
He says, okay, I will win the game with Rapid Strike Energy Boss on your bench guy with either my Inteleon VMAX or with my Basculin, whichever one, right?
Right.
He's got both capable with quick shooting. He will be able to bring that. He will be able to bring that Shadow Rider into range, right? And take the win. I think that that's it. With 2 Sobble down, he's saying you can't even knock out both my Sobble to prevent me from finding boss.
But Andy does have a boss in hand, and you know what he could knock out? That Basculin, and take away that potential win condition.
No, because then the other guy does 140. Inteleon VMAX, right?
Oh,
with the quick shooting? Is
but
that
then
enough?
I guess that's what you still have to do as Andy, and just hope your opponent doesn't have all those pieces. It is a bit to have, but with double Sobble in play, I guess it does make it much more likely, and especially with Rapid Strike Search, you can just see all the pieces kind of moving in the right way for Benjamin.
Exactly. So that's what I think, that Benjamin is just setting up, like clearly knows this deck well, which is so impressive to see on release weekend, right? Like these cards have just come out, and Benjamin is navigating this matchup very well, and we can see just putting a ton of pressure on with the Inteleon deck. Just a little shake and bake, not going to put my 3-prizer into play, not going to give you that win condition on this next turn, and it looked like this was going to be a matchup that was easy for Andy to win starting off, but Ben has been able to finesse a situation where he is just one turn away from taking the win.
You got to make sure you fear the fish, because Basculin can get in there, do so much damage, and Andy says he has to deal with it, has to take it out.
I have to deal with the fish. Oh,
But this is still Andy's best play. He's forcing Benjamin to have as many pieces as possible. If Andy just, hits into the active, knocks it out, whatever, then all Benjamin needs is boss plus rapid strike energy. Now Andy is saying Benjamin has to have boss
Benjamin
plus rapid
quickly.
strike energy.
Here it goes. We've got the Inteleon. We've got quit shooting. We got the energy. Does he have the boss's orders? All he needs is
getting a little excited here.
Double Drizzile. I have to draw my card for turn, and there's the boss's orders, and I can get another one too if I want to.
And there it is. Benjamin brings up the Shadow Rider, and that is the game. Taking the KO, Andy Gray losing this one, and Benjamin moves to 4-0 with Inteleon VMAX. What an incredible game. What an incredible finish. Really close, and Benjamin takes the win.
I can't believe what we just witnessed, Chip. The Basculin hype is real. That was such an amazing game. We just keep seeing really great play after great play here at this 1K event. Benjamin, I think, just stunning us all with that Inteleon Basculin deck.
I mean, you and I don't think either of us had really quite registered that the Basculin was a thing, but it's the very first card that Benjamin wrote on his deck list. He knows this card is the spice. This card is the one that's going to get me a win, and it certainly made it happen here in this one.
Listen, yeah, I started my deck list with one Basculin, and we built the deck from there. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it was...
that was the first include.
The first include. What an incredible match, and just a joy to experience. And this is why we do these tournaments on release weekend. It's the most exciting time to see these new cards get played and really get to set the stage for what we might see for the rest of this metagame as the metagame develops. Now, I'm excited to get Benjamin back here for an interview. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are live with Ben. How you doing, Ben?
I'm doing pretty good.
4-0.
I know.
With
I
the
am so happy.
Inteleon Basculin deck. Have you gotten to win many games with Basculin yet, or was that the first time?
The second time. Essentially, I used Basculin in round 3 against Greninja V Union.
Yeah.
But I KO'd a Ice Rider with it.
Okay.
Yeah. That was close. I mean, every game past round 1 has been really close.
Yeah, this was really, really a joy to see. I know I saw you before your round 3. You're like, yeah, I'm 3-0, or before round 4. So exciting to see. What made you want to build this Rapid Strike Inteleon?
It was actually Kenny's idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kenny Pacala?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Kenny Pacala. So is this deck list his then?
It's a little bit different. It's
did you guys
mostly
work on
his.
it together?
No, he gave me a list. I took out Great Ball and a couple other things. Added Fan, changed the Octillery line to a 1/1. Yeah,
that was awesome, man.
There wasn't much.
So, what decks have you
changes.
been able to beat so far? We just saw you beat Shadow Rider.
I beat Greninja V Union, Sableye, and Inteleon. That was the not close one because it was a new player. I mean, it was sort of close. I mean, at the beginning it was close. He forgot to Ascension with his.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, it does be like that. But yeah. I mean, the second round was against Sylveon. I somehow beat that. I mean, that was an extremely close game. I misplayed so hard, and thank God it didn't matter.
It looked like you knew exactly what you were doing in this match. I mean, I was saying
I misplayed a couple times. I mean, I should have gotten out of Sobble to get out Boss earlier on when I had to retreat the Basculin. I should have gotten out of Sobble.
It didn't matter.
It didn't matter.
No, buffed out. Now you're just one win away. I think if you go 5-0, you could probably double ID
maybe
into top 8.
That.
You don't know?
I don't know yet.
Yeah, we're not going to count our chickens before they hatch.
Nope.
But It was really a pleasure to watch you play, Ben. And I'm really excited to see if maybe
This is
Camping-
actually my first like tournament I've ever been on stream, other than online tournaments.
Well,
And
congratulations.
it's only my second big tournament, other than Kentucky.
Well, congratulations, Ben. I'm really excited. Where are you from?
I'm actually from Michigan. I went to school with Kenny
Oh, okay, nice.
for 1 year. I was a freshman while he was a senior,
Nice.
and yeah, I
Well-
mean, it was the first day. He's like, we were introducing ourselves to our study skills class, and he goes, yeah, I had a tournament, and the teacher's like, what? Another Pokemon tournament? I'm like, oh, you play Pokemon? Because I actually wasn't that much into it at the time, because I mean, I wasn't able to go much.
Yeah,
And recently my parents have started letting me go.
that's awesome.
I know.
Well, hopefully they get to be proud of your performance
Yeah.
today. You've really done a great job, and it's really been awesome to see some new innovative decks. So congratulations, Ben, and good luck in the rest of your rounds.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Pleasure talking to you.
nice talking to you too, Ben. Players are getting set up for the 5th round of the Fulgurt Games $1,000 cash prize event. We have got Michael Edens on the right versus Zach Porlier on the left, and we have got another joy of a matchup ahead. Both these players 4-0 with some Pokemon you might not be used to seeing.
Yeah, I love to see some new cards getting into the mix. On the left side of your screen, you can see one of the feature cards, brand new from Fusion Strike, Greedent VMAX with the Turn a Profit attack. For 2 colorless, it deals 30 damage, and if your opponent's basic Pokemon is knocked out by damage from this attack, you take 2 more prize cards.
ADP, but so much more cute. It's like I can't hate it, right? And also,
How could you hate that face?
It doesn't do 180 damage, so maybe more balanced. But Greedent VMAX looking like it's making some waves in a water type deck featuring another popular Pokemon that you may be familiar with. This is a Suicune V deck with Greedent VMAX as a way. Are they just on the wrong sides? Yes. Okay.
All right, looks like we've got our players' names just swapped a little bit, so we'll get that fixed promptly. It will be Michael Edens on the left, who is going first, playing the Leafeon VMAX, which is a deck that has really, after Evolving Skies came out, it wasn't very popular initially, but kind of exploded onto the competitive scene and really started taking down some big-time tournaments, and a lot of players started to recognize it and respect it as a solid deck. And Michael's getting a good start with a couple of Sobbles here. And on the other side, it will be Zach, who is playing the legendary Greedent VMAX, but combining it with Suicune V, which has been one of the more popular basic attackers in the game over the last few months. We've seen it a couple of times on stream, and it feels like Greedent VMAX is kind of in this deck instead of something like Ludicolo. So you just trade 2-hit KOs into all the 3 prize Pokemon with your Suicune, and then use Greedent VMAX. Maybe you just soften up a Pokemon V and then try to clean it up with the Turn a Profit attack.
Now, something that I love about this Leafeon VMAX deck is its consistency. It's such a wonderful ability. Greening Cells allows you to end your turn by attaching a grass. We see Michael did not open with an energy in that hand, but was able to make sure that they did not miss that energy drop thanks to the Greening Cells ability. And then with the Leafeon VMAX, you can really hit for a ton of damage for just 2 energy. Such a consistent deck, which is why it is consistently performing well. I believe Michael was able to take down Azul Garcia Griego in round 3. Azul's only loss so far has been to this Leafeon deck.
Yeah, Leafeon, definitely a strong deck, and it does feel like it is pretty good against the Suicune decks. So we'll see how Zach wants to navigate this game. Has the Greedent to rely on, so maybe has a little bit of a tool that the other Suicune decks did not have, but Zach's opening here is not the strongest.
Well, it does look like he's going to keep calling, which is not bad. Thinning is winning. You're going to grab those Sobble out of the deck, and we see both of these players are running the keep calling Sobble, and I would like to point out, where would Zach be if this was not the keep calling Sobble, okay? I think that we're going to see throughout this event who's coming out on top. I know, Chip, I think you're Team 70, I'm Team 60.
Well, it depends on the deck, but I will say in Suicune, I do typically like the 70 HP lads.
Yes, it does give you a little bit of extra flexibility against Dragapult, but no Dragapult? No problem.
No Dragapult, no problem at all. Michael has a really strong hand there after top decking Professor's Research for the turn. Shady Dealings can find something like the Evolution Incense potentially to get out the Leafeon VMAX. We could see the Scoop Up Net in hand be played for a second Shady Dealings to get maybe a Energy Search to find the Energy Attachment for the turn. And if that is the case, Michael is already ready to take a prize right away on this very second turn of the game.
Let's see. So Drizzile got evolved. Are we going in to the deck then for the Shady Dealings? Just kind of contemplating the Shady Dealings before we... Yep, there we go. Shady Dealings. And Michael trying to figure out what the best grab is going to be. And I do see a Drizzile in Zach's hand as well. So this start from Zach is not bad and actually preferred. I would say it would be not great for Zach to have a Suicune in play, as it would be possible for Michael to potentially gust it up and knock it out.
Zach is going to use this Evolution Incense to grab Leafeon VMAX, an incredibly strong attacker and a really energy efficient attacker as well, having just a 2 energy cost to use Grass Knot. For a Grass Knot colorless, it deals 60 damage for each star in your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost. And we will see that Scoop Up Net be played. And Michael does play the 1 copy of Energy Switch. So provided that is, Energy Search. So provided that was in the deck, which I do think we saw, could guarantee the attack here. But Zach may be wanting to avoid discarding too many of the boss's orders in his hand with the Professor's Research, so plays for the Marnie instead, which makes sense, but it does mean Michael is relying on drawing an energy off of these 5 cards.
Right. It seems like kind of a low-stakes turn for Michael. Zach's got 4 Sobble in play. Obviously, Melanie makes it so that could easily turn into a Suicune, swinging for some amount of damage. But with a handful of supporters, I mean, there was multiple bosses orders, a research, not the kind of hand you want to research away. So I think the Marnie here makes a lot of sense. But with both Drizzile, or both Sobble, I guess, used to evolve into Drizzile this turn, there are going to be no more Shady Dealings happening on this side of the Marnie.
But luckily, Michael is able to still find an energy, and Grass Knot will pick up the KO. Michael does also draw into the Galar Mine, which is a very key card for the Leafeon deck, since it increases your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost by 2. So not going to be necessary here, since Sobble only has 60 HP. Maybe an instance where if you had the 70 HP Sobble, it would be able to survive a hit, right? But in this, and this does allow Michael to hold on to the stadium for a turn.
There we go. And the knockouts. We'll see if Zach is able to respond. Suicune hitting the bench. I like the decision for Michael to hold that stadium, just not wasting any resources unnecessarily. And Zach will gladly use Capacious Bucket to search out 2 water energy from the deck and put them into his hand. Now, a Melanie will have to be found in order to accelerate the necessary energy onto Suicune, and a pivot card, either a Switch or an Air Balloon or a Scoop Up Net, something to get the Suicune into the active position. It's capping out at 180 damage, and that's only if Zach is able to fill his bench.
Zach does play 1 copy of Scoop Up Net and then 2 copies of Switch. So it looks like 1 copy of Switch already in hand, which is excellent. But I don't see much else to really work with. Zach might be relying on the fleet-footed of Suicune. We've seen that quite a bit today. Players needing to hit a combo card off of the Suicune. And honestly, you've got pretty high odds here. Any level ball, any evolution incense, any Drizzile can get you the out or the Melanie itself. But Suicune is not one of those outs.
Oh, and this
is really bad.
Devastating from Zach, having to pass with the Suicune in the active position. And this is why Leafeon is so good, right?
Oh,
because all I have to do is put this Galarian from my hand onto this wooden table, and then here we go. Boom. I'm swinging for 240 damage. Just absolutely ridiculous.
This is not looking good for Zach, to say the least. Your opponent is so far ahead here. Michael, I think, is debating how he wants to play things out. Evolution Instance can grab a Drizzile to get an energy attachment onto the bench. You definitely like attaching energies, but you know your active Leafeon isn't going down anytime soon. Zach doesn't have something like a Ludicolo in his list that you need to worry about, and there's no Lotad on the bench even if it was in the list. So Michael doesn't necessarily have to feel pressured to attach an energy card this turn, so he can leave himself with plenty of options here off of the Evolution Incense, and is eyeing up the quick shooting to try to get some spread damage going.
Right. I think the only thing that Michael, could potentially have to play around is just the Cape of Toughness. That's it.
Sure.
I mean, that's the only thing keeping Leafeon from taking easy one-hit knockouts on these Suicune, but with just a tough, what was it, Marnie? They don't say Marnie for game for nothing. Sometimes the four cards you find off the top of your deck are just not enough to get you what you need in order to keep up in this fast-paced standard format we have right now.
Andrew, I was so excited to see Greedent here on the stream, and we haven't even seen a Greedent V come into play yet.
I know. It's not looking good for our Greedent fella over here, I have to say. This might not be the Greedent show we had been hoping for. This is looking more like the Leafeon VMAX show.
And it looks like Michael will hold off on playing the Marnie in his hand, and I really like the decision of this as well. Your opponent didn't really do anything on their previous turn. They didn't play a supporter. They only attached an energy, and Zach just has nothing in hand, can only pass back to Michael, and Michael's going to just start playing pretty quickly.
Did Michael
here.
draw a card? I think Michael was so excited. There we go. Boom. All right, excellent. Michael was so excited to go get the boss that, these are just us dusting off the PTCGO cobwebs, okay?
Right.
Listen, on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, it draws the card for you.
Right.
you can't not draw the card. But as players get more accustomed to playing on the tabletop, making sure that all of the game actions get completed as intended. Good catch by the judge there, making sure that the game state was preserved. Boss's orders.
Yeah, that'll bring up the Suicune, which will go down to a Grass Knot. And that top deck for turn was actually a pretty good one. It was this capture energy.
Excuse me, what? Capture?
Yes, a capture energy, which will allow Michael to get down another Sobble here for the future turns, of course, and also gets the energy attachment to Leafeon VMAX on the bench to power that one up.
Yeah, and this is looking like a runaway match for Michael. I don't think that Zach has really any hope with just one prize remaining.
Yeah.
2 Leafeon VMAX completely evolved up, and another boss's orders, and just an easy knockout for that Leafeon. I can't believe. I mean, Leafeon is such a I don't want to say straightforward deck, but I mean it's just a beat stick, dude. I mean, look at this thing. I found myself saying this quite a bit, and here we go with the scoop, and Zach sees the writing on the wall. Yeah, this is a 6-0 happening. Yeah, no way to stop it.
Totally brutal. Zach just drew nothing off of that Marnie and was left with no options, and Michael, like you said, Leafeon just kind of gets into a groove and it plays itself out. It's straightforward, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's very strong, and we saw a great example of that here in this game.
I have to say, getting some comments in the chat, there's such a scooping in real life is so much more cathartic than it is scooping on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. You actually swear the term scoop comes from, because I'm going to take my cards, I'm gonna scoop them up, put them in my deck box.
Yep.
And I'm gonna get on out of here. All right. So great game from Michael, and we are going to be right back with an interview from Michael to see how he managed to go 5-0 with this Leafeon VMAX deck in just a moment. We will be right back. I am live with Michael Eden's 5-0 at the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event. My glasses are fogging up. Must be from all of that Leafeon action we were watching on stream. Congratulations, Michael. Tell us about your adventure to 5-0 here at the event.
Well, not how I wanted it to go, because the match I did not want was Leafeon mirror match.
Oh my gosh.
And the first two matches were Leafeon.
First two?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Thankfully, I went first, because I don't know how I would have got out of that. And then the next three matches were Suicune.
Okay.
So it's been pretty
And
same.
I think you took down Azul, right?
Yeah, that was
With that must have been huge. So where are you from? And where'd you make the trip from?
from West Virginia.
Okay,
Charleston,
nice.
West Virginia. So
Awesome.
me and my brother just traveled up here this morning, and the first tournament. It's fun.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I just met you guys before this final round. So this is your first paper tournament, you said?
Yeah, first in-person tournament.
That's amazing. Well, congratulations, 5-0. You should be able to just intentional draw your final two rounds and guarantee top 8, if that's something that you want to do. But you're guaranteed some cash if you are in a situation where you can intentional draw your final two matches. What led you to want to pick Leafeon for today's event? Had you been practicing with the deck much, or is this kind of a deck you just chose on a whim?
Well, I picked it up ever since it came out.
Okay.
It's just grass. So I love grass.
That's awesome.
And
I love touching grass.
yeah, me too. You know, just for the record, the theme song is "Welcome to the Jungle." In case anybody
Okay.
needs to know.
All right.
So if you see me rolling up in the top 8,
welcome to your walkout song is "Welcome to the Jungle."
Yeah.
I think that we could probably orchestrate that. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
Everybody at home, okay. Next time Michael's on stream, just if you could queue up, "Welcome to the Jungle" on your
Please.
own computers. Yeah, you'll get the whole experience.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not
Yeah.
the yeah.
I can't for DMCA reasons. but-
Well, of course. But yeah. So and then I just been playing with it, and been playing online with it because that's all I, really play. Besides with my brother,
Yeah.
So it's been fun. I've okay, for the record, I've gone first every round.
That is one way to go 5-0. Yeah,
Yeah.
going first, turn to attack Leafeon.
Yep, that's been the thing. Not letting Suicune get set up.
Yeah, Suicune was a deck that I thought could win this whole event because it has such a good single strike matchup. Single strike is a deck that was probably going to be popular with anticipation of Mew, and then here comes Leafeon, just going to which seems like it might be bad against the Mew deck.
You'd think.
But if the Mew deck gets a lot of hate and is not really relevant, then Leafeon is that deck, which I think you made the perfect meta call for today.
Yeah, I was hoping I wouldn't face any, but
The Mew
here we are.
free retreat is a little bit tough considering that you do more damage for the amount of retreat cost that the opponent has. But anyways, is there anyone you want to shout out or anything like that? Anybody that helped you build your deck?
Yeah, I'll shout out my brother Justin. This has been fun. Our nephew, because of my nephew, his son, we got into it just on Chilling Rain. So it's been fun. And hi DJ, he watches you all the time. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for making the trip out, and congratulations on 5-0 so far. It's been fantastic to watch all of these exciting games. So good luck in the rest of your rounds, and hopefully we'll be seeing you in top 8.
Awesome. Thanks.
Getting ready for the 6th round. We have got an exciting match.
Oh no.
But oh no.
Oh, it could be over.
This could be it.
Okay, I don't think Luke had a quick ball in hand, so I think we are okay, but that is definitely a little scary. Okay. Well, we do have Connor Fenton on the right, who is playing Mew VMAX with Accelgor, the Fusion Strike deck.
I just want to say I got laughed at for playing Accelgor on stream the other day, but I think Accelgor is pretty cool.
It is pretty interesting for just 1 energy. Well, I guess 3 energy when you move from the bench to the active spot. Sorry, for 3 energy, it does 120 damage. But if you moved from the bench to the active spot during that turn, it can be used for just a grass energy. Very solid attack. Really efficient as well on a 1-prizer. And Connor has deemed it worthy to play in his deck this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's a neat alt attacker because it hits for grass weakness, right? It can one-hit KO those Umbreon VMAX just with a little help from Power Tablet. Also just a nice single prizer, right? Which can be used to trade favorably with Pokemon VMAX. It has synergy with the switch cards that you might be using to...
Like Cross Switcher?
No, the real switch cards, like Switch and Escape Rope that you might be playing to help switch your Mew VMAX in and out of the active position and Mew's Free Retreat.
Oh, sigh of relief for Connor there.
Yes. Fortunately, Connor did not lose. Now, this is a really... Oh, and a whiff. It's a really interesting list from Connor. This is a turboed out Mew VMAX list with Cram-O-Matics.
Cram-O-Matic, a new item card from Fusion Strike where you can only play this card if you discard a item card from your hand.
No!
Oh, it's just a pass.
That's it?
Luke just needs 1 basic Pokemon to put on the bench and a water energy, and that's the game.
This is so sad.
Oh, no.
Connor is just going to have to scoop this one up. Yeah, Luke, so long as there is literally anything in this deck, and Connor just sitting here watching it like, well, you can't have prized all the Sobbles, right?
Yep, and all...
Oh,
he's just... Oh, he's just... Oh, no.
Oh, no, not like this. I am here with Luke Shepik, now 5-1 at the Full Grip Games 1K. Congratulations, Luke. How you doing?
Yeah, it's been great. I'm up here with a bunch of guys from Kalamazoo. There's 7 of us.
Wow,
in,
that's awesome.
We've tested a lot.
Yeah.
And our crew has been great this year and showed up with what I think is the second best deck that can beat the best deck.
Okay.
And it's been a trip so far today. So
that's awesome. Yeah, I think that it looks as if Suicune was a great call for the event. I have to imagine you were enticed by its good single strike matchup,
exactly.
Right? Yeah. So what is your route been like so far to 5-1? What decks were you able to beat, and then what was your 1 loss?
So my 1 loss, I'll start with that one because I think this deck is amazing.
Okay.
And it is very not normal. It is Suicune Greedent VMAX.
Oh, you have the Greedent VMAX in here?
Yes.
Oh, we didn't get to see it.
Oh, no, I don't have it. That was my loss.
Oh, that was your loss?
Yes.
Oh.
So, and I think he's 5-1 as well.
Yes. No, we did get to see him on stream. Yeah.
So, and his start, it's unstoppable against every Sobble deck in format. He goes Greedent, Powerful Energy, pass, turn 2, Greedent VMAX, attach Powerful. Literally any Sobble is 1-shot 3 prizes at that point. So you can't even bench anything. So I was sitting there flustered the whole game, like, how do I win?
This is insane. Like, you can't prepare for Greedent VMAX.
No,
surely that was not on your radar.
No.
Or even like in your testing circle.
Nope.
I doubt you guys had Greedent VMAX queued up,
Yep. So that was a flustering one, just sitting there like, I guess I just lose. But we gave it a whirl, and then the rest of the day has been pretty smooth. That match obviously was not so great for Connor.
Unfortunate,
but, hey, it was still even close for me. I barely got there because I had no draw in hand. I just had Rare Candy Inteleon ping for 20 and hit the magic number of 80.
There we go. Yeah.
The rest of the day, I played Shadow Rider twice somehow. Brave Souls coming here with Shadow Rider with everything new. Still a good deck, but a lot of dark out there.
There is a lot of dark out there, which I think a lot of players are choosing Suicune. Zul picked Suicune as well. It's just a great call for the tournament today. It was at the beginning of the day, once I saw players were showing up with Suicune, I was like, I think this is going to be the deck that potentially takes down the whole event.
Yep.
So are there any bad matchups that you're worried about? You're 5-1 now. You will probably be able to ID into top 8, so guarantee your spot there. Is there anything you don't want to see in top 8?
Yes. There was a 4-1 that was a few tables away from me who was playing Jolteon VMAX.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be a no-go.
Don't want to see that one. They win in 3 attacks.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Uh-huh.
That's bad. I also played against Eternatus.
Okay.
And he just sat there with Weezing in the active for a million years. And that's tough, too.
Yes.
If you can't find the switching cards.
Right.
So I don't like that matchup. It's pretty favorable for Suicune, but it's just agonizing to play against if they get Weezing turn 1 with Bouchake or sitting there with Ascension. So, but otherwise, I don't really feel too bad about any of the matchups out there.
What about Leafeon?
Leafeon's tough.
It is a little bit tough. Yeah, I've seen a couple Leafeon out there. I know they're floating around at least.
I didn't see any at the top tables. I think there was one that was at 3-1, and then they lost, and I felt good about that.
Okay.
Because
one... so at least not too many Leafeon out there.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah,
all right,
I think
all right.
maybe a handful, 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think at least there's one that might be 5-0. There's one
really?
5-0 Leafeon.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah, so we
Completely
saw
didn't.
them on stream. Yeah, so I think they got to ID last round. So I think they're definitely in top. That does seem like a tough matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're just 2 energy and they're doing 240, right?
Yep.
Which is insane. But congratulations, Luke. It's been a pleasure talking to you here.
Thanks.
And is there anyone you want to shout out? Anyone from your team that maybe helped you test?
Yeah, so shout out to my brother, who finally I got him to start playing the game again a year and a half ago. We played all the time back in the mid-2000s.
Nice.
My friends and I, we play vintage formats all the time.
Oh, that's awesome.
They've been amazing for me to kind of get a different perspective on the game and evolve myself to playing a little more competitively next level. So they've been great. Cody, Matt, all my friends back in Kalamazoo at Odyssey. It's been a whirlwind getting that community set back up. Amazing community. We get 16 to 20 every Monday playing.
That's incredible.
Standard.
That's so sick.
So much fun.
That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys are having fun with the game, and it's been a pleasure having you here, Luke. Congratulations on your record so far, and good luck in your future games.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Gearing up for the 7th and final Swiss round of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event featuring Fusion Strike. We've got Joshua Bickle on the right versus Luke Shepik, who we just saw in the player interview say he really didn't want to see Jolteon VMAX.
No.
And this is, I think, his worst nightmare come to fruition.
Definitely an unfortunate series of events from Luke. And it's tough here. This is the only match where the players did not ID who were, going to be able to be into cut. So all of the people who were 5-1 or 5-0-1 were IDing to be able to guarantee or give themselves a good shot at cut. But Luke is not going to go down easily. He's got to try his hardest and do what he can to try to get himself a spot into the top 8. And if he can somehow pull off a win here in what should be a very tough matchup, he should put himself in a good spot to make that top 8.
And this is a series of unfortunate events for Luke. This is just a disaster happening, in slow motion. Now, Luke can win. I mean, it's possible. You got to play the game.
Right.
Anything can happen. But to explain to you guys exactly what the series of events that have occurred to help you appreciate it and just how unfortunate this is, Luke just won his last game against Connor, right? And went to 5-1. Luke, if he got to play against another 5-1, they would have been able to intentional draw to both guarantee themselves in top 8. However, Luke did get the 1 down pair to a 4-2. Now, Joshua Bickle has to play out and can't afford to ID in order to give himself the best chance of making top 8, because a 5-2 could maybe squeak in. I mean, you never know, especially with the down pair going any sort of way. You never know, right? So Josh is going to play, obviously, and does not want to ID because ID will get him into a bad spot. So Luke has to play the down pair, and the down pair then happens to be his worst matchup.
And there's the worst part too is that Luke could have played anyone else who was 4-2.
That's the thing.
And just
anyone else
happened to play against Joshua. And I'm sure Joshua is very happy to see Luke flip over a Lotad over on that side, because this matchup is very strong for Jolteon. Pretty much Luke's only hope was that Josh would not be able to set up, or maybe if Josh somehow misses an attack. Now, we did see Josh missed an energy drop on turn 1, so there is always a chance that no attack happens here, but regardless, Jolteon VMAX is in play. I am glad we get to feature Jolteon VMAX because we haven't had one on the stream yet, but it is a tough matchup for Luke.
Yeah, I mean, Suicune's weak to lightning. Jolteon only does 100 damage, but when you multiply that by 2, it's that's like twice as strong.
Well, intro to math with Andrew Mahone here on stream, and it isn't a one-hit KO directly, but Joshua has plenty of ways to get that extra bit of damage in play, be it the Galarian Zigzagoon, be it, of course, the quick shooting on Inteleon. Regardless of whatever it may be, Joshua is definitely feeling good in this matchup. Now, drawing 5 cards off of the Marnie does find the energy, but is not able to find the elemental badge. So Joshua actually could miss an attack here.
Could have to just pass it. It's an interesting question. Do we leave the Jolteon in the active or maybe retreat to another Pokemon? Is it correct to leave maybe the energy-less Jolteon in the active so that a Cheryl could potentially heal it later on in the match? Either way, I think so long as Josh just continues to get Sobble and Drizzile set up, there will be no chance that Josh misses the cards he needs to take key knockouts later on in the match. Honestly, just getting more Sobble into play is going to make it so that an Inteleon eventually hits the board, and as soon as Inteleon hits the board, that Jolteon's Max Thunder Rumble is swinging for enough damage to knock out those Suicune. And then what's so devastating about Max Thunder Rumble is that it also does 100 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon that has any damage counters on it. So it can easily take 3 prizes in a single turn, knocking out a Drizzile and a Suicune, and that is just that is going to be devastating for a deck like Suicune that wants to set up as many Drizzile as possible.
Not looking great for Luke, but Luke does get Capture Energy on to Suicune V. Is going to look through the deck and is eyeing up a Lotad. If there's a way into this game, it could involve some Ludicolo shenanigans. So you love to see Luke playing to his outs. It is certainly, we shouldn't count it out before the game has concluded because Luke is going to play his hardest. And if he plays well, you never know what could happen.
He can definitely do this. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch because Luke does not have to bring these Suicune into the active before they're ready to take big knockouts.
Yeah.
Luke is going to try to hit that 300 mark and do so maybe with a Gust, maybe with a Ludicolo, just do something to get the Suicune to take a one-hit KO on a Jolteon. If he could do that twice, he wins. So that is his route. I mean, he does trade well with Jolteons. It just so happens that it's hard to keep your Suicunes in play and powered up and ready to go if they're getting absolutely sauced and your Drizziles are getting sauced and
right.
all that going on.
Luke is going to be able to pull off a attack here with the Suicune if he wants to, that is. Does find the Quick Ball off of the second Drizzile, Shady Dealings, and Quick Ball can discard a Water Energy so that now Luke will be able to get that second energy attachment through the Melanie supporter. Great supporter, and we've seen it plenty of times because we have seen Suicune plenty of times on the stream. It definitely, I think coming in, maybe not a deck a lot of people expected, but as kind of an expected meta started to develop, Suicune seemed like a pretty solid play, and several players have played it. We've already got Azul Garcia Griego, who we saw on stream, has ID'd into cut, as well as, we've seen it a few other times on the stream here as well.
And I see that we are getting word, I think there's only 2 Jolteon decks at the event.
Oh, wow.
As far as the meta breakdown goes, so, that is a bad beat story for the ages for sure. But not yet. It could be David and Goliath tale that we got here with Luke potentially being able to take this one down. His board is starting to look really nice.
If it was against any other matchup, I would say there's no shot that Luke ever loses this game. But just considering the fact of how tough it is to win this game, that's it. It's just gonna be tough. I actually think Luke shouldn't go in and knock out this Sobble.
No, definitely not.
You're just opening yourself up to getting one hit KO'd by a Jolteon. So I think you just kind of pass here, force Joshua to have switch card, a scoop up net, something like that. Force Joshua's hand as opposed to just playing into what Joshua would love to see you do. But it looks like he might be going in for the attack.
Oh, yep. Here we go. Okay. Suicune's in the active. And fleet-footed.
Yep, can't forget it.
Did find a water. They already had a water in his hand, so he is going to be able to get another attachment down on the bench Suicune. That's good. Maybe putting the Suicune up in the active spot. I mean, alternatively, did he attach for turn?
Yeah, he did. He put that capture energy down. That was a pretty long turn there.
Okay, all right, cool. So I guess that there is some... because the turn 1 attachment was to the Lotad. That's right.
Yep.
Okay. I'm thinking that there is some logic to this for sure, though. I mean, you need those Lotads, right?
You do.
So you can't really afford to let both Lotad get knocked out.
Definitely not.
Or both Drizzle. Like, what's your other retreat? You retreat, Lotad into Sobble, and then it's, okay. Oh,
Joshua playing Jolteon Crushing Hammer. Not really something I feel like you see that often. The Crushing Hammer is thrown into this deck.
And I think the judge saying, let's roll a translucent die next time. Okay, yeah, listen. Keep it by the book. Okay, keep it by the book here. Now, if you are not used to playing paper cards or tabletop, you are supposed to roll a translucent die. You'll notice if you've ever purchased an Elite Trainer box, and if you're here, you probably have, then you have gotten those the die, and one of them's a coin flip die. It is translucent, right? So yes, that is to help make sure that they're not weighted in any kind of way.
Sure. And Joshua doesn't find the elemental badge, but has the energy search, which is, I would say, just as good in this spot, and finds the second energy attachment and the Galarian Zigzagoon. This is a key damage counter placement, and it looks like Josh is going to go ahead and put it on the active, and now Max Thunder Rumble will be dealing enough damage to one-hit KO Suicune, and Joshua now just needs to decide where to put the damage of the quick shooting Inteleon and what Pokemon on Luke's bench he wants to take down.
Right, and it is a tough choice. You've got the Drizzile, which obviously looks nice. I think that the Drizzile would be the one that I'm looking for. It's the most threatening. It can evolve into Inteleon, and who knows what kind of shenanigans you get into with a Shady Dealings Inteleon, getting 2 trainers out of the deck, right? You really open the door for a lot of the Wombo combos to come creeping in when you can do that. And also, it could theoretically allow Luke to hit the numbers he needs if he's able to rare candy into the Ludicolo, and then quick shooting once, and then attack with Suicune.
All right, are you ready for the plays, Andrew?
Give me the plays, Chip.
All right, Luke has to double Ludicolo. Ludicolo's ability does stack. You can deal an additional 100 damage for each one of those you put in play. I've actually done that before in a tournament. I did it to KO Dragapult VMAX in one hit using both of those abilities. So if somehow Luke can find the pieces to pull off a double enthusiastic dance, that would be enough to one-hit KO this Jolteon VMAX, and if Josh can't find a response energy plus an elemental badge, there's a chance Josh could miss a turn of attacks.
That certainly is a play, Chip. That certainly...
It's very hard to pull off.
I'm saying there are,
Luke's got a big hand, though.
No energy in play at this time, so Melanie needs to be the supporter for turn.
And that sees you a lot of cards.
Yeah, well, it's here. We've got the Melanie, right? So 3 cards. We already got the fleet-footed ability has been activated, so an additional card. And I have to say, Luke's hand is massive.
It is quite big. He certainly has plenty of options, plenty of things to work with. Drew the second Suicune, but I don't think I see even a single Ludicolo, let alone 2 in hand.
Nah, you might have 1 Evolution Incense to get a Drizzile or something, but that Drizzile is not going to be able to search out every piece of the puzzle that needs to come into play. And I guess the Cave of Toughness does make it so that this Suicune is not getting knocked out by Max Thunder Rumble. So that is nice.
Yeah, it does allow Suicune to potentially be able to hang on for a little bit. Joshua, I think, would actually have a pretty hard time ever KOing this Suicune, because even with a couple of quick shootings, you would need an additional 2 scoop up nets with Zigzagoon as well to pick up a one-hit KO. So it is a little bit of an ask. Alternatively, if Joshua, I'm not sure in his list if he has like a tool scrapper, that could be a potential answer. So it does look like he plays one copy.
And okay, so Luke is grabbing Rare Candy off of the Shady Dealings, and that is a nice Heart Gold Soul Silver Rare Candy.
Unleashed, I believe.
Unleashed reverse Rare Candy. They don't make reverse hollows like that anymore, Chip.
Certainly don't. I was always a big fan of the mirror foils personally.
Yeah, I know that those have a lot of fans because they're just so shiny.
Big fan.
Rare Candy Ludicolo.
Okay. There it is. 100 more damage will be added to all of Luke's basic Pokemon's attacks on this turn. Does he have the second one, Andrew? I don't see it in his hand necessarily.
I don't think so. He's trying to decide whether or not to bench another Suicune. I think you just ship it, right? Do as much damage as possible, and then try to clean up shop with maybe quick shooting the following turn. But obviously, the issue with that is that Josh can just deny the quick shooting Inteleon by knocking out another Drizzile with Max Thunder Rumble.
Oh, yeah, as long as Luke can bench one more basic Pokemon. He's actually just got the KO.
Oh, he's got the KO?
Yeah, he was able to find enough basic Pokemon. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to because so many got
No, he does have the KO.
out.
My math is trash. Yeah, it's just 200 plus 100. Yeah, Luke's got it. So he just needs to lay the Pokemon down.
Jolteon kind of weak with only 300 HP.
Yeah. Listen, math with Tricky Jim, okay? It's not...
Okay, Luke could win this game.
Dude!
Joshua needs to find the Tool Scrapper here. If Joshua finds the Tool Scrapper, the game is just over. Well, not necessarily. He needs Tool Scrapper, Elemental Badge, and a basic Lightning Energy or the Speed Lightning Energy, something like that. And, if there is this Sword and Shield Inteleon with Shady Dealings in the deck, that is likely going to be enough. As long as nothing is prized.
That's the idea. Josh, taking a minute on this Evolution Incense. There's got to be Elemental Badge in this deck, right? Where did the hammers come? You know, I'm thinking like where?
Yeah, where what
did
space?
Whenever you see Crushing Hammers in a list, usually you're like, okay, there was some concession.
Something had to get cut.
Had to give, right? Because you can't fit it all. There are 2 Elemental Badge in the list, so that is a card that is in there. And there's only 1 Boss's Orders. That is a lower count than I think I usually see.
So if Josh misses this knockout, and then, well, we can't Evolution Incense for a Tool Scrapper. Yeah, I gotta grab the Sword and Shield Inteleon here. I think I do that all the time where I'm like thinking just a little too far ahead, you know?
Yeah, there we go. So Shady Dealings against Tool Scrapper and Scoop Up Net.
Pick up the Zigzagoon.
And then that's game, right? If he's got Scoop Up Net,
right?
he's just like piecing it all together.
Yeah, as long as it's in the deck.
If he's got Scoop Up Net, there it is. Yep, and you Scoop Up Net the Zigzagoon, you ping the Drizzile.
Well, no, he still needs the energy and the Elemental Badge. Let's not forget.
He needs all of that.
Yes.
Oh, this is true.
But this is a big piece of the puzzle, though.
This is a big piece
of
the puzzle.
Arguably the harder piece to find.
Yes, he still needs Energy Badge. This is true. But I think he probably has a draw supporter he's going to play and just hoping to just rip it. It is tough.
Has a Marnie in hand. I think Research is definitely the better one.
Oh, here we go. Research for 7 cards. Energy Elemental Badge.
And that's game.
Wins the game. Does Joshua find it? And there it is.
Slams it down.
And that is going to be game. Joshua Bickle finishing off the Suicune deck with Max Thunder Rumble. Just 2 attacks to win that game.
Very quick game. Josh able to take it down. You can see why this matchup is so tough for the Suicune players. And Joshua able to capitalize on a favorable matchup and finds himself winning the last round here at the Full Grip Games 1K.
And again, great games from Luke. That is a tough way to have the run end. Maybe there's some hope for a 5-2 to squeak into top 8. I don't know. Yeah, Chip is giving me the there's 180 players here or something. 80 players.
There's 8 players with a 5-1-1 or better record.
Ooh, yeah, it's not happening for the 5-2s, but top 16 dreams, you know?
Yeah.
I think there is some Fusion Strike pack prizing for top 16, so they're not going to walk away entirely empty-handed. Let's get into our player interview with Joshua. We'll be right back. I am here with Josh, who just finished 5-2 at the Full Grip Games 1K. Congratulations, Josh.
Thank you.
How'd you like playing Jolteon today, and what led you to want to play Jolteon at today's event?
Jolteon's my favorite Pokemon. The fact that there's a meta-relevant version of the card is pretty exciting for me.
That's awesome. Yeah, so just playing your favorite card and doing well with it. Is this the card that you've been playing since Evolving Skies came out?
It's been my main deck for the most part, yeah.
Nice.
Bounced between a couple others, but Jolteon's been the most reliant.
And where are you from? Where'd you make the trip from?
Cleveland.
Nice.
So not very far.
Nice. Well,
mostly go to Sandusky for league stuff, though.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for making the trip down today for the 1K. Now, did you get to play against a lot of Suicunes today? I think
First one.
That was your first
one.
Suicunes all over the place.
First one. I played 2 Ice Riders. Never played down a Suicune, though.
No. Yeah, it seemed like Suicune. I think we've had Suicune on stream like 3 times today.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't even seen it around me.
Oh, that's tough. That is tough for sure. But what was your toughest matchup today? What were the 2 losses?
Well, 1 loss is because I can't count.
Oh,
I put down
me
the
neither.
wrong.
I've been messing up all day.
I put down the wrong number on one of my cards, so I got an auto loss for that.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, just with the deck list error.
Yep, the deck list error. And then the other loss was to a Mew VX Genesect, which I was dreading all day.
Yeah,
I ran into one.
That is tough. Yes, they can hit 300.
Well, it wasn't even hitting 300. It's just I didn't realize that Mew had that attack that shuffled it all back to the deck.
Oh,
hadn't read
and
the new
they
card.
Can completely heal themselves.
Completely heal themselves. Yep.
That I think is that is a nightmare matchup, most definitely.
It was rough.
Yeah, but I think you should be good for a top 16 finish at the 1K.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, so congratulations on that.
You.
And is there anybody that you traveled with here today, or any friends you want to shout out while you're here?
I didn't travel with anyone, but I met my friend Tyler and my friend John up here.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Well, good stuff. Thank you so much for joining us today,
Well,
Josh.
thanks
and
for having me.
Congrats on the 5-2 record.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll be seeing you around Full Grip again sometime soon.
Hopefully.
Yo, what is up, everybody? We are getting ready for top 8 of the Full Grip Games 1K. Chip, this has been an amazing event so far.
Oh, yeah. What a great tournament. We've seen some incredible play from a lot of players over the course of the day, and it's all accumulated into our final top 8 standings, and there are some incredible players who have made top 8 in today's event.
There are, and I have some assets here that, listen, okay, this is not going to be the smoothest transition in the world, but I have some assets I'm going to, okay, here we are, and there it is. These are our top 8 players from the, I guess I could have done that, maybe offline, but
yeah, you also didn't have to draw the attention to it. Now everyone knows it wasn't smooth. If you just did it, no one probably even thought anything about it.
Even thought anything about it. We've got our top 8 players right here. John Mastovi, first 601 record,
incredible,
with Weezing Crobat.
I don't think you could have told me that. First off, if someone told me that someone was going to be playing Crobat VMAX in their deck today, I would have been like, that's cool. I guess they'll be done after round 2 or 3.
Round 2, yep.
And if you had told me that Crobat VMAX was going to make top 8, I definitely would not have believed you. So huge props to John on that. Incredible. It is just a 1 Crobat VMAX, but that's definitely like the coolest part of the deck, right?
Oh, it's a Crobat VMAX. Listen, if you have 1 Crobat VMAX in your deck, you a Crobat VMAX deck.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's not like you got a whole Crobat VMAX deck over there. I guess it's a Galarian Weezing. That's the backbone of the deck. But still,
yes,
a
definitely.
Galarian Weezing Crobat deck. John Mastovi is our top seed going into top 8. A familiar face, Azul Garcia Griego.
You guys might have heard of this guy.
Yeah, you might have heard of this guy. Finishing in second place as far as our top seeds go, and is going to be locked for top 8 with a record of 6-1. Actually played against Benjamin Merritt, I believe, in his last Swiss round.
That is correct.
Who was playing the Inteleon VMAX deck.
The Rapid Strike deck, that we got to feature earlier on with the Path to the Peaks, kind of the interesting build of Inteleon VMAX. It was a close game. I ended up watching the end of that one, and it came down to Azul being able to find his last boss's orders to close it out.
Yeah, and I think that those two had already played. So Azul was 5-1, and Benjamin was 5-0-1.
Correct.
Heading into their last round, they decided to just play because
they didn't know what was going to happen on the stream game. They didn't know the stream game matchup, knowing that Luke had hit such a bad matchup. I think maybe if they had known that, they would have gone ahead and just ID'd because, I mean, as we saw, Jolteon is just really good against Suicune. But because of the knowledge that they had at the time, Azul felt like his resistance was not good enough. Regardless of if Benjamin won, lost, or ID'd, at a 5-0-1 record, he was going to be in a good spot to potentially make top 8 anyway. So Azul was like, let's just play it out. And Azul ended up getting the win.
Yeah, and we see some other players that we got to see throughout the day. Trevor Redding, so that's Tankman from the Twitch chat. If you guys watch Gym Leader Challenge videos, Tankman is featured in like half of them because Tankman loves playing Gym Leader Challenge. We got Trevor with a record of 5-1-1 with that Suicune Ludicolo deck. Suicune is, I think, the most represented deck with 2 Suicune decks in top 8, but we've got a very diverse top 8 on our hands with Leafeon VMAX. We got to see Michael play. Michael said that he went first every single match.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, every single game in our interview. Interview, Michael's like, I went first every single game with Leafeon, even in the mirrors. Yep.
That's usually a recipe for success.
I was like, that's one way to go 5-0 for sure. So 5-0 with Leafeon VMAX. That there's no secrets there. That is how you do that.
Yep.
But Zacian, Zamazenta, I don't think we got to see Andrew play yet, so excited to see what Andrew's going to be bringing to the table. Tyler Palmason with Shadow Rider Calyrex. And then, this guy, Grant Manley.
Grant's pretty good at Pokemon, I'd say. Ends up making it in here to top 8. In the 6th seed, rocking Single Strike Urshifu VMAX.
Yeah, and this is... the Urshifu version actually played against my buddy Alex Holtz in their win-in situation. Apparently.
Yeah, win in to be able to ID in type situation, right? Yeah.
And came down to the final prize. It was so close.
They had a very close game.
Gave Alex a hug afterwards. I was talking to him about it because Alex is a longtime friend of mine. And Chip was explaining to Alex what the cards did last night because they were all in Japanese. And, because it's my single strike deck. And Alex was like, you know what? This deck was broken, but Urshifu is really good, and Umbreon just doesn't do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
We're like, that's going to be a tough one there. Yeah. So unfortunate for Alex, but Grant showing that the Urshifu deck is still a deck to contend with in this format. Now, are there any absences of anything that's surprising to you here? Anything you expected to see in top 8, Chip, that we're not seeing?
Well, I think the biggest things to take away is there's no Mew.
No Mew.
No Gengar.
No Gengar.
And the best finishing new Fusion Strike card is Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX.
Oh, my career is maybe over. Would not have been what I told you just 12 hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely surprising.
It's going to be some Gengars. It's going to be, at least one Mew squeak in at least.
Surely.
We'll be able to run the gauntlet. No, too many single strike decks here today, I think, for Mew to really have its time to shine. And Gengar actually just kind of conceding its single strike spot, I think, to the Urshifu, which is just, and even just hearing that story of just the mirror match. I mean, how is Gengar going to be able to overcome Urshifu in the mirror?
Yeah, I've seen some people running around with lists that play, it's like a Gengar, Houndoom, Inteleon deck. It's so you're just really focused on Gengar and being able to attack with that second attack for the big damage as quickly as possible. And Inteleon is obviously the best consistency engine. So it feels a little counterintuitive, right? Playing this rapid strike Pokemon in your single strike deck. But I've seen some lists on Twitter. It actually looks pretty interesting. So maybe that's the best fit for Gengar, actually.
Mixing your battle styles is disgusting.
Hey, Deoxys did it first, though.
Deoxys already did it. Yeah. So any early predictions on what you think, which deck you think is going to come out on top? Or is there any deck that you're particularly rooting for in our top 8? And again, for Chad, if you're watching live, what deck are you hoping to see finish on top after our top 8?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Andrew does. Andrew's actually someone I know from my area. He rode up here with Grant Manley. He wasn't planning to come to this tournament. We told him about it about a week ago, and he was like, yeah, sure, I'll go. And he showed up, made top 8, got into the top 8 at the 4th seed, playing his Zacian Zamazenta deck. Andrew has not been playing for that long. I think he said his first competitive set was whenever Team Up came out, so not that long. And he's going to be playing against Tyler who's playing the Shadow Rider deck. And Zamazenta is pretty good against Shadow Rider.
Chip,
so.
I got some bad news for you, man.
What's that?
Team Up that's a pretty old set at this point, man.
That is true. I mean,
listen, if you've been playing, if you've been playing since Team Up, you've been doing this for years.
That's true. It feels like yesterday, Pikachu and Zekrom.
Yeah. You've been doing it for years. You are now officially an old head if you've been playing since X and Y. You're officially old if you've been playing
true.
that
I mean,
long.
my first set was Breakthrough. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What does that make you? Ancient?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Me, I seen too much, man. I've seen it all. Black and white.
I've got these
Heart gold, soul silver.
memories I can't get out of my head.
For me personally, I mean, I want to see.
It makes you an ancestor.
An ancestor, yeah, founding father. I really want to see Benjamin take down this tournament. The Basculin plays. I think my favorite moment from the stream so far had to be when Benjamin slammed down that Basculin.
Oh, incredible.
I mean, my heart leapt.
It was awesome. And I will say, John, when he found out that he was playing against Benjamin, he was not excited. He seemed to feel like it is not a great matchup. Benjamin plays 4 Cheryl in his deck. John, relies on ability locking with Weezing. Once Benjamin gets up and running, if Benjamin can just find the Rapid Strike energy, he doesn't really need his abilities. So it could be a tough matchup for John Mastoy.
I actually think that Benjamin's probably in a great spot with that matchup because he one-hit KOs the Weezing.
That's true.
And with Cheryl being able to glance off hits, it could be tough. But that being said, if there's no switch happening, then even with the Cheryl, that's going to take 4 damage counters. Maybe a Sableye comes in, smacks, and then Poison will finish it off, right?
Yeah, and it really could be Benjamin's tournament to take down if things go the way we would maybe think they would. 1 versus 8 would play the winner of 4 versus 5, right? So if Andrew beats the Shadow Rider, which I feel like is a good matchup for the Zacian Zamazenta deck, Zamazenta is very good against Shadow Rider, then I feel like Benjamin's deck's pretty good against Zacian Zamazenta. Power Plant, heavy copies of that.
The Power Plant, what year are we in?
Path to the Peak is pretty strong. Cheryl to heal those VMAXs. I feel like Benjamin would be pretty favored there. And then if you look at the other side of the bracket, we have Azul versus Trevor in the Suicune Ludicolo mirror. It could go either way, but I think if you had to ask me who I'd pick, I mean, I'd be hard-pressed to pick against Azul, one of the best players in the game. I'm sure Trevor's going to give him a run for his money, but, Azul, it's hard to count him out. And then Leafeon by Michael going to be up against Grant. I feel like that's a pretty good matchup for Leafeon. So if things go that way, Leafeon will be playing against Suicune, and then Suicune has a pretty tough time against Leafeon, as we've seen on this stream today. Yep. So we could have a Leafeon versus Inteleon in the finals. I don't think either of us would have predicted that.
Yeah.
They could break down like that. This is just a hypothetical, of course.
Hypothetical breakdown.
But based on how matchups look, that is a realistic path for these players.
I think it is. And I like Leafeon. You know what?
Yeah.
Leafeon's a cool deck. It's simple. It's not full of itself. It's not trying to do too much.
Right.
It's just a nice beat stick deck. So I rock with Leafeon. I think Leafeon doesn't get enough credit. It's consistent. It attaches energy to itself. Fantastic. And it gets to play Galar Mine, doing something a little bit different, okay? Off the beaten path, not just playing Path to the Peak or Crystal Cave or something like that. So, I like the Leafeon deck. And then, of course, I got to be rooting for the Rapid Strike Inteleon deck. It's the new card from
It'll be
Fusion
harder
Strike.
against it after the game we saw earlier today.
Yeah, I think so. So, let us know on Twitter if what you're rooting for. Make sure to at the Full Grip Games TCG accounts there that we've got on the screen, and you can hashtag play Pokemon as well, and in the Twitch chat, if you're watching here on Twitch, let us know what deck you are rooting for in this Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event. Again, we've got $1,000 of cash in the prize pool for these top 8 competitors, with a $400 prize for first place, and I do think that there might be some additional prizing on the line.
I have heard talk of some Fusion
Whispers,
Strikes.
yes. I have heard whispers of additional prizing too. So this is just the 1Ks. That's the minimum. I think that they're competing for a lot more than that, and we'll let you guys know the specifics when we get back after this short break. So don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back with top 8 of the Full Grip Games 1K in just a moment. We are getting ready for top 8 of the Full Grip 1K. All 80-plus players have been whittled down to just 8 finalists in this Fusion Strike tournament. Chip, what do we got as far as our top 8 match that we're going to be showing off on stream?
Yeah, the match we're going to have is going to be Michael Edens going up against Grant Manley. Now, we featured Michael earlier on today with his Leafeon VMAX deck, an extremely strong deck. Michael is the only player playing it in the top 8, but we talked about it a little earlier. It is in a solid position here in this top 8 match, going up against Grant Manley, who's an incredible player, but he's playing the Single Strike Urshifu VMAX deck, and this is a pretty solid matchup on paper for the Leafeon player.
This is not what you want to see. Umbreon is weak to grass.
Yes.
Which is, for the video game watchers at home, they are going to be like, what? Just trust us.
Grass equals bug.
Grass equals bug.
Leafeon not bug, but Leafeon grass.
Leafeon grass. Don't worry about it, all right? Umbreon weak to grass. That's going to make this a tough matchup. And then Urshifu V's got a retreat cost of 2 with Galarian in play. That's a retreat cost of 4 and an easy 240 damage for Leafeon's grass not attack. So this should be a pretty good matchup for the Leafeon deck. But, of course, Grant Manley is a fantastic player, and anything can happen. Nothing's guaranteed in Pokemon. Got to sit down on the table and play.
Definitely. And if Grant can get off some quick gusts with Umbreon VMAX, if Michael only gets down 1 energy on a Leafeon, I think Michael's ideal situation would be to attach to one Leafeon and then greening cells onto the other Leafeon. If Michael doesn't do that and only has 1 Leafeon with an energy on it, Grant can theoretically just gust that Leafeon up, knock it out. All of a sudden, Michael doesn't have a way to attack that turn.
Right, and I think that it's going to be these kinds of plays, looking for those kinds of routes, that's going to give Grant an opportunity in this match. It does look like players are getting set up for the top 8 match. It's going to be best of 3, 60 minutes. So they have 60 minutes to complete the best 2 out of 3, and the player who wins 2 of those matches is going to advance to top 4. Let's get into this game and see what these players have got for us.
And it does look like things have just gotten underway. Grant Manley starts off, it looks like a Capture Energy was played, bringing down Houndour, and a Quick Ball will grab that Urshifu VMAX. Now, I did talk to Grant a little bit about this specific matchup, and he recognized that it's a pretty bad one for him on paper, but talked about how one of the keys for him would be to go first. And it looks like Grant has achieved that, at least, going first here, and now he's going to have to hope that Michael does not get 2 Grass Energy on 2 different Leafeon.
And this is a great turn 1 setup from Grant. Having 2 Houndour in play with the Urshifu V on the bench, just a very solid setup. And Michael just having to go for a Marnie, shuffle both players' decks, and he's going to get 5 cards off the top.
Not the best turn 1 supporter, and not being able to play any cards before playing the Marnie certainly less than ideal, but hoping to see a better set of 5 cards. Wants to get some Sobbles in play, but also really wants to get another Leafeon down if he can. And it looks like it is just this Leafeon in the active spot will be the only Leafeon that Michael has access to this turn, which opens up a huge window for Grant.
Yeah, this is exactly what you don't want to see, is Michael, right? Michael would love to have 2 energy in play turn 1, 1 energy on each Leafeon.
Right,
That's
exactly.
like the safest board state to have against this Urshifu deck. But Grant going first, already with an energy on Umbreon, can very easily ramp to 200 damage to take a knockout on this Leafeon V this next turn. And with no other way to get a Leafeon and no other way to get any more Sobble, Michael's just going to have to hope that Grant doesn't have it.
That's really all Michael can do, and Grant doesn't even need Umbreon VMAX here. Umbreon V will do enough, provided 2 single strike energy get attached, either 1 from hand and 1 from the deck with single strike roar, or 2. And it will just be the greening cells from Michael. Now, Grant, top decks, I think the
Great Ball?
Great Ball, which could find the Umbreon that he desperately needs.
Does need to,
Or excuse me, the Hound. I was thinking Houndoom, but my mouth said said Umbreon.
It's just the dog or the fox thing or okay, they're all dark Pokemon. Yes, the Houndoom with single strike roar. Single strike roar.
One of the best abilities in the game right now. Anything that accelerates energy like that, just from the deck, it thins your deck, and it also adds energy acceleration, and the fact that it gets single strike energy, which boosts your damage output. All of these things combine to make the single strike deck one of the most powerful in the format right now.
And you know what they say about thinning, Chip?
Thinning is winning, baby.
That's what they say. And with single strike roar, being able to get that single strike energy from the deck onto Umbreon V, it will also put a damage counter, put 2 damage counters on the Umbreon V, which fulfills the requirement of Umbreon V's attack to do more damage.
And this is actually smart from Grant. Normally you would think, why wouldn't you single strike roar before playing your supporter for turn? But Grant actually needs 2 single strike energy. So by playing the Marnie first, he increases his chances to draw 1, which normally you don't want to do, but if he was to draw 1 and then single strike roar, he would still be able to do enough damage to pick up the KO. And Grant doesn't find the single strike energy, but he finds the next best thing, the second copy of Houndoom, which will allow this Umbreon to now swing for a 1-hit knockout on Leafeon.
And that Leafeon is a goner, Chip, unless there are 4 single strike energy in the prizes or 3.
3.
Yeah, unless there are 3 in the prizes, and you see Grant very quickly double single strike roar. That Umbreon V is going to be taking a turn 2 knockout. Yeah, Grant, just go first. That is the strategy from Grant. We see that strategy playing out exactly as planned.
Grant debating what to get with this capture energy is just going to eye up the next Houndour. I think that's a safe bet, considering that single strike Urshifu VMAX is already on the bench. Single strike Urshifu VMAX is incredibly strong, but its Gmax 1 blow does take a ton of energy in order to utilize.
And with 1 capture energy already on the Urshifu VMAX, I mean, Grant has set up checkmate already. There is nothing I don't think that Michael can do about this. With a Urshifu VMAX with an energy already on the bench, its Gmax 1 blow attack is going to be able to easily clean up whatever Leafeon may get evolved, as unlikely as that is, because if Michael does bench a Leafeon, just 1 Umbreon VMAX, that thing's coming up into the active position, and Grant can take another knockout.
Michael's got to play to his outs here, of course, is going to try his best, hope that Grant maybe, it's always possible for Grant to miss either a boss's orders or miss an Umbreon VMAX. However unlikely it may be, it is still certainly possible, and we've seen those situations come up. No matter how guaranteed it seems something may be, you can't ever count it out in a game.
We were just
Pokemon.
talking about how bad this matchup seemed for Grant.
I mean, hey,
now look at us, Grant running away with game 1. I think in situations like this, if I'm Michael, even though you don't need to scoop, maybe you're going to, you're just going through the motions, trying to figure out more about your opponent's deck. I think at this point, if I am continuing to play this game out, It's just to maybe find out a little bit more about my opponent's deck.
Right. This is a closed deck list tournament, different from the online events. So Michael just maybe wanting to gain a little bit of information, though. I would say it's pretty likely that Michael is well aware of most of what's in Grant's deck because the single strike deck has been around for quite a while at this point, and usually lists don't differentiate too much from one another.
Right. I mean, there's not really too much to discover about single strike Urshifu VMAX at this point. We have definitely seen this deck around, but for me, it's like I don't really want to sit here and just get battered by the deck. I mean, it does a lot. It does a lot mentally as well, because you got to figure Grant might have been going into this matchup feeling a little uncertain, right? But instead is now just gaining confidence. Is like, wow, okay, I'm really leading the charge. Gonna show this Leafeon deck what's up. If I'm Michael, I like to just scoop up my cards here, and we're gonna go to game 2, and I'm gonna go first, and then you're gonna see how that feels. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and if Michael goes first and has the ideal setup, it is a hard. I mean, even though it looks great for Grant in this spot, this matchup really on paper is a tough one for the single strike deck.
Right. And the tough thing about losing the coin flip for Michael is that Grant has the opportunity now to do this twice.
Right.
Right. Because Michael lost the coin flip, and Grant is going to be able to use Umbreon and Houndoom to target down Leafeon early in this game 1, as we're seeing. Maybe Michael goes first game 2 and is really able to establish a dominant board state with multiple Leafeon and knock out Umbreons easily. But then going into game 3, Grant will get to go first, and yeah, that could make this very challenging.
And Grant has boss's orders, chooses to bring up Leafeon V, attaches a single strike energy to single strike Urshifu VMAX, and I think Michael is just kind of sitting here thinking, let's go to game 2.
Let's scoop her up. Yeah, I'm cool on that. 2 energy Leafeons. There might not have even been another grass left in the deck at that point to even attack. You're just gonna want to save some face and shake that one off. Try to get into the next game. Dang, Chip.
Well, that game went actually just perfectly for Grant.
Yeah.
Grant walked me through exactly what he needed to do to win, and that exact situation is what occurred.
And it was. I did not expect that to be what we were going to see, but that is the power of the single strike deck. That's why single strike is such a dominant archetype in the Pokemon TCG right now. Umbreon really did unlock this deck's potential, I think.
Absolutely. Single strike Urshifu VMAX came out in Chilling Reign, and it was kind of just overshadowed by the Rapid Strike
Did you
counterpart.
Say single strikers came out in Chilling Reign?
Battle Styles.
That would have been Battle Styles, yeah.
A little before even, sorry. And it was just always overshadowed by Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX.
Yes.
Getting my sets a little confused there.
Yeah,
but
the Battle Style brothers.
But then finally with Evolving Skies, Umbreon VMAX comes out, and we got to the point where there were just so many good single strike cards that it was impossible for the deck not to succeed.
Exactly. I think that we're really starting to see single strike come into its own. We've got Gengar, we've got Umbreon, a lot of really, really cool cards added to the pool of playable single strike cards. Let's get down on the table and see what these players are going to have in store for us on the second game, with Michael going first, presumably.
And players are drawing their opening hands. Grant having a couple of Houndours. Not too bad. You do want to get plenty of them in play, and Michael is going to go ahead and start with a mulligan, and I think looking at that 7-card hand, he is quite thankful to start with a mulligan, because there was not much going on there.
No, indeed. That is the thing about the Pokemon TCG. If you don't open a basic Pokemon, you shuffle the hand back into the deck. Sometimes when you're playing Pokemon, or if you transition from Magic the Gathering, you open a bad hand and you're like, why can't I just mulligan this? Right? In Magic, there is the opportunity to forcibly mulligan a hand, which is kind of interesting, because you shuffle the hand back into the deck and then you draw one less card. or you draw one, I think there's a new way they do it now. You draw 7, but then you have to put 1 on the bottom of the deck, right? Which is interesting. If they did that with Pokemon, I think some decks would be too broken.
You think so?
If you get to choose your opening hand, basically,
Sure.
you could just keep rolling your opening hand until you get the broken opening hand.
Michael going first, draws for turn, and already things are looking much better. Double quick ball in hand, a grass energy as well. We'll see kind of the dream setup, I feel like. No supporter in hand, but there is that Shady Dealings Drizzile, and one of these 2 quick balls will certainly be grabbing a Sobble.
Yes, I think that this is a fine opening hand for Michael, and the thing about it is the Leafeon is safe. The Sobble, it's safe. He doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff getting gusted up and knocked out early. And Michael is going to be able to lead the charge with the Leafeon VMAX on turn 2, threatening all of Grant's Pokemon V that he will presumably be trying to evolve into play.
Umbreon VMAX is an incredible Pokemon, but it has one shining downfall in this matchup specifically, and that is the grass weakness. And that is what Michael is eyeing up to capitalize on as Greening Cells gets used and an extra energy gets added to that Leafeon V. Grant starts with a Great Ball, getting to look at the top 7 cards of his deck and finding any Pokemon he wants to put it into his hand. Surely looking for something like a Single Strike Urshifu V or a Houndour, but didn't find even any of those options.
Yeah, and with the Evolution Incense being played, you have to wonder, is this hand dead?
It might be, and this is usually what you'll see players do in a spot like this. Just thin one card out of the deck and hope that that increases their odds to draw something better on the top deck next turn. And if this is the case, it could be a quick game 2, and we could be going to a game 3 before we know it, Andrew.
Right.
He's just thinning it. He's maybe thinning it out of the hand for a Crobat here.
Could be doing that. We'll see what Grant's hand looks like. Hopefully it's not dead. I think Natalie asked me before top 8, do we need 75 minutes for top 8? I was like, oh, yeah, no. Yeah, not in this format, baby.
These games go quick.
Yeah. These are some VMAX games, and these games are going to fly by. Yeah, I do see a Crobat in that hand, so Grant is going to be able to use Dark Asset to hopefully draw some more cards. And yes, this hand's actually awesome.
Yeah, he's got plenty to work with, even a Marnie as well, which could take Michael out of a pretty good turn 2 hand. Now, Grant does find a Houndoom. So sometimes in these spots, you want to hold your hand and not play the Marnie if you feel like you have a good enough turn for the next turn. And Grant has a Capture Energy, which would be, I think, the only thing you'd be missing at this point is your energy attachment. And is eyeing up a Quick Ball. Could go for the Urshifu here and attach to it, since that is not weak to grass, or could power up the Umbreon.
And yes, Urshifu hits the bench.
Seems
Capture Energy to get another Houndour. I mean, this Single Strike deck is just setting up flawlessly. But looking at Michael's hand, we do know that Michael has a Leafeon VMAX and a Drizzile. So if Michael can just find one more piece of the puzzle, which is probably the Stadium or a boss, then one of these Pokemon V is going to be going down.
Certainly could be the case. Grant has a Marnie in hand, but has an Evolution Incense and a Houndoom. If you were in this spot, Andrew, are you playing that Marnie? There's nothing else you really need this turn, right?
There isn't anything else that I need, so I don't think that it's necessary to play the Marnie. And we're going to see Grant's, I think, opt to pass. Yeah, with the Crobat in the active position, saving as many of the Houndour as possible, and I think correctly decides to hold on to Double Hound, what's essentially Double Houndoom, right?
Right.
And Galarian, okay, and Crobat in the hand from Michael. So Michael can knock out that Urshifu this turn, and that is going to allow him to take a huge lead in this matchup, because if Grant has to attack with Umbreon, it's going to be in a bad spot.
This is really great for Michael, and I like this play here as well. chooses to use Crobat before using Drizzile so that he leaves plenty of options open. Sure, you draw one less card, but now if you drew the boss's orders off the Crobat, now you can use your Drizzile to get down your second Leafeon or get yourself another Sableye in play. So it seems maybe counterintuitive to intentionally draw one less card, but I do think that was the correct sequence of events.
I like it. It's a combo completer.
Sure.
Drizzile can fetch whatever card you need, but no need to go get the card that you need. And if you got more cards, yeah, it makes sense, right? I like it. Drizzile, Shady Dealings. We're going to see a boss's orders. And there's Lysander right at the top of the deck. I fully expect that to come down. And Urshifu V to be the target.
Definitely. I mean, if it was me, that's what it would be for sure. And it looks like you've called it correctly, Andrew. Boss's orders will be grabbed, just placed in the hand. And it's pretty wild, the difference between game number 1 and game number 2. And really maybe just a great example of how strong it is to be able to go first in the Pokemon TCG right now.
It is everything. Being able to evolve your Pokemon VMAX before your opponent can evolve their Pokemon VMAX. A lot of Pokemon VMAX can take very easy knockouts on Pokemon V. So what we're seeing here is perfect example of, my Pokemon VMAX knocks out your Pokemon V. Or my Pokemon V knocks out your Pokemon V. And if I could do that before you could do that, then I'm probably going to win this game. So I'm really interested to see if Game 3 mixes up this formula at all, because right now we're just seeing that play out.
Michael has a couple Sobbles on the bench ready for the next turn. Doesn't have another Leafeon, but honestly isn't pressured to get another Leafeon quite yet. And the boss will be played, brings up that single strike Urshifu V, and Grass Knot dealing 240 damage on turn 2, Andrew. Incredibly
with the boss's
strong.
orders,
yes.
With the Galar Mine,
yes.
Galar Mine increasing all Pokemon's retreat by 2 colorless energy, making it so that Urshifu has a retreat of 4. Now, Grant's playing very quickly, scanning through his deck, seeing, all right, what do I have to do to actually come back in this game? Is it possible to come back from that Urshifu getting knocked out? Grant really had to hope that Michael did not have it like that. And Michael had it like that.
Michael definitely had it like that. Now, Grant does still have some options here because Michael did not set up a second Leafeon V on the bench. He didn't really feel pressured to, but what can happen is if Grant hits into this Leafeon VMAX, and then Michael fails to find another Leafeon V on the next turn, and Grant can just 2-hit KO this VMAX, all of a sudden Michael doesn't have an attacker in play. Now, granted, Michael does have 2 Sobbles in play, the option to get 2 Drizziles, which can obviously grab Quick Ball to get that Leafeon set up, but there is by no means any guarantee, especially with a Marnie coming down.
Right. And Michael does need to find an energy attachment for the new Leafeon. I mean, because this Leafeon VMAX will presumably get knocked out eventually. So
2
Michael,
turns, right?
Yeah, Michael does need to build a secondary attacker, whatever that takes. However he manages to do it, that is going to be what shores up his checkmate board position. And Grant is probably just going to have to go in with Umbreon V first, while attempting to set up maybe an Urshifu VMAX to sweep the game. That's Grant's game plan. Take this, Umbreon V, maybe poke the Leafeon VMAX, and hope that the Urshifu VMAX doesn't get gusted or something like that, and then go in with Urshifu VMAX and use its first attack to clean up the Leafeon, and then a huge Gmax 1 blow on a Leafeon VMAX for game over. I mean, that's the dream anyways.
It is the dream. Grant is going to go ahead and play the Great Ball and fails it, and then uses 2 single strike Roar to accelerate 2 energy to the Umbreon, and capture energy in hand means we could see that Urshifu come down for Grant to try to eye up that specific game plan, though I don't see another single strike Urshifu V in the deck. Grant plays, I believe, a 2-2 line. Yes, a 2-2 line in the list. One got knocked out. It looks like the other's in the prize cards.
And at this point, I think Grant probably just going to try and stay the course, not going to scoop it up. That is a devastating blow, though.
Big time.
Yeah, GMAX 1 blow even.
Oh, boy. This guy.
This guy. Whose man is this? He's been here too long.
He's getting too comfortable here.
He's getting way too comfortable. Just a poke from the Umbreon Moonlight Blade.
Still a really solid hit.
Doing a solid 200 damage.
So now just 110 HP remaining on the Leafeon. You technically could get there as far as how much damage you did with a... if you attacked with a Houndoom next turn, you could technically get there, right? Getting 3 single strike energies on there is 210 damage 110 damage exactly.
Yeah.
Is that the game plan Grant has mapped out here?
It might be, but then what finishes the game afterwards?
And then you just hope to, you bench your Urshifu after that.
The attack with the attack that does 180, like impact blow,
Yeah.
it doesn't really, I don't think really adds up. Either way, I think Grant's path to victory involved having to bench an Urshifu V this last turn. But unless Michael whiffs something huge, but Michael is in the process of using Shady Dealings, which usually means no whiffing.
Whiffing and shady dealings do not those things cannot be combined in the same sentence.
They're mutually exclusive, and a nice full art research in the hand as well. So I think it's going to be quick ball for Leafeon and slam that tool jammer down, and we're going to see a research for 7 cards. Now, if Michael misses an energy drop, that could be bad.
Well, I got to tell you, Andrew, I do believe there is a capture energy already in Michael's hand.
I didn't even see that. Yep. So then, yeah, no, that's Michael's got the game plan.
Yeah, just needs to be able to find the Leafeon VMAX on the next turn. So that would be the last missing piece, but it's just so unlikely that he would whiff.
And Michael does play 1 copy of Raihan.
Okay.
So even if Michael does not have the energy that he needs at the end of the game, could potentially Raihan it back into play. Usually 1 Raihan does make its way into these Leafeon lists just to be able to string an energy along in case you miss an energy drop somewhere in the match.
Super solid one of. You can find it very easily with Shady Dealings, which, I mean, I think we've said Shady Dealings maybe more than any other ability or attack name this entire weekend.
It's been all Shady Dealings all the time.
Some would say it's quite shady, but it is very strong nonetheless. Michael's sitting with a 1-card hand. Let's see. Will we see the high 5 for the clean 7-card research, Andrew?
No, they're not going to high 5, Chip. That's ridiculous.
I
know
mean,
we're on different camps here, Chip.
High 5?
There's
Come
no
on,
high
guys.
5s. No, there's no high 5 meta, man. This is post-pandemic world. Ain't no high 5s
Well,
happening.
at least a fist bump.
At
Come
least
on.
a fist bump. I think, Chip,
I'm disappointed.
I think you high-fived me at a cube game or something the other day, right?
Of course.
Yeah, so
It's one of the rules of my cube, Andrew.
it's one of the rules. If you research with a 0 card, if you play everything down and research, it's got to be a high 5. That's the Chip house rule. I am always caught so off guard because I don't know if you've ever seen me play at an event. I usually have my game face on.
You're very focused when
I
you're
am
playing
very
Pokemon.
focused when I'm playing Pokemon. If I am very focused and dialed in, and I go to research, and my opponent puts their hand up over the table, my first thought is that they're trying to call a judge. And I'm like, what was that?
What did I do? What did I
I
do?
double support her? Like, what's going on? And then they're like, no, let's high 5. And I'm like, oh, okay, all right. And I'll gingerly high 5 and then move on.
Okay, listen here. Grant is making things happen. We've got Urn of Vitality. We've got 3 Houndoom in play. Quick Ball just grabbed the Crobat. Single Strike Roar will get 3 of these energies out, and we are going to see Houndoom go in here. I think Darkness Fang is the attack, something along those lines. 50 damage, but then Single Strike Energy boosts it by 20 damage for each of those Single Strike Energies attached, which will be enough for a 1-hit knockout, to clean up this knockout, I should say.
Yeah.
Incredible plays by Grant.
Does Grant have a route? This is looking kind of crazy. Houndoom's Darkness Fang taking that knockout with 3 single strike energy on it. Grant playing very fast.
Oh, needed the Pokemon there.
And I think he needs a benched Pokemon to finish the game off with. He needs an Umbreon to finish off Crobat or something, right?
Well, he has 6 prizes still. So
Well,
that's
he's
the problem
3.
here.
That is the problem.
Yes.
He's about to take 3 prizes. He's very far from victory. And Michael just needs to figure out one way to knock out the Crobats, of which there are 2 on the bench.
You gotta feel like Grant really could have won this game if the other single strike Urshifu V was not prized. Grant would be attaching a single strike energy to it, and if he could find an Urn of Vitality, get an attachment, find the boss's orders, or even just knock out the Leafeon VMAX if it came into the active spot with a Gmax one blow, Grant could have realistically won himself this game.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, let's see, Umbreon is gonna hit the bench, and it is possible. Michael could whiff.
He could whiff. Yes, we can't ever. We shouldn't guarantee anything on Michael's side. Sure, he's got the Drizzles that can evolve into the Sword and Shield Inteleon, or the Sableye that can evolve into a Drizzile, but he's got to find those cards first.
It feels like with the Inteleon engine, they always have it.
Oh
though.
wait, his hand is terrible.
What?
What's this top deck? It's a research. My gosh.
His hand is terrible.
His hand was terrible. It was Leafeon, Boss's Order, Sableye, and Capture Energy. Absolutely nothing going for him. And then he top decks the Professor's Research to just totally bail him out of this spot.
Grant almost got away with it. The Marnie that almost stuck.
That would have truly been getting away with it.
That would have been, but we are gonna, I imagine, see the research.
Maybe Michael's worried about discarding this boss's orders to close out the game potentially, but at this point you can just attack 2 Pokemon that are in the active spot no matter what they are to close out the game.
It literally does not matter. Grant does
as
not
long
have
as you can
another
maybe
Pokemon
find
down.
maybe he's worried about I don't even know. I think Michael here can very confidently just play with the Professor's Research, find a Grass Energy, find a Evolution Incense, and be in a very good spot.
No matter who Grant puts into the active position, so long as Michael has access to a Galarian, Michael will be able to knock it out if there's a Leafeon in play.
Right.
So I think that Michael just needs to go for it. Now, I understand Michael's, wanting to take some pause. Just make sure that
you never want to make a mistake in this type of situation.
Not when you're already down game 1, and your top 4 dreams are on the line. I don't want... Whoa. Oh, is there already a capture on that active?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's got to be a grass. Okay,
has to
all right,
be a
got it. I was like, whoa, what's happening with that?
No energy attached,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so a big research for Michael. There's the grass and an Evolution Incense. It's everything he needs to take the knockout, and that is going to clear the path for him to just be one step closer to Galarian in the hand. Absolutely everything he needs to close this game out, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Grant scoop this up after this knockout is taken, but Grant does not seem to be giving up.
Yeah, Grant's a resilient fellow. If he feels like he has a win condition, even if it's a 0.1% chance, he's going to play to that out. That's how Grant kind of operates in the Pokemon TCG. So if Grant's sticking it out here, he must feel like there is some path for him to win this game.
And I think that there is. Let's analyze the board real quick. If we see Leafeon VMAX take the knockout on this Umbreon, Grant is powering up another Houndoom. We see that on the bench. It's got a single strike energy already.
Michael goes to 1 prize.
Michael goes to, just 1 prize left. We know Grant has got a boss, but 3 prizes left to take. So it has to be this Leafeon that goes down, but Grant cannot attack with the Houndoom because it just gets knocked out by a Grass Knot because it's weak to grass. Don't mind that, video game players.
Grant did find the single strike Urshifu V off the prizes, which is a huge grab. Maybe if Grant can boss his orders to bring something up, Michael is not able to move it, thanks to Galarian, obviously. And then Grant is able to boss his orders again on the following turn, or play Umbreon with Dark Signal to bring something up, to bring up this VMAX. We could still technically see a Gmax one blow in 1 turn.
That That is true. I do think that Grant probably also needs to counter this Gallarmine just to make his board a little bit more safe.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah.
You know, so countering the Gallarmine, saying, okay, if I counter your Stadium, then my Houndoom retreats for free, which is nice. And then you technically don't have knockout on my Pokemon V if I have my Stadium in play. Grant does have Marnie in his hand, so he can limit Michael's hand. And we did see that Michael did just draw into all of his Gallarmines. I mean, he pretty much had a handful of them.
I think the only supporter Grant can play this turn is Boss's Orders.
Oh,
Otherwise, Michael just... Well, no, there is the Air Balloon. Maybe if...
Retreat into Bat and Marnie and hope you don't have a Stadium.
And maybe Michael is low on the Stadiums, yeah.
You know, I mean, two of them are in his hand.
Sure.
So it's like...
Well, Grant doesn't know that.
No, but it's possible, you know? It could happen. Oh, there's a Jammer. There's the Jammers too. So this thing ain't retreat. This thing ain't retreating.
So Boss is the only supporter option.
I think so.
And then hope your opponent can't retreat.
Yeah. Yeah, the Jammer on that active Leafeon is going to make it so the Air Balloon is not effective.
Right. Well, now, because of Boss's Orders, Grant could retreat now.
Yes, the Jammer is not active now.
Grant plays Evolution Incense to grab the Houndoom from the deck. So we can still see 3 Single Strike Roars next turn. I think the thing Grant was looking for off of the Tower of Darkness was the copies of Urn of Vitality, and I don't know that he drew one. So that is a little bit of a whiff, but there is still the possibility of 3 Houndooms in play next turn.
And I think that since Michael's hand did not get disrupted, this is going to just be game. I don't think that there's anything that Grant can do to evade this. It seems just about wrapped up for Michael's side, so long as Michael sees the pretty straightforward path that he has to take. But Grant,
I was going to say, I think that the Urshifu is the best thing for Grant to go into here, because Michael needs the
Energy Stadium or retreat.
Yeah,
retreat and Stadium. That's it. And he could just take the knockout on the Urshifu.
Yeah, so Michael does have it, but I think this was the best possible idea.
He needs to not misplay. I mean, if he slaps a Stadium down, that's a mistake. So he needs to not do that. But here he goes into the deck just to maybe see if there's another way for him to do this. I mean, he could Drizzile for switch.
Yeah.
That's just another way to do it. I think maybe Michael is overthinking it just a tad.
Yes, I mean, this has happened to me many times where sometimes you just get tunnel visioned on one line of play and then you don't really open your eyes up to see exactly everything you could be doing. But Drizzile will find the switch, and we know the Gallarmine is in hand. So Michael will close this one out with the switch into the Leafeon VMAX, and then Grass Knot, as provided that he puts the Stadium in play before announcing his attack. Yep, there we go. And Grant instantly concedes. Like I said, Grant is going to always stick around if he thinks he has a chance. As soon as he realized he didn't, he says, let's go, game 3. And I think Grant's got his game face on. We'll see what happens.
You're right. Grant did have an out. There was an out. Yeah, and as narrow as it was, I think there are multiple times in that game where I might have just scooped it up and been like, let's keep it pushing, get on to game 3. Well, especially if it was in a Swiss round or something like that, where I'm trying to finish in 50 minutes. But, Grant did have, you could see he's a very resilient opponent, which is one of the things that separates, the good players from the great players.
Definitely. Playing to even that smallest % chance of winning the game. If you play 100 games of Pokemon and you have 100 games where there is a 1% chance you will win, eventually you will win one of those games. So it might just happen to be in the top 8 of a $1,000 tournament.
It could be. And I think that Grant is probably feeling it. He's like, okay, I had a shot in this game that did not go as planned, and I won the game handily with the game I went first, so let's just get this game restarted. Run it back. I'm going to start Capture Energy, Houndour, Umbreon turn 2.
And no shot you've got 2 Leafeons, right?
Lights out, baby. So let's get down to the table for game 3 of top 8 and see which one of these players will be advancing to top 4.
Okay, Andrew, these players are still shuffling up. We've seen both of these players' deck function as they're meant to. Things went perfectly for Grant in game 1, and things went pretty dang good for Michael in game number 2. here in this game 3, Grant's going to be going first. If you had to pick someone before this game got underway to win this match, who are you going with?
I think Grant's going to win, man.
You're feeling it, huh?
I'm feeling the Grant Manley train. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that the Grant Manley train is pulling into the station. I think he's got this one. I think that Grant, if he gets past this matchup, I think Grant could win the whole thing.
That is certainly true. This is the toughest matchup Grant is likely to face in all of top 8. I think he said he felt pretty good about pretty much everything else in the top cut. And it looks like Grant actually has a mulligan here, and you can see he was drawing the cards kind of slowly because I think he realized his hand was not the strongest.
There he is. Mulligan.
And, it does look like Michael has a Quick Ball and a Grass Energy. I actually didn't notice, though, what that first Pokemon was that he started. So if Michael started a Leafeon V, then he'll have the ability to get an energy on 2 Leafeon V, which is the last thing that Grant Manley wants to see.
Yeah, no. Grant is trying to deal with just 1 Leafeon V, get it off the table, just like he did in that last game. I don't think that I saw a supporter in Michael's hand, and that is one of the things about these the lists as they're being constructed right now with the Inteleon engine. When you focus on the Inteleon engine, don't actually play a lot of draw supporters to help you see more cards on the first turn of the game. You just play a bunch of Drizziles, which really help you on the second turn of the game, right? So that is another kind of a compounding factor as to why it's so good to go first.
So Grant is going first here, and Michael did start the Leafeon. Grant needs to get a lot of Pokemon in play this turn if he wants to stand a chance. And I think his draw for turn was the Tower of Darkness, which is probably one of the better cards he could see because it can let him draw into a bunch of basic Pokemon. And speaking of which, there's 2 right there.
He did find 2, and he's got a Quick Ball.
Oh, but no basic or no energy to attach for turn, though.
He's fine. He went first. He's going to have 2 Houndour down and a Umbreon V and an Urshifu V. He drew exactly what he needed to find off of the Tower of Darkness. I don't know that he could have selected 2 better cards to find. It was literally the 2 Pokemon V that he would have put into play. And with double Houndour, he is just set up flawlessly.
This is going to be really interesting, though, just because we already know what's in Michael's hand. Michael can get that ideal setup of having an energy on 2 Leafeon, provided that's what he chooses to go for. I don't know if there's anything that would cause Michael to not go for that set of plays, but Grant is going to be in a weird spot here. No energy drop means that he couldn't go for like a big attack with the Urshifu VMAX next turn, which if you get 4 single strike energies on Urshifu VMAX, Beatdown, oh no, it's just 180, isn't it? Yeah, Beatdown can't quite get there on the Leafeon, so Umbreon is going to be the only thing that can one-hit KO a Leafeon next turn, and Michael's hand is looking really good.
I do think his hand's looking good, but I'm wondering, okay, so if Michael gets both Leafeon into play and Grant takes one of them out, I guess all Michael needs is really 1 Leafeon VMAX, and 1 Leafeon VMAX can do a lot of damage.
You can get to a point where that Leafeon VMAX can really just sweep your board because it's got so much HP. It's such an energy-efficient attacker. It is not easy to deal with by any means.
Michael setting up perfectly. 2 Leafeon V on the bench and a Sableye. A Grass Energy in hand to attach, and the Greening Cells ability, which I'm sure has been the backbone to nearly all of Michael's wins so far. I think when we talked to Michael during the player interview earlier in the day, Michael said that he went first every single Swiss round, which is
that's usually a recipe for success.
I think so. But then, that eventually is going to catch up with you. And Michael went second in this top 8 match. We're going to see if Michael can come back and take the win, even in this game 3 of top 8, where he is going second.
Michael does get the Greening Cells, that extra energy drop. Grant draws for turn. It is a Professor's Research, one of the, honestly, best cards in the game, but now has to choose between using that research or using a Marnie as his supporter for the turn.
And I think Grant's just waiting for Michael to finish shuffling up. to play his cards, I fully expect this Leafeon to go down. I mean, at this point, watching Grant play, I believe in this Urshifu deck. I think this deck is some gasoline, and
He's
Grant
built
apparently
it very consistently.
And Grant believes so hard that he's going for Marnie.
And there's an energy. Okay, there's.
I'm not sure if I'm going for Marnie there. I mean, that's a fascinating call from Grant. For me, if I've got no Houndoom in my hand and no energy on board, I'm going for the research 10 times out of 10. Just say, like, give me the knockout.
Quite reasonable of you, I would say,
Yeah.
Andrew. But Grant does get rewarded. Finds the capture energy and finds 3 Great Balls. So as long as 2 of those 3 Great Ball can find a Houndoom, or find 2 Houndoom, Grant will be able to take this knockout. And it could have been one of those situations when Grant's debating between the Marnie and the research where he recognizes, okay, this is worst case scenario. Michael got exactly what he needs in order to combat what I'm doing. And maybe Marnie gives him the best chance to lock Michael out of the game. You know, we've said it many times this weekend. Marnie for game is a real thing.
Is a very real thing. And I'm actually curious. I think, yes, Single Strike Roar is correct.
Yeah.
Because you want to thin the deck. You're going for it. There is no turning back.
Right.
There is no plan B. The plan is I'm hitting both these Houndoom.
Yep.
And I'm taking this knockout right now.
With the 2 Great Ball left in his hand, Grant actually has really good odds to hit this. Even if Grant, off the first Great Ball, finds just any other Single Strike Pokemon, he can take it and put it in his hand and then use the Tower of Darkness before the 3rd and final Great Ball. I mean, Grant can really see a lot of cards here, and you got to favor his odds to find a Houndoom.
And he can find Crobat as well. It's just another option. So I think he only finds the Crobat. You just, take the Crobat to the hand and play the 3rd one. And then worst case scenario, I'm setting up for 6.
Yeah. I think.
Did I say set up? Dark Asset for 6.
I actually almost feel like it's better for Grant to hold the Great Ball before the Great Asset. There is one thing you are looking for here.
It's true.
You are looking for Houndoom and only Houndoom. If you can just play, I think that other card in hand was playable. So if you, the Air Balloon, I think. So if you just play the Air Balloon down somewhere, and then Dark Asset for 5, then Great Ball for 7, you're seeing so many cards off the top of the deck. But you
Single Strike
need
energies
to not draw the Single Strike energies.
Ooh, did he prize one?
If he prized one, then he will not be able to Single Strike Roar here. He does find Evolution Incense, which can guaranteed find the Houndoom. But if there is that 4th Single Strike energy in the prizes, Grant would miss an attack here.
Yeah, this could be devastating. He needs to not have another Single Strike energy in the prizes. He hasn't taken a single prize yet. So I don't know. I don't know if Grant knows either. I don't think that he checked. I wouldn't have.
No, I mean, that's not the first thing I think to check for.
It's not the first. Grant plays very quick.
Let's see it. He's going for the Single Strike Roar. Is it in the deck? Is it there? There
it is.
Okay.
It is there. All right. So a little bit of a hesitation. Take a breather there. After,
Sigh of relief.
Yes, the Single Strike Roar does connect with the final Single Strike energy in the deck, and Grant is going to move on to take this knockout with Moonlight Blade.
I think Michael has kept that hand on the table ever since the Marnie, so I have not noticed anything about this hand. If Michael has the pieces to respond to this play from Grant or not is yet to be seen.
Yeah, so I am really curious to see if Michael is able to respond to this Umbreon with the knockout with 3 potential Houndoom in play. He's got 2 Single Strike Roar Houndoom, 1 Houndour, and an Urshifu V on the bench. This hand, okay, it's got an Evolution Incense.
Yep.
Michael's got outs.
Michael's just fine, has Professor's Research as well. Off of the Research, only needs to find either a Galarian or a Drizzile in order to get a Galarian. And I think Michael should feel pretty good. Grant could technically G-Max one blow and knock out a Leafeon VMAX next turn.
Well, I think
it's
that's
a big
the
ask.
concern.
It's a big ask, but it's possible.
Yeah, it is a big ask.
And one more thing to point out, I guess, as well, is that Michael also needs to find the Tool Jammer, because Grant did put the Air Balloon on this active Umbreon.
Yeah.
or Tool
No,
Jammer.
he doesn't need
or,
to find the Tool Jammer.
He
just
needs
to
either
find
Tool
the stadium.
Jammer or the Stadium.
The stadium will do it, yes. Because the Umbreon
Yeah, I was
is,
thinking of the VMAX's HP. Yeah.
Yeah. The Umbreon is weak to grass, so the stadium alone should do it. But this is definitely tough with the single strike deck aggressing this fast. Leafeon is on the ropes, and with all of those Houndoom set up so quickly, Michael's got to be sweating a little bit. 310 damage is definitely not out of the question for a single strike Urshifu VMAX. Now, Grant did discard a single strike Urshifu VMAX in the opening hand with Tower of Darkness, and there's only one left in the deck.
That's right. And if it's prized, which we know Grant's Urshifus like to hang out in the prize cards, that could spell disaster. Now, does Michael have the stadium here? There it is in hand, but no Drizzile and no great follow-up. Has Crobat to maybe draw some cards here. And I think if I'm Michael, I do want to go ahead and use this Crobat.
Just taking the knockout.
Okay.
I think that this is fine. I don't want to put down too many liabilities just in case.
Two prizes, right?
Exactly. Yeah. You don't want to give the opportunity for just Gus game, which, Grant gets that single strike Urshifu VMAX, slaps it down immediately. Here he is. Can this single strike Urshifu VMAX take this one knockout, this knockout this turn? What do you think, Chip? Is it happening?
It's possible. I'm not going to say it's happening, but it is possible. And I don't know 100% what the cards are in Grant's hand and how likely it may or may not be. But he's got to make sure to sequence this correctly as well. I think we know he had a couple single strike energies in his hand, so he needs to attach one and then Marnie the other one to the bottom of the deck, and then find Urn of Vitality, and then use the other single strike roars. So a lot of things have to happen in the right order here for Grant Manley.
I'm a believer. I think that Grant's got this locked up. I mean, it's gonna be magnificent. I mean, yeah, he's got all these energies in hand. He does need to attach one from. Or no, he only needs 3 on it, right? 3 single strikes.
270 and then plus 60. Yeah, that would do it. That's right.
Yeah, he only needs 2 single strikes, really. He only needs to hit 310. So it's
but needs to accelerate 3 energies.
He does need to, it'll have to be 3 single strike. Right. The other one could be whatever you want. But I think that this is smart, actually discarding this one from his hand so that then he can maybe potentially earn it back into the deck, and then he can accelerate them into play.
Very smart.
So that's what he's going for. By quick balling the single strike energy away, he's allowing himself to draw more cards without any fear of drawing into single strike energies, because he needs to accelerate 3. So he needs to not play earn first. He needs to draw first, or attempt to find the other cards that he needs.
Air Balloon's a big one too.
Needs earn.
It does not attach the single strike energy either before using the Crobat.
No, he does not. I think that maybe, just keeping his outs open, digging for earn. He has to research, and he's got, I think, 3 single strike energy in the discard pile now. Needs to find earn.
2 earns.
2 earns, right?
Because he needs to accelerate multiple energy. And there's the Tower of Darkness, so that'll give him a little extra draw power. And he's going to have to hit off of this Tower of Darkness another earn. That's what it's going to be.
He's got 1 earn already. He doesn't want to play it yet. He needs to keep his deck as thin as possible without any single strike energies in it. And he needs to find an earn off of these 2 cards. So he's going to quick ball, thin the deck a little bit more, and give himself the highest probability of being able to find that Urn of Vitality off the 2 cards. And if he finds it, this Leafeon is a goner, and there are 4 grass energy accounted for at this time.
Yeah, and this is really the game. It comes down to these 2 cards for Grant Manley. Tower of Darkness discards Houndour. Is there the Urn of Vitality? No! He misses on the Urn. That is so unfortunate for Grant. He can still get off an attack with the beatdown here. He'll deal a solid 160, but that's a 2-hit knockout as opposed to getting a 1-hit KO on this VMAX.
Yeah, 2-hit knockouts just, they don't feel the same as 1-hit knockouts, Chip.
Definitely not. That is, I don't know how many were in Grant's deck, but off of the research, off the Tower of Darkness, that has to be a pretty unfortunate whiff.
Yeah, this hurts. I was believing. I was all aboard the Grant train. I thought that Tower of Darkness was for sure buffing out.
Man.
But yeah, it was a lot to ask in hindsight. It was. And now this Leafeon lives to get KO'd another day. But there are a lot of grass energy accounted for on Michael's board and in the discard pile.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that potentially in order to continue attacking with Leafeon, Raihan is going to have to happen.
Right. At some point, Michael's going to need to be able to pull off a Raihan play. Grant is definitely not out of it. What we could see from him is just attach for turn next turn and then beat down to knock out this Leafeon VMAX, and then GMAX one blow will be able to knock anything out. But in order for that game plan to pan out for Grant, Michael has to whiff pretty much. So it's really in Michael's hands at this point. If his deck can function the way it's meant to, if he can sequence things out properly, he should be in the winning position at this point.
I mean, with Galar Mine, isn't Leafeon VMAX doing like 300 damage to this thing with a retreat of 5?
Yeah, but
so it's gonna get knocked out. It's got an air balloon on it.
Oh, that's
so
true.
Needs
yeah.
to find the Tool Jammer's right here. Yeah, this thing's going down, dude.
He does find the Tool Jammer, which is key, and Grant does not.
It's happening right here. It's over. It's over. The Galar Mine is the only thing that separates Michael from being able to take this knockout. 300 damage.
Wow.
Coming in with the Grass Knot, all thanks to Galar Mine.
This isn't the game, but it's taking this knockout. Grant can still knock out the Leafeon on the next turn, and we're almost in the same situation where Grant can take the knockout and then needs
with a Houndoom, yeah.
Well, he can knock it out with Umbreon
or
V.
an Umbreon
V.
Yeah.
And if he knocks it out with Umbreon V and then can Umbreon VMAX to gust up a Drizzile, Grant still has that path. But once again, it involves Michael whiffing pretty hard. And getting this knockout here for Michael is huge. And it's not over yet, but it is. Michael is very much in the driver's seat.
It's going down. And I think we're starting to see why this matchup is so tough. I mean, it's because that Urshifu VMAX has got a gnarly retreat of 300 damage, and in order to get energy onto it, you gotta damage it with the single strike roar. So it just perfectly puts that thing into range. Basically, Leafeon VMAX can one-hit KO everything in this deck. Between Umbreon VMAX and the single strike Urshifu VMAX, it can effectively one-hit KO it after that single strike roar damage is dealt. And I really like Michael's decision to save the Crobat. It looks like that's probably what he's going to do. I think that that's smart if he does, because he potentially just needs to find Grass or Raihan or, Drizzile. I mean, with 2 Drizzile on the bench and a Sobble, he just needs to give himself an out to take this final knockout, whether it's with Raihan to get the Grass energy or however, and I think the Crobat gives him the most amount of options to do that.
Grant's going to go ahead and use Boss's orders to bring up this Leafeon V. Grant played it down right away, so I guess based on the hand, that's really his only option. Michael has 1 prize left. It's kind of the same situation as the last game, right, where Grant's really only play is to go for a Boss and hope Michael does not
and
have
that's
a
it.
switch.
And with all these level balls in hand,
as long as that switch is in the deck.
He plays 2 switch in the deck, level ball. Find a Drizzile. Is there a Drizzile left? There it is. Is there a switch left? Shady Dealings. Shady Dealings can find switch, and Michael is on his way to stamping his ticket to top 4 with Leafeon VMAX. Galar Mine means that Grass Knot attack is going to be doing enough.
And there it is. Grant extends the fist. Michael reciprocates, and now Michael is moving on to the top 4. Grant Manley goes down, and we've got a Leafeon VMAX deck moving on to the top 4.
Leafeon VMAX. Top 4, baby. And you know what? Michael was able to win that one and didn't even go first.
Went first in game 2.
But not for the set. It went second twice. That's going second.
It's going second twice. Going first once is not going second.
Yeah. Listen, man, okay? He won a lot of flips to go first for the first half of the tournament, but now had to play against one of the best players in the country. Yeah, had a favorable matchup, but going second is tough to handle, okay? Because, that single strike deck can put a lot of pressure on. So with a Leafeon VMAX now heading in to top 4, how do you think this deck's prospects are maybe for the rest of the event?
Well, it's definitely going to depend how the rest of the top 8 bracket is shaping up. We'll definitely try to get an update for you guys and try to figure out what exactly is going on in the other 3 matches occurring. We definitely have to give huge props to Grant in that game. He went up against a tough matchup in top 8. It's never fun to play an unfavorable matchup. I'm sure you've been there many times. I've been there many times. It's not the best, but it's part of the game. It's going to happen. Grant navigated it as good as he could, but Michael is still able to come out on top.
Exactly. Great games to both players. I'm sure Grant is now going to turn his attention to the Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event happening.
I know he's excited for it.
Tomorrow. And that man loves some Pokemon cards. So I'm sure that he's going to be he probably already has a 60 and knows that it's optimal. Frankly, if you were to ask,
that it's optimal. That is Grant.
Yes, if you were to ask him, he says he would probably tell you he's already got the optimal 60 for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it should be a great time. Make sure to definitely tune in tomorrow. We're going to bring Michael back here for a player interview to talk about his top 8 match in just a moment. And then we're going to be getting into some top 4 action right after that. Stay tuned. Top 4 going on right now with Tyler Palmason on the left playing Shadow Rider, Calyrex VMAX versus Benjamin Marin. It looks like Ben had a really rough opening.
Starts with a Path to the Peak and a Sobble and a Pass. And that is it.
Yeah, Sobble Pass. Not what you're looking for after an absolute nothing short of heroic run to the top 4 of this event with Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX.
Yeah, Benjamin's been one of my favorite players to watch throughout this event. He's just had a really good personality and really excited to be around the game. He seems like really pumped to be playing his cool new deck. We, of course, got to feature him on stream earlier. Saw the incredible play with the Swarm the Wound on Basculin coming in and taking a big knockout out of nowhere. Was really cool to see, and I'm excited to see what'll happen in this one. Hopefully, Benjamin at least has a supporter, and it actually looks like Tyler's going to maybe bail Benjamin out a little bit here with a Marnie.
Nothing like helping the homies out. I love seeing a Marnie that helps everybody out. Gets gets your opponent to be able to play the game. I mean, we've been watching Pokemon all day, Chip, and I would hate to see this top 4 match decided by some bad beats. So let's get both players to be able to play this game. Now, Tyler, we haven't seen Tyler play yet today.
We have not, no.
But Tyler is playing a Shadow Rider list with apparently multiple Galarian Articuno.
Yep, as soon as I saw them grab that Galarian Articuno, I immediately grabbed this deck list because that is not something you normally see, so I'm very curious to take a look at this. It does look like it's just straight Shadow Rider with 2 Cresselia and 2 Galarian Articuno, using those Pokemon, those one prize Pokemon, to just charge your board up as much as possible with energy so you can swing for a ton of damage with your Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX.
I love that. I think that Turbo Shadow Rider is the way to play it. No need for any of that Alchemy VMAX nonsense. Let's just Cresselia, use Galarian Articuno, and just get this thing all gassed up and ready to go. Now, how Tyler made it all the way out here with all those single strike decks potentially in the field, I'd be curious to see. He's got a record of 6-1-1, and obviously is showing that Shadow Rider ain't done yet, and its best days are definitely not behind it.
Absolutely. Tyler making it happen with that Dark Week deck. And Tyler, I just got a peek at that hand. We saw the Galarian Articuno grabbed, and 3 psychic energies in that hand. Not
could have just
ideal.
Donked the Sobble.
Well, already had attached return though onto the
Oh,
Galarian
sure.
the Calyrex.
Yeah, had already attached for turn. Right. So that was not an
Top deck's
option.
another Psychic Energy.
Yeah, so this is not actually able to draw Tyler anything. Benjamin able to start to set up his board just fine, but Tyler just looking at a handful of pretty reverse hollow Psychic Energy.
They look great, but they have done a good job of finding one another, which is not ideal whenever you're trying to set up in the early game.
Definitely not. But this is a fascinating development. Tyler can simply go in with Shadow Mist, right?
Yeah.
And make it so that Benjamin cannot attach any of those lovely Rapid Strike energy to the Rapid Strike Inteleon.
That is unfortunate. And actually, Benjamin only plays 4 Rapid Strike energy.
Yes. Now, eventually, Tyler will lose this battle because all Benjamin needs to do is start to set up Inteleon, and then Quick Shooting will do more damage than Shadow Mist. So Tyler can't do this forever.
But it's a great way to stall, especially whenever you're sitting on a hand with just 1 Psychic Energy in it. Definitely the best option for Tyler to go for. And I also like the decision from Tyler to not attach a Psychic Energy from hand. It could have, I guess, attached at least 1, but if you draw into like a Quick Ball, you want to make sure you have an energy to discard. And if you draw into a Shadow Rider Calyrex, you want to make sure you have energy to accelerate.
Yes, that's the thing. If Tyler does, well, that path is just looking awfully menacing right there.
That is true.
And I'm pretty sure I saw Tyler maybe discard Pumpkaboo or pitch it away with Marnie at the beginning of the game.
It did get discarded at some points to a Quick Ball, which is not ideal.
Ideal, no.
Far from it, in fact.
Yeah, the opposite of what you want, I would say.
Indeed.
Yeah. So the Pumpkaboo, which is kind of the bailout plan for Pats at the Peak, I think Tyler probably is going to sit back and do a lot of learning. There is not, the deck lists are not public. So Tyler does not necessarily know exactly what he's getting into with Benjamin's deck. And I think that Ben has really been able to use that to his advantage throughout this event so far.
And this is actually funny. Tyler's decision to not attach an energy as he does just top deck 1 causes Ben to utilize Boss's Orders, thinking, oh, Tyler doesn't have a Psychic Energy in his hand. I can just Boss's Orders and stall for a turn. But no, Tyler had plenty of energy, and just in case Benjamin really doesn't still think that there was Psychic Energy in hand, Tyler made sure to play the one he drew for turn right away.
Right, that's super funny. And Benjamin just pitching a couple of Rapid Strike energy with the research, and I think that he's not concerned about those. I mean, he can't attach them right now, but as we've said before, you really only need 1 in order to win this game, and that's quite the top deck for Tyler.
Tyler now able to find the Professor's Research, discards the hand, and will draw 7 fresh cards and a couple of Evolution Incense right away. If Tyler can find the replacement stadium, which I'm not sure if I saw it or not, it does look like there is a training court there. That is great. It'll not only get that path to the peak out of the play, but it also gets Tyler access to the Psychic Energy that he discarded off of the Professor's Research.
Yeah, please tell me that these are going to be the Alt Art Shadow Riders. You know it.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. Yeah, show me those beautiful alternate art Shadow Rider. Listen, it's not
great work from Arita.
Yeah, it's not every day that I get to see a fully blinged out Shadow Rider list on the table. Okay, so I'm gonna just sit back and admire what we got going on here on the table. That's one pretty looking deck. Okay,
absolutely.
Yeah, we got the gold Cresselias. We got the alt art Shadow Rider Calyrex. We got the gold balloons, and of course, the research of choice. Gonna be the Oaks.
The Oaks, the best one, in my opinion. And Tyler does use the first Underworld Door to draw cards, can also evolve the active Shadow Rider, but it does get a little awkward. If you evolve the active Shadow Rider, you're no longer able to use Shadow Mist, which is currently what is preventing Benjamin from doing anything. So if I'm Tyler, I think in this spot, I'm just going to attach an energy to the active and continue to use Shadow Mist.
I agree with this strategy 100%. I think that this could be how Tyler wins this game.
Sure.
Now that there's an Inteleon VMAX in play, just Shadow Mist and chill until you're ready to do some big damage.
Once you get, I think you need 11 energy in play. Tyler does play 15 basic psychic energy. So once 11 basic psychics are in play, Shadow Rider Calyrex's max Geist attack can pick up one-hit KOs on everything in Benjamin's deck.
Yeah, and I think that that's what Tyler is banking on. So this is looking like a very sound strategy from Tyler. And now that the quick shooting Inteleon is out, I see Tyler is grabbing the die, acknowledging that, yeah, you're going to try and put a stop to what I'm doing. Most definitely, with that damage going straight on to the Shadow Rider Calyrex V.
Now Benjamin figuring out exactly.
What
I think that
is going on here?
yeah.
Okay.
Resolving there's some weird stuff happening with the hand getting left on the table and the deck getting moved back to its position.
Oh, that's fine. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Benjamin seems to be having a pretty tough time. Now is quick shooting to try and ramp up damage on the Shadow Rider, but really cannot get anything put together because of that Shadow Mist attack, which prevents all special energy, and Benjamin only plays special energy.
Right. Only 4 energy in the whole deck, and they're all rapid strike energy.
So in order to stop that Shadow Mist, Ben is just trying to race to knock out this Shadow Rider V with quick shooting, but every turn that passes just increases the amount of energy on board for Tyler and makes it that much easier for Tyler to be able to take a knockout on that Inteleon VMAX.
And we can actually see, at this point, this is what is happening is what you mentioned, how eventually the Inteleon will be able to out-damage the Shadow Rider, the Shadow Mist only dealing 10 damage, but that's not what Tyler's doing. He's not planning to just use Shadow Mist for the entire game. He's using Shadow Mist to just buy time until there's enough energy in play and until a boss's orders can be found, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
And that would be, the play that Tyler's trying to set up here, which I don't know if Benjamin has a counterplay to that.
I don't know that Benjamin does. I think maybe go first and no, because there's nothing. Nope, it's bad. It's all bad. Tyler can just do this, rinse, wash, and repeat, because every time the Inteleon VMAX attacks,
it bounces it back.
It bounces it back. So
Yeah.
Shadow Mist is always going to have an opportunity to lock the Inteleon deck out of attacking effectively. And
maybe this is just a terrible matchup, Andrew.
I think that this is borderline unwinnable. Yeah, this seems absolutely brutal, and it's just because of the Shadow Mist. I mean, honestly, it makes you like Shadow Mist is such an absurdly strong attack effect
for
good. Just one psychic energy, and we're seeing that strategy play out in real time. Tyler has quite literally all day to get enough energy in play to one-hit KO the Inteleon VMAX.
Yeah, Tyler doesn't. I mean, if Tyler doesn't care if this active Shadow Rider eventually gets knocked out. If that's going to take 11 turns to make happen, and by the time 11 turns rolls around, Tyler will surely have enough energy in play to just go for a boss KO.
And Tyler seems to know exactly what he's doing. Did not really hesitate to start getting this strategy rolling as soon as possible. Maybe has seen Benjamin's deck around at the tables throughout the event. That's definitely a possibility, and has kind of caught a whiff of what he's got going on.
Yeah, I'm sure people have been talking about Benjamin's deck. It's certainly one of the most unique decks. His and John Mastoy's, the most unique decks at the top tables for this tournament.
Yeah, and unfortunately, John Mastovi not able to make it to top 4 with us, but still top seed with the Rogue deck.
Yeah, lost to Benjamin actually in top 8.
Yeah, that is a big accomplishment. Now at this point, Tyler is working towards that point of no return for Inteleon VMAX. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 energy in play. So that's 310 damage with Max Geist, one more energy, and Tyler is going to be swinging for a one-hit KO. We see Benjamin just shaking his head like, oh boy, this is looking kind of sus.
Yeah, when we started this matchup, I had not really like totally processed like all the specific interactions that could come up, but as soon as Tyler attacks with Shadow Mist, is like, oh, this is not good for Benjamin.
Yeah, Tyler saw the out that I hadn't seen yet.
Yeah,
that's
figured
for
it
sure.
out right
he figured
away.
it out instantly. And then as soon as Tyler started doing it, I was like, oh, I follow. Yeah, here we go. This is what's going on. You're gonna just take this match like this. Yeah, and why not? This is the best way to do this. And pretty much guarantees the win. Because once there are, 340 damage worth of energy in play, then all you have to do is just knockout game. That's it.
And Benjamin doesn't do enough damage once that point in the game occurs to knock out 2 VMAXs. Tyler will always win the trade at that point.
And if Tyler takes this win, that means that at the 4 Games 1K, there'd be back-to-back Shadow Riders in the finals, despite this deck getting no respect.
All right, this is it. This could be the turn. This deck has definitely fallen out of favor in the meta. Tyler saying that is just not something that should be the case. Having these beautiful golden cards ready to go. Tyler has now the boss's orders in hand, has the air balloon in hand. Is now the time, Andrew? Are we going in with a boss's orders, taking a knockout on this Inteleon VMAX?
Chip, I'm ready for takeoff. I think that we are about to see a Max Geist for the ages. We've got the boss's orders. We've got the air balloon. Shadow Rider, Calyrex VMAX marching its way into the active position, paying the retreat cost, but it doesn't matter. Training Court means that I can still use Underworld Door to accelerate one of those 2 energy right back into play. Not a problem whatsoever. And at this point, Tyler is going to evolve the final Shadow Rider Calyrex V into another beautiful VMAX.
Estimated value on Tyler's deck real quick.
Estimated value on Tyler's board real quick. Yeah, this is looking nice, I have to say. And this is going to be one maximum Geist, if I do say so myself.
The most maximum of all maximum Geists.
Yeah, Geist,
indeed.
Geist it to the max, Tyler. Geist it to the max. And with that Underworld Door, there are now plenty of energy in play to gust up the Inteleon VMAX. And Benjamin is devastated. 3 prize take. And Tyler takes the lead.
Tyler takes a dominating lead at this point. Benjamin can attack with Inteleon. He can now finally attach energy cards, but is only going to be able to deal 140 damage. 160 if you count the Inteleon that's in play. And then Tyler just knocks out the VMAX that Benjamin attacked with. I think there's quite literally nothing that Benjamin can do in this spot.
This might be one of the worst matchups I think I have ever seen in paper cards. This is not good. This is not good at all. And just thinking about it, like Benjamin's strategy might be like, I'm trying to craft a win condition for Benjamin. And is it maybe to go early in path and hope that the Shadow Rider deck does nothing? I think that's it, right?
It has to be, and that's kind of what we saw from Benjamin in this first game. But even though Tyler, I mean, it's like Path is great and all, but Tyler just eventually finds a Psychic Energy. He plays 15 basic Psychic Energy plus 4 Fog Crystals, and 4 Shadow Rider Calyrex V. Even with the Path, I don't think that's ever going to be enough.
Yeah, it is very tough. I think maybe Benjamin trying to just preserve some time, offering up a single prize Pokemon with the path out, hoping that Tyler does not just have the boss's orders to finish off this game with 2 prizes next turn. Benjamin is going to buy himself another turn of quick shooting.
Okay.
Chipping away, looking for his outs. He is now in top 4 of the $1,000 cash prize event. He's definitely got a lot to be proud of at this point. Has worked very hard to get here and has piloted one of the most unique decks in the field. So definitely rooting for Benjamin, but things are looking bleak.
Not good at all. We do see the quick ball being played, and possibly could be a turn for Basculin to come out, or just a failing it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that if Ben evolves into a VMAX, that that can get knocked out. Has to be a single prize Pokemon that gets promoted this turn, or else he loses the game, especially since he's not gusting or anything to try and buy a little bit more time. So I do wonder if Ben is just, and here we go. Yep, that's not going to work. So I think Ben gonna want to go first in game 2. Gonna want Path to stick, and Tyler to hopefully just start Articuno pass or Cresselia pass.
Those are the only things that leave Benjamin with a chance, honestly, in this one.
Talk about a tough matchup. Yeah, that stung a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna have to shake that one off if you're Ben, and hope for some other way to win to reveal itself. I think that if Ben goes first, Path to the Peak, it's possible to just stick the Shadow Rider deck. But as we saw, so long as there's a Shadow Rider V in play with the Psychic Energy, it's all bad.
Right. It has to be a Path. Your opponent has to not start the Shadow Rider. Your opponent has to not have basic Psychic Energy, which they play 15 of.
It feels like back in the day, if you've been playing, I'm going to date myself here, but yeah, if you've been playing since Ancient Origins, you've been playing since Giratina Chaos Wheel.
Yeah.
This feels like the Chaos Wheel Giratina Night March matchup, which it did the same thing. Locked him out of Special Energy. Night March only played 4 double colorless. It was pretty bad matchup. But at least Chaos Wheel cost 4 energy. It was kind of tough to power up. It's just 1 Psychic Energy.
It's not right.
It's not. It's just wrong, Chip. It's wrong.
This attack isn't quite as good as Chaos Wheel, right? You can still attach tool cards, which is irrelevant pretty much in this matchup specifically. Yeah. I mean, as far as this matchup goes, in Pokemon there is very rarely a unwinnable matchup.
Yeah.
Could this be really an unwinnable matchup?
Could it? I wonder if you play this 100 times. It would have to be a dunk. It would have to be a dunk.
Yeah, it has to be the sequence of Galarian Articuno start, no pass, Psychic Energy, pass, turn two,
boop,
exactly,
and you're done.
That's the only way.
Let's see if Ben can do it.
These players are setting out those prize cards. Gotta imagine Ben wants to go first, and Ben does find a Rapid Strike Energy right away.
Choosing to go second.
Interesting.
I think maybe hoping that.
And what did we say? Tyler needed to start Articuno and not get an energy, and just Tyler immediately starts Shadow Rider V, attaches an energy to it.
I think that it's actually a heads up play from Ben, choosing to because look at this, right? He is going to pressure the Shadow Rider Calyrex V. So I like this call from Ben. And just saying, no, I'm not going to let you lock me out of my special energy. If you try to Shadow Miss this turn and be cute or whatever, I'm just going to do 140 and put a ton of pressure on this thing. Then a couple quick shootings and your Shadow Rider V is knocked out. And as we see, Tyler actually has to evolve this thing into a VMAX. And now that Benjamin has gone second and gotten the energy into play, if Tyler now doesn't Shadow Miss this turn, then Ben can slap another Rapid Strike Energy into play.
The thing about it, though, Andrew, is just literally at any time, if Benjamin ever uses the full effect of Inteleon's attack and returns the energy to hand, Tyler can just, on that turn, use Shadow Mist.
Oh, but if Benjamin gets a second energy into play, then he can switch and then bop it again.
2 energies in play, sure.
That's what I'm saying. Benjamin's got this one. I believe, yeah.
Honestly, a great adjustment from Benjamin at this point.
It is. I'm giving major props to Ben for finding the route that I didn't find, because I think that choosing to go second, actually was the more consistently better route for Ben. Yeah, choosing to go first and hoping your opponent just ain't got it like that. That would have been like the high roll way to do it. But looking at the most consistent way to beat this deck is going to be to choose to go second, get an energy down turn 1, and then hope to then run your opponent off the board that way.
Okay.
With multiple energy drops. Now, Ben can put a second energy in play right now. He could put a second energy into play on the active and in return twice.
That is a play that is available to Benjamin. Evolution Incense grabbed lots of Drizziles coming into play, and Evolution Incense finds that Octillery using that Rapid Strike search ability to grab out Inteleon VMAX, which is, of course, the new Rapid Strike card from Fusion Strike. Ready to go ahead and start
told you.
spiraling
Here
away.
we go. Two Rapid Strike energy in play. Bada boom, bada bing. There we go. And now what? If Tyler, uses Shadow Mist, I'm coming in with a benched Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX, swinging for 140, and I potentially have 2 quick shooters next turn. I mean, at this point, Benjamin's board is looking immaculate for turn 2.
It really is.
It's exactly what you want.
Okay, maybe we wrote this off a little too quickly, Andrew, but it's Tyler's also not had the strongest start. We have to also consider that, of course.
Shadow Rider be doing that.
What Shadow Rider lists are you playing?
Oh, well, I don't know, Chip. I seem to recall a certain finals of a certain Full Grip Games 1K where
I was in the finals, though.
a certain Shadow Rider list,
I was in the finals, though.
where a certain Shadow Rider list, happened to have a little bit of a hang-up against a certain Urshifu deck.
Man, this guy's shaming me for making finals. Can
If you ain't first, you're last, Chip.
Hey, I mean, I did.
There's
I
second, third,
There's second.
even fourth.
Listen, I didn't get first, but I still got $200 in an Evolving Skies
did.
box, so
You did.
I'll take it.
Hey, huge dub, Chip. Huge dub. Now, Tyler is progressing this board a lot more now, going energy onto Shadow Rider V. And I think that Tyler probably going to try and dive in with another Shadow Mist if I had to guess. But I think he just has to pass, doesn't find a switch. And Benjamin, very excited to see that. We're going to see another energy go into play. A path to the peak. Oh, yeah. Play is picking up. And Benjamin is going to take 3 prizes with no stadium or no abilities in play for Tyler, and Tyler is going to lose a VMAX this turn.
Tyler's going to go down pretty quickly here, and like we mentioned, his board position is not the strongest. Definitely kind of a weird spot to be in, and the reason Shadow Mist is not a viable option is, like you mentioned, that Rapid Strike energy that's been prepped on the bench.
Yeah, and we're seeing just how aggressive this deck can be. Talking to Ben between rounds, it was interesting getting to, have some insight into the build of this deck. I mean, you would think that the double gunner ability would be super important, right? And that water energy would need to be played, right?
Right.
But no, just path, and you don't need it. Just quick shooting is enough. The double gunner would be good to maybe fix math or whatever, but the fact that it can't even hit the active, quick shooting is just the superior ability. So why even waste all that, deck space on water energy and stuff like that when you could just quick shooting, and that fixes all your math just fine.
Benjamin does only play 2 copies of Switch, so while Benjamin has set up this second energy on the bench, if Tyler does go for the Shadow Mist, there's a decent chance that it at least would buy him a few more turns. So that's maybe something Tyler should consider moving forward here, is Shadow Misting and trying to just hope Benjamin doesn't find the switching card, especially since Drizzile and Inteleon are already in play. Benjamin's only out to finding one of those switch would be finding Inteleon, which is less common in his deck than Drizzile since you can't level ball for it.
I think that's a good point. I do fully expect to see a Shadow Mist from Tyler this turn to just try and slow this game down, pump the brakes, make it so that there are no more GMAX spirals coming in from Ben's deck. Shadow Mist it is, and the ball is in Benjamin's court. Let's see if he can find the cards he needs to
that's a good one.
put pressure onto this Shadow Rider.
Evolution Incense here can grab the Sword and Shield Inteleon with the Shady Dealings ability, and now 2 trainer cards from the deck can find, at least one of those can be a switch card to move into the other Rapid Strike Inteleon on the bench, and then you have Octillery all ready to find the Rapid Strike Urshifu Urshifu, wow. Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX. I'm so used to saying Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX.
Really hurts my brain to say Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX. It's just, it feels so wrong.
There's so many Inteleons.
There are so many Inteleons, and none of them have
Sword
been
and Shield,
Rapid Strike.
Chilling Rain.
I know. There's Rapid Strike Inteleon non-VMAX. It feels so wrong to put the VMAX at the end. I have to reprogram my noggin. Now with the second VMAX in play, Benjamin offers the cuts, picks up his hand, and has the switch all ready to go to get that benched Inteleon VMAX into the active position, and with a quick shooting combined with the Gmax Spiral, it's 160 damage.
Well, Benjamin should not return this energy.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He can only do 70 damage here. If Benjamin ever uses Gmax Spiral for the full effect and pops that energy back up into his hand, Tyler will just start to Shadow Mist, and we'll see the same situation occur. So
you're right.
Because of that, Benjamin wisely going to choose to just do the 70 damage. It's not as much, but it still puts on more pressure than the 10 damage from Tyler.
Oh, yeah, and way more pressure than just the quick shooting.
Yeah.
And the Path to the Peak is not in play, though. So this is going to open the door just a little bit for Tyler to be able to progress his board just a little bit more. But we can see how close Benjamin is to being able to win this game, having already knocked out a Pokemon VMAX. Now all Benjamin has to do is finish off this V, gust up the Articuno, and this game is over.
That's all it takes.
So this matchup is winnable.
It definitely is, and I think Benjamin has kind of identified his one win condition, and I feel like he's in the driver's seat for this game, definitely in a good spot. It's not over by any means, but Tyler needs a little bit of help here and needs to get a lot more energy in play pretty quickly.
Yes, I mean, it all needs to start happening pronto. And with that draw, it is looking like he'll at least get to Underworld Door. Is he going to evolve do you evolve the active Shadow Rider and kind of say, all right, the Shadow Mist isn't really going to do it. I need to do Shadow Rider things and actually get a ton of energy into play, right?
Yeah, I feel like at some point you just need to come up and go for the 2-hit knockout. What that can do as well is it can force Benjamin to use one of those Cheryls, which is kind of the point of Benjamin's deck in most normal matchups. Obviously, you kind of have to adjust your game plan sometimes, which is what you see good players doing, and Benjamin is making sure that he's adjusting properly. But if Tyler can force Benjamin to use a Cheryl and discard a Rapid Strike energy, maybe that runs Benjamin out of resources. It's a super interesting scenario we're seeing here.
It really is. I mean, and that has been kind of the theme of the day. I feel like we keep seeing very interesting matchups, very interesting card interactions that we hadn't seen before. And this Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX deck, I absolutely love this deck. It's just such a cool concept and such a wacky thing, right? Just turning off your own ability and not using it at all. I mean, what a crazy thing. It feels like Darkrai Garbodor, right? From back in the day, Darkrai has the Dark Cloak ability, but whatever, don't need it. Garbodor is just a good attacker, right? You could afford to turn that ability off because of how good the attack is. We're kind of seeing a similar thing happen. Now Tyler does find an air balloon, evolve the damaged Shadow Rider, and retreat into a fresh Shadow Rider V to have a new Pokemon to Shadow Mist with. And I actually really like this line from Tyler.
Yeah, this is solid. It's putting a non-damaged Pokemon in the active spot. You keep the kind of soft lock that you have up and just bide a little bit more time. If you can ever get to that point where you're one-hit KOing VMAXs, there's a good chance you can just sweep Benjamin's board before he can really do anything else about it.
Now, I don't know if I agree with Benjamin's decision to ping the 40 damage Shadow Rider VMAX on the bench. Could that damage have just kept piling up onto the 70 damage Shadow Rider, like would the math have eventually worked out there?
You're kind of unnecessarily spreading your damage, I feel like.
Yeah, at this point, maybe we should hyper-focus the damage onto the Shadow Rider VMAX with 70 on it so that you can eventually maybe, squeak out a one-hit KO or something. It's not that far out of the question to do that. Just a couple more turns, and at least that way you're making it so that Tyler cannot just sit here and Shadow Mist forever.
Certainly. Tyler just drew into a ton of energy here, so we're sure to see multiple Underworld doors. And I'm trying to think through the math. I actually think Tyler could technically get to a one-hit knockout here, and this 10 damage is actually relevant. It means Tyler only needs to have 10 Psychic Energy in play as opposed to the normal 11 in order to pick up a KO with a Max Geist. And if Tyler has that other copy of Galarian Articuno, he could actually get to that many energy in play this turn.
That is so crazy. This deck ramps energy so quickly. Galarian Articuno's Cruel Charge ability, fantastic for slapping Psychic Energy from the hand down onto the board, and I don't see it in the deck.
And I don't see another Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, which I think is what Tyler was looking for off of that Evolution Incense. So that will maybe put a little bit of a wrench in what Tyler had planned the rest of this turn.
Yeah, only 8 energy in play. Not going to cut it. Tyler needs one more turn in order to ramp up enough energy in play to take a knockout.
I think you can afford to just do the Shadow Mist for another turn, though.
I think so.
I think it's okay. It does mean that you'll need to find a switching card next turn, or maybe a attach retreat kind of play. Shadow Rider Calyrex V, I do believe, has 2 retreat. Actually, I guess I should know. I did play the deck for the last
But Benjamin can win this. Just knock out the active, right?
Sure.
Knock out the active, and then Rapid Strike Energy, Gust, knockout game.
Well, you have if you just knock out the active, though, you can just get Shadow Misted.
And then you build up another Inteleon and then try to ping that Galarian Articuno for a game.
Yeah,
I guess like
it does only have 120 HP.
And also, you could just say like maybe you don't have another Shadow Rider V.
Yeah, sure.
Because at this point he might not. He's got 6 prizes.
Has 6 prizes.
You know what I'm
through
saying?
Most of the deck
That's
and
what I'm
has
saying.
Not benched it yet.
Like
That
you
is
just
true.
go. I think Benjamin should have just taken that knockout and then just say, all right, I'm next turn going Rapid Strike Boss.
This is definitely off the. Not by the books type of game here.
This is true.
Players are figuring things out as they go. We're trying to figure things out as the
and
players go.
Somehow I have completely forgotten about Basculin again.
Oh, how could you?
Yeah, well,
well, it's just it takes a while to get to the point where there'll be enough damage in play for Basculin to really be effective, and also you can't forget that Basculin can't receive energy right now. Also, there is a lot of energy on this Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX on the bench.
There definitely is, and with this switch, I think Tyler just has I don't want to say the game, but
has the knockout.
It does seem like that this is a little predictive with the snowballing effect. I do think that Benjamin may have forgotten to quick shooting this last turn. Unfortunately, things are starting to really fall off the rails for Benjamin as the Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX makes its way into the active position. How much energy does that thing have on it? Like 6?
6 energy on Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. More than enough to pick up this 3 prize KO. And just like that, we're all tied up on prizes here, Andrew. Benjamin can attach Rapid Strike Energy, but the most damage he could possibly deal would be 140.
Yeah, I appreciate those little nudge, wink, winks for the prize counter there, Chip. Thank you. Yes, we are all tied up on prizes just like that. Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX taking the massive Max Geist knockout. Path to the peak, yes, does come down into play. Quick shooting, not getting forgotten this time. But Ben does not have enough damage on any of these Shadow Riders in order to take a knockout with Basculin. I do think it's Basculin o'clock, though. I do think it's some real Basculin hours out here.
Basculin o'clock.
Yeah,
Here he comes.
I do think so. And you got to hope that Tyler maybe does not have the game-winning boss, right?
I know Tyler has researched away at least. I think I saw at least one hit the discard pile. Could have been multiple as well.
So yeah, you're maybe going for Marnie or something, and just hoping that that's a Japanese basculin. So
Yeah.
Tyler's like, can I read that real quick? That's a reader for sure.
Definitely. New card.
New card, who dis? Yeah, it's a basculin.
We're actually seeing a waterfall, Andrew.
Oh,
We're seeing Inteleon go in for the attack.
I love this because now basculin is set up, and if
Oh, top deck's the
oh, and it's game over.
Tyler draws the game-winning boss's orders as the one card for turn, and that's it. Brings up the Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX on the bench, and there is more than enough energy for Max Geist to take the KO. We see the fist bump, and now Tyler Palmason is the first player to move on to the finals of the Full Grip Games 1K tournament.
Shadow Rider putting up those results here at Full Grip. Yep, Full Grip Games. Apparently, Shadow Rider loves this place.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have picked Shadow Rider as a good play for the tournament today. There was a lot of dark decks.
There's a lot of other decks that I just would have thought that would make the finals over Shadow Rider again. I didn't, and it's not like their other decks weren't represented. They were. This Shadow Rider deck has just cruised on through the competition. I mean, when you think about and this is the way that metas work, right? Like, it's like, okay, so we think that Mew is going to be big,
right?
So then we're thinking that Single Strike is going to be big. So then, since Single Strike is going to be big, that actually makes Leafeon and Suicune big,
right?
And since Leafeon and Suicune are going to be big, that actually makes Shadow Rider capable of beating, those decks, so long as it doesn't find too many of the Single Strike decks. But so long as enough people knew that Single Strike was going to be good, that they're trying to be, and it goes round and round and round and round. But I can't believe that much kind of meta development happened in just one event here today. It really has been quite a treat to be able to see.
Absolutely. Pretty interesting. I always love watching how metas develop. I love listening to players' discussions the night before a tournament. Like, well, this deck isn't really going to be that popular because this deck is definitely going to be so popular. So we definitely have to give huge props to Benjamin for sure. Congratulations to him on the top 4 with a super unique deck as well.
Yeah, Ben
on
said,
release weekend, the first time you could have played the deck. Incredible.
Yeah, Ben said he's just 16 years old, and he said his family's watching at home, cheering him on, and we're really excited for Ben. He had what I consider to be like the coolest deck in the room.
For sure.
Love to see it, using new cards, basculin, new strategies. Some really neat stuff. This is going to be our first conversation with Tyler, so hang tight. We'll be right back with a player interview in just a moment. We are here with Tyler, who just won his top 4 match against the Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX deck with Shadow Rider Calyrex. Tyler, how are you feeling?
Pretty good so far. I'm surprised I gotten this far. Avoided dark matchups so far, so I was amazed at that. So
you haven't played against any dark decks today?
No, I somehow dodged all of them.
That's so sick. That's like a Shadow Rider's dream, right?
Yeah.
So what kind of decks have you been performing well against today?
I've been seeing a lot of mirror matches actually. I played against 3 Shadow Rider decks too.
Okay.
3 different builds, and the build I'm playing with is actually the one you played with.
The Turbo.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So I've been enjoying that a lot. Not a big fan of the cake. So
yeah, the Turbo Shadow Rider with the multiple Articuno is awesome. I mean, you just flood the field with so much energy.
Yeah. I was gonna say, rough matchup I had was against the Zamazenta or Zacian.
Yeah.
I got a little lucky on that one. He only the second game he played only a Zacian, and I killed it the following turn. So.
Okay, so just accelerated, got some Articunos into play, and so you seem to navigate this matchup well. I mean, you figured it out. Obviously, there's the missed opportunity, unfortunately, to donk.
Yeah, I missed that donk. As soon as I played that Calyrex and attached the energy, I completely knew I whiffed that, but I forgot about the first attack, honestly, and then I remembered that deck usually only plays the special energy, because since he played the path, so I just assumed, and just waited until I built up my board the way I wanted to, and
It looked like all the pieces were falling together just right. You're like, oh yeah, we could sit here Shadow Mist all day.
Yep.
And then just Gust game, and we're gonna take a huge knockout with Shadow Rider. Now on the other side of the bracket, well, we got Leafeon. And then, do you remember what the other deck was? It was
I think Ludicolo, Suicune.
Yes, and Suicune, Ludicolo. How do you feel against either of those matchups?
I haven't played against Suicune, Ludicolo. I played against a Leafeon deck earlier and did okay, mostly because I went first. Because usually when Leafeon goes first, it's rough,
Scary.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, going first is huge.
Yeah.
Turns out, yeah. Now, where are you from? Where are you from, Tyler? Have you been playing the game for a long time, or is this
Yeah.
one of your first big tournaments? Or
I've went to nationals a few times.
Nice.
But never really made day two. But I'm from Sandusky, Ohio.
Oh, nice.
So where Cedar Point's at. So
Yo, I'm familiar. Yeah, Cedar Point. Love Cedar Point. There's also the indoor water park, Kalahari.
Yeah.
Love Kalahari as well. Yes. But awesome, great stuff. Well, congratulations
Thank you.
on making the finals. Really excited to see how you end up performing. So best of luck in the finals, and thanks again for making the trip out.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
Yep, you too. Let's get some hype going for the finals of the Full Grip Games.
Let's go.
$1,000 cash prize Fusion Strike tournament. We've got Trevor Redding, aka Tankman, from the Tricky Gym community on the right versus Tyler Palmason with Turbo Shadow Rider on the left. Trevor able to take down that Leafeon deck in top 4 to make his way to this finals table. Chip, what do you think about this match?
This is exciting, Andrew. Both of these decks are super high octane, you know. Suicune deals a ton of damage for just 2 energy and can start attacking, honestly, as early as turn 1 if Trevor's hand is good enough. And then Tyler has built this Shadow Rider list so turbo and consistent with so many energies, just trying to get a bunch in play as quickly as possible with that Underworld Door ability, and also, of course, using the Galarian Articuno's Cruel Charge to boost extra energies into play as well. I think this really could go either way. Tyler had the advantage of going first, but it doesn't look like Tyler did that much with his first turn. Only got 1 energy on a Shadow Rider. It's good, but you really want to get as many Shadow Riders in play as possible on turn 1.
Yeah, that is not an explosive start by any stretch of the imagination. And with a Cape of Toughness on the Suicune V, you have to imagine Suicune is not going anywhere this next turn. It's going to be just fine. Now, Trevor does need to see some level balls, maybe a quick ball, a couple Sobble off of the draw, and
Looks like a level ball.
Maybe a level ball.
Yep, gonna use that
Draw.
ability
Nice.
first and gets,
Yep.
I think,
Like
another level ball. 2
Yep.
level balls here in the hand.
And a capture energy. So with 2 level balls, I think that you just level ball for 1 Sobble. And there's a Suicune. Fantastic. Nice. Level ball for 1 Sobble. Save the other level ball for a Drizzile next turn. And then just proceed from there. So Trevor's got a solid start. And this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the day. This Suicune deck is just the most consistent deck. It's one of the most consistent decks in the format. And being a 2-prize deck, it trades really favorably with 3-prizers.
It really does. So I definitely would give Trevor the slight edge here. Now, we do have to remember Trevor did go second. So if this does ever go to a game 3, Tyler would have the opportunity to go first in the game 3. So we're thinking a little ahead of ourselves there, but those type of things do matter. Trevor is searching the deck off of level ball and taking his time. Wants to check the prize cards, know what he has access to, know what he maybe will draw off of prizes later in the game. And these are important things, especially in a high stakes match like this. And let's not forget what's on the line here.
Yeah, we have got at least $400 cash for the winner of this game, plus some Fusion Strike booster box prizes as well, and of course unlimited bragging rights.
Unlimited bragging rights.
And you get to post on Twitter. Oh, think of the clout.
So many likes on Twitter. Easy likes on Twitter winning a tournament.
And there's nothing more valuable than clout, chat. Okay, clout it's. All right, I'm just kidding. But anyways, this is going to be a really exciting finale that we have here. Trevor getting both Sobble. Actually, okay, 2 Sobble off of. Is that both level balls played then?
Yeah, did choose to go ahead and just play both level balls as opposed to holding one for a Drizzile. Does leave himself in kind of a weird spot unless Fleet-Footed can find a good card next turn, but there's so many good cards that you could possibly draw. I can kind of understand it, and there's also always the chance your opponent just goes for a Marnie, but...
Tyler's hand is bad!
Oh, no!
Oh, this hand stinks!
It's all energy!
It's just nothing but energy, and a boss...
Boss's orders has to bring up the Sobble, and it's just a pass over to Trevor. And Trevor, I think, has a Drizzile there in hand.
If that's a Drizzile, then Trevor definitely is whispering to this deck right now because, yeah, just played all his outs out of his hand to Drizzile, getting 2 level ball, and it's just like, oh yeah, I'm totally top decking the out, top deck the out, gonna escape rope,
huge,
bring up the Shadow Rider on the bench with Drizzile's shady dealings ability and get to swinging. Capture Energy is going to guarantee another Sobble or maybe even a little
Lotad,
a little guy, a little Lombre Jr. Yeah. Chip, I think, experienced the first time I didn't remember a Pokemon's name and I called it something senior, and he's like, how many seniors are there? I'm like, oh, plenty, and there's also juniors, let me tell you about them.
And that's smart sequencing here from Trevor. Gonna go ahead and use the Shady Dealings to get Escape Rope and then bring Suicune to the active, shuffle the deck, and before using the second Shady Dealings, before using anything else, does use Fleet-Footed to draw an extra card. And we saw this from Trevor in round 1 when we streamed his games. Just really smart sequencing of his turns. And he's doing the same thing here in the finals. And you got to think that's probably what got him to this point.
Yeah, this deck is just setting up like a dream. And this is exactly what we're talking about with Suicune having a natural edge because of its consistency, because of its low maintenance. Its low maintenance attack, Blizzard Rondo, just a water and a colorless energy, does 20 damage plus 20 more damage for each benched Pokemon in play, and that can just really add up. But when you set up your deck, especially when a lot of decks in the format revolve around the Inteleon engine, which does take up some bench space, you are going to be swinging for near 200 damage, if not over 220 damage max for just 2 energy attachments. And with Melanie capable of easily accelerating water energy into play, like we just saw there from Trevor, it's very simple to power up a couple of Suicune and get to swinging quickly. And then with the Cape of Toughness, these Suicune go from having just 210 hit points to a massive 260.
Oh my gosh, Tyler top decks another basic Psychic Energy. I don't know that turn, by the way, for Trevor could have gone literally any better. And Tyler says right away, that's too many energy for me. I can't win this game. Scoops it up, and we're heading straight to game 2. That was over so quickly.
Wow. Yeah,
that's it. There it is.
That's the game. All right.
Wow.
And now Trevor is just one match away from being crowned Full Grip Games 1K Fusion Strike champion. That's just how it goes sometimes. I mean, I think top deck the energy. I've seen enough, for Psychic Energy.
No need to prolong this one.
Nah. We're gonna keep it pushing. So I think that with that unfolding that way, what you were talking about at the beginning, with Tyler going first and then bricking. Now Tyler is probably going to choose to go first again.
Yeah.
And then if Tankman loses, Tankman's gonna. I'm calling him Tankman, but Trevor, right, is because Trevor and I have played a ton of Pokemon together in the Gym Leader Challenge format, and I have used his screen name far more than I've used his real name. But Trevor is going to be able to choose to go first in Game 3, so this is a huge advantage for Trevor going into Game 2, and I'm sure he's got to be stoked about that.
Absolutely, but let's not forget Tyler has to win this second game first, and if things go for Trevor the way that they went in that game, and they went, I imagine all day they've been going like that since we saw it from him in round number 1, he's absolutely popping off. It's going to be hard for Tyler to even squeak out a game here.
Let's head down to the table
Let's do
and
it.
see what's popping for game number 2 of this 1K finals. Let's get some hype going for both of these players and their amazing performances so far.
And it looks like the game is getting underway. Tyler does start a Shadow Rider Calyrex V, and Quick Ball will discard Training Court. Trevor's not playing any Stadium cards in his deck, so Tyler can afford to lose a Stadium here or there, because once one does eventually come into play, it will just stay there for the remainder of the game. And Tyler is going to eye up the Crobat V right away. Feels like this hand is just not strong enough and wants to get a little extra card draw with the Dark Asset ability.
Yeah, saying I am not going to get stuck with no cards in play this game. I'm not going down without a fight. We're going to Dark Asset, draw some cards, and see what we can do. Meanwhile, on Trevor's side of the board, Lotad holding down the fort, looking awfully mighty over there, saying, I got this, fam. Okay, yeah.
He's got a nice little hat, you know, protecting himself.
Easy dub. Man, Lotad, what a cute Pokemon. Yeah. I mean, it's hilarious to see these different Pokemon really duke it out. I mean, what a contrast. The beautiful alt art Shadow Rider Calyrex V, the legendary Shadow Rider Calyrex, against poor little Lotad, just a couple of Sobble and a pass.
Okay, well, that's not very good, but let's not forget that this Lotad is reverse hollow, okay? So, while it's not quite as good as the alt art, you know, he's doing his best out here.
He is, and I'm proud of him regardless. But I think that Tyler and Trevor, neither of them have very great starts.
No, and this is a really, you know, poor use of your Galarian Articuno. Tyler just has to bench it, doesn't even get to use the ability just because he needs a target to be able to Underworld Door onto. It's a good thing that Tyler made that decision, though, because that drew him into a Quick Ball, which will be able to find him some more Pokemon, and did also find another Shadow Rider Calyrex V.
And I think that with the Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX in the active, we may see an Underworld Door at the very least. Tyler is wasting no time setting up now, and with the Training Court in play, going to be able to retrieve any energies that get discarded for the remainder of the game, as will Trevor, though. I do think that Trevor's hand is probably fine. You know, these there's Drizzile in that hand.
Sure.
The thing is that, yeah, even though it's just a couple Sobble Pass, it doesn't matter so long as there's a Drizzile or a Level Ball or an Evolution Incense, and there always is.
There always is. And speaking of which, Drizzile is here. Shady Dealings will allow Trevor to grab any trainer card out of his deck that he so chooses. And I'm interested to see what he's going to grab here, Andrew. Capacious Bucket gets brought right to the front. Maybe if there's like a Quick Ball in hand or another Drizzile, we could see Trevor try to make some moves with a Melanie play this turn.
Yeah, Trevor could start attacking, even if Trevor can just soften up this Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. It would be great because a Suicune V with a Cape of Toughness is definitely not getting knocked out this next turn.
I'm just going to say it is technically possible for Trevor to knock out this Shadow Rider this turn. It's not going to happen, but it's technically possible. Full bench, Rare Candy, Ludicolo, Melanie. That's 320 damage exactly.
Is it?
It is 320.
Tyler doesn't have a full bench.
Tyler has 4 on his bench, so that would boost his damage to
300.
Okay, maybe I'm a little short on my math here, but even still, okay.
It's cool, man. Your confidence was astounding.
Never say I wasn't confident, okay?
It's all good, man. It's been a long day, and I think that listen, if Trevor can just, like I was saying,
He can just attack, okay?
just soften up the Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, he's gonna be in a good spot. I highly doubt that Tyler is going to be able to respond to this Suicune this next turn, especially if it can have a cape of toughness.
Oh man, my math record today is not the strongest.
It's
but
cool, man. This is why teamwork makes the dream work, man. Commentating by yourself is a nightmare because all those little things, you got to wait until chat corrects you. And then, when chat's correcting you, that's when you know it, man, it's been wrong for a long time, hasn't it?
Well, Trevor did find a really key card off of the Melanie in that escape rope. It will allow the Lotad to move to the bench and kind of put Tyler in maybe a little bit of a weird spot. Which Pokemon should you send up here as Tyler?
Yeah, this is tough. You know that whoever you send up is getting smacked by the Suicune more than likely. And this doesn't even feel good offering up a single prize. I mean, it's a guaranteed prize take for Trevor if he decides to knock this out. And he's got the energy in hand because he used the bucket for it. And looks like Tyler's maybe saying Crobat instead.
Tyler is left with a tough choice here. Crobat has a lot lower HP and much more reasonable to potentially go down this turn if Trevor could fill his bench up. So I think wisely Tyler's going to go ahead and send up a Shadow Rider. It does force you to find something like an Air Balloon on the next turn, but as long as you can do that, you'll be just fine.
Another Suicune off of the fleet-footed ability, and that is going to bring Trevor's damage output to 100 and I'm not going to even attempt to do the math. 2, 4, 6, 8, 180. Yes, damage, which does one of two things. It either leaves this Shadow Rider in a position where it can easily get finished off by quick shooting Inteleon, or if this Shadow Rider evolves into a VMAX, then it is just one easy boss's orders away from being able to get knocked out. So either of those prospects are not good.
Not the best. Tyler does have a second Shadow Rider in hand, has a Professor's Research as well, and I like this decision, discarding the hand, even though there was a Psychic Energy in the hand. Now you have the ability to bring that back with a Training Court. You don't want to use your Underworld Door too early. You don't want to use your Attachment for Turn too early. Leave yourself with as many options as possible.
Tyler plays Evolution Incense, finds a third Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, and I think that Tyler's right. Gotta gas it up. You know, we need
energy,
and we need it now. Tyler is down game 1, and it is possible for Tyler to knock out, I think, this uncaped Suicune V.
We need 7 energy in play. Currently, there are 2.
4,
see the
5,
third.
6. Yes, it's definitely possible with
with the
Galarian
Articuno.
Articuno. It is possible, right? It just feels like it's always possible for the Turbo Rider deck.
Absolutely.
To get to those numbers, because the Galarian Articuno just giving you that random boost of 2 with its Cruel Charge ability really makes the magic plays happen.
It really does. The problem with trying to get all these energy in play is it does involve you having to evolve your active, heavily damaged Shadow Rider, and if you miss out on a switching card, that's a really tough spot to be in.
It is.
Oh, it has a switch in hand, though, so Tyler can make plays knowing that that is something he's already got available.
Yeah, and we'll see what Tyler goes for. Does Tyler have the energy he needs to take this KO? He's kind of eyeing up his hand and his resources and trying to math it out right now, I think.
Yeah, and trying to debate whether or not to play the Fog Crystal here potentially. Needs to draw into the Articuno and a couple more energy. So I actually feel like he's going to be a little short because he's not used the Attach for Turn, and there's no Psychic Energy in hand besides whatever might be grabbed here off of the Fog Crystal.
The second Articuno is in the deck, so here it is. And I think that we're only...
If there's 2 Psychic Energies in the hand, and then this Underworld Door finds 2 Psychic Energies, then yeah, this would be the KO.
I think he could do it. I do. I think that I think that he's got a shot to do it. I also don't know if he's got a Psychic Energy in the discard pile.
I think he did already use the training court.
Oh, already used the training court. Cool. So I think that he's got a shot to make the play happen. I mean, there's really no use in. Gosh, I mean, if he misses it, it's so bad. 2-hit KOing a 2-prizer is really not where you want to be for Shadow Rider. So you definitely want to hit these numbers. You have to. There's not really any room for concession. Another Underworld Door. Gotta find an energy. Okay, the air balloon, but I think the switch was already there. Are we just 1 energy short right now? You said we need 7 energy in play, right?
Right, and with 5, we're just one
energy short.
I wonder if Tyler could have held off on playing the Fog Crystal.
Fog Crystal.
You increase your chances of drawing into Psychic Energy naturally by leaving the Psychic Energy in the deck. We'll never know if it would have made a difference, but you gotta leave that Psychic Energy in there to just make your odds as high as possible, in my opinion.
I agree. And with the attachment for turn, there's no extra energy in hand to use Cruel Charge. So I think we're seeing Tyler kind of grind through this decision making, figuring out, okay, how am I going to be able to finesse this? How is this gonna work? Just has to switch into the Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, slaps an air balloon on it, and says, please don't knock me out, okay?
And I gotta say, I'm confident this time, Andrew, it is now possible for Trevor to get the 1-hit KO.
It is definitely possible.
Thanks to
now.
quick shooting by Inteleon.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, Chip. It is now possible, yes, for Trevor to be able to take this 1-hit knockout.
So many dice going onto this Suicune, and it's just not enough to pick up the KO. So unfortunate.
I gotta say, there's almost nothing more satisfying than looking at your opponent kind of work through a hand, realizing that they have whiffed the knockout, and you go for the dice.
Yeah. And you missed.
Were like, it's just like before they've even announced their attack, you as an opponent can just start going for the dice. Like, oh, how many will we need? Okay, you're going to attack? That's right. So, okay. My guy is not going down. And in fact, will have 190 damage on me, and I am just 20 damage shy of getting knocked out. But Trevor is looking like he's about to pop off. He's got the quick shooting Inteleon and a Marnie. If he's able to find an Evolution Incense, this game is going to be well on its way to being over, because Trevor could use that Evolution Incense to find a quick shooting or find a.
Has the rare candy and the Evo Incense. Oh no, it's a scoop up net.
Okay, so doesn't have, that does not do it.
It's close. I think if the fleet-footed card, Trevor hasn't used that ability yet. If the card drawn off fleet-footed is good, I think he could get there.
Level Ball
is a pretty good one.
Do it. That's another bench Pokemon, but just
no, that's it.
Doesn't have the Evolution Incense. No. So just we're shorts. We need the Ludicolo.
Yes.
And
has the Pokemon for it.
It could have been a Shady
quite.
Dealing Inteleon, maybe.
Right.
If Shady Dealing Inteleon would have definitely completed the combo.
Mm-hmm.
But just a little bit short, unfortunately, for Trevor. Trevor will be able to start to set this Shadow Rider up for a 2-hit KO, and I think Trevor can afford to just swing into this thing. It's fine, At the end of the day, if you're a 2-prize Pokemon,
right,
and your opponent's a 3-prize Pokemon, and you're exchanging 2-hit KOs, the 2-prize deck's gonna win.
Oh, you know what we're gonna see here, Andrew? He just pulled it to the front of the deck.
The Pukimuku?
The Pukimuku could still get Trevor this knockout.
The Pukimuku. Oh yeah, Pukimuku.
I
realize
love that he's going for this, by the way.
Dude, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. I'm so ready to pitch a Pukimuku. This is gonna be the card. It is literally going to be pitch a Pukimuku, and then he's gonna.
No, he didn't even get it.
No.
I don't know that there's one card. I guess Evolution Incense. If Trevor had found Evolution Incense or Shortened Shield Inteleon, that does get the KO, but gonna go ahead and choose to just play it a little safer. I can't fault him for it, but I'm a little disappointed.
I think that Trevor made the correct call.
Sure.
Because in hindsight, if he had pitched the Pukimuku, then he would not have had the additional bench Pokemon he would have needed to take the knockout. So it's like he could not have pitched a Pukimuku into a card that could have gotten him all the pieces he needed to take KO. Because even if he got the Evolution Incense for the Inteleon, then he would have been just a card short. He would have needed another bench Pokemon that he didn't have.
Mm-hmm. Trevor will utilize Scoop Up Net to pick up that quick shooting Inteleon and could now get a second quick shooting off this turn if he wants it, since that Drizzile has already been in play. Spreading that extra damage can be nice. I'm a little interested that the 20 damage went onto the Shadow Rider that he's not going to attack into and is not already damaged. You have a pretty clear-cut win path, I think, is Trevor. It's just 2-hit KO the active and then boss KO the damaged bench one. Maybe you want to leave yourself the option to potentially get a Ludicolo play to 1-hit KO this one. So I guess it makes sense in that regard, but it's still, actually looks like Trevor's going to hold off on using the other quick shooting, putting it back in play. Wants to leave that open to be a Inteleon next turn.
I agree. And actually, chat pointing out, it would have actually been possible had Trevor pitched a Pukimuku for the Evolution Incense.
Would have had to find Evolution Incense or Sword and Shield Inteleon specifically.
Yeah, specifically those two cards. That is a very narrow window, and I do think that it is so much more responsible to have made this. I forgot that the rare candy was already in hand, so that card was already there. Could have found another Pokemon off of Shady Dealings. But either way, two heavily damaged Shadow Riders now with the active Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. 240 damage on it, 180 damage on the bench one. This is exactly the kind of board.
Look how many dice are on Tyler's side of the field.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of board that Trevor wants to see in Game 2 of a series where he's already won Game 1.
Absolutely, Trevor feeling good. Tyler feeling a little concerned at this point. Fog Crystal will grab a basic Psychic Energy, so Tyler will have the opportunity to use Underworld Door to draw some cards and hope to find something else to work with. Has switched to move this out of the active and has the Shadow Rider on the bench with only 20 damage on it, which feels like it should be safe, but those are kind of famous last words when you're against Ludicolo deck.
Yeah, there is no such thing as safe in the world of Ludicolo. And I think we're seeing that right here. These Suicune are just putting in work. And when your main attacker gives up half the game's prize cards and there's no real way to heal it, we're just seeing that damage is going to stick. Tyler's best bet is to try and move around, jockey for position, and say, all right, hope you never find a boss's orders for the rest of this game. Going in with the fresh Shadow Rider. But again, Trevor's got a couple of options. Could simply Drizzile for a boss's orders. He's already got one energy on that benched Suicune V. I know he's got a capture energy in that hand. And we could see a 3-prize take this turn on one of those benched Shadow Rider, or could go for the massive 1-hit knockout and say, you don't have a clean Shadow Rider left. This game is over.
I think the best decision here for Trevor would be to try to go for the Ludicolo play, as long as he thinks he has the pieces in the deck that make it pretty likely, because then you have 2 different Shadow Riders on the bench that you can try to knock out. And by going for something like a Melanie this turn, you get 2 Pokemon powered up and almost leave yourself in a only needing boss checkmate scenario.
Yes, and I think I agree with that 100%, since Trevor's hand is very big right now, or it has options in it, right? If Trevor can pull off the Ludicolo play and take this 1-hit knockout, do it. Because it's not every hand that you're going to have the Ludicolo play. So just pull it off if you have access to it. And then there are no other, Pokemon in play that can take a knockout without, without being heavily damaged, in which case Trevor could then just finish the game a number of ways,
Is the Sword and Shield Inteleon in the deck? That card, I do believe, gives Trevor the play. It gives it to him because he has a Drizzile in hand, so that could search out the Shady Dealings, but I don't know if it's in there or not.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see until Trevor
does choose to get down a Sableye as opposed to another Suicune.
Or a Pukimuku. You really hate to see it.
Well, I don't think you want to capture energy a Pukimuku down here. Andrew.
I don't know. Maybe
What
not
does its
you.
attack even do? It's like, I mean, you could attack with it, right? Because you play water energy.
We're not attacking with Pukey.
Oh, well, what's its attack
Yeah,
do?
but what if you Ludicolo did?
We're talking big damage here.
Then we're talking huge damage with the Pukey-Muku.
You can tell that Andrew and I have been live for a long time when we're talking about attacking with Pukey-Muku.
Yes. Well, listen, if we're thinking about all the ways that I want to see this game end, 100% of them involve Pukey-Muku. All right. Trevor's got shady dealings, and we know that he's got a quick shooting Inteleon in the hand. We know that he's got capture energy, which he's already attached to the active Suicune to get that Sableye. This shady dealings is going to go for Evolution Incense, and this Evolution Incense, I suspect, will either be Lombre or maybe just Suicune. Oh, he's got the rare candy already in hand.
Yeah, he's got it.
So here it goes.
But didn't power up a Suicune. I really think getting a Melanie off this turn would have been really strong, because now you're in a position where you're kind of relying on being able to Melanie next turn or Raihan next turn and get a Suicune into the active spot. I guess you also could attack with the Sword and Shield Inteleon.
Exactly.
Or you could even attack with the Ludicolo. It's got an attack that does 120 damage for a water and a colorless.
Exactly.
So,
there are a million ways to end this game.
Sure.
I think that Trevor's totally fine to load the bench at this point. Doesn't even need Suicune. Rare candy into Ludicolo. Here it is. Ludicolo coming down, and it is going to be boosting that Suicune's damage output by 100 damage, paving the way for this massive one-hit knockouts.
Yes, it is enough to get the knockout already. Trevor does need to decide where he wants to quick shooting. Doesn't need to do it to the active. He's dealing exactly... actually, no, does need to deal it to the active, right?
He
I was
might,
going to spread it to the bench.
he might decide to leave it. Oh, no. Yeah, it's 300. He's already got the 20 on it.
That's
yeah,
right.
Chip, yeah, you done with the math, bro.
But Tyler didn't have a full bench.
You done with the math, bro. Yeah, but it's plus 20, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you've been cut off from the math, my man. Shadow Rider getting promoted. It's got the air balloon on it. Trevor taking a huge knockout with the Suicune, going down to just 3 prizes remaining. And this could be the start of the final trade, the final sequence of events for this Full Grip Games 1K. Will Tyler be able to claw this one back and take the 4 prizes left? Honestly, Trevor may have made this game even better for himself by not benching another Suicune V, because that means that Tyler has to guaranteed attack at least 3 times in order to win.
It's a good point. It does kind of shoehorn Trevor into needing to find Raihan to get the energy acceleration, because Melanie is limited to only being able to accelerate to Pokemon V, but you also leave yourself the option to still put a Suicune in play and go for the Melanie play if you are guaranteed the win with something like a Scoop Up Net to move your active.
Yeah, and oh man, I mean, this is just horrible, because you kind of have to knock out the Suicune. I feel like that Tyler's really back up against a wall. You can't attack with the Articuno, though that feels good. I feel like you kind of have to go in with this less damage Shadow Rider, and then it's all up to Trevor. Does Trevor have Raihan attack with Ludicolo for game? And that would be it. The quick shooting Inteleon is already in play. If Trevor can find Raihan this turn, this game is going to be over, and Trevor will be the Full Grip Games 1K champion. Marnie is going to be played, and Trevor has 4 cards to work with. Tyler just trying to buy a little bit more time, saying, I hope you can't make it happen off of that 4-card hand, but I already see the shady dealings Inteleon.
As long as Raihan is in the deck, Trevor should be able to close this one out as long as he sees the lines and doesn't make any mistakes. And it's actually going to be the Drizzile coming into the active spot here with the Inteleon. That works as well. That can attack too. It's not quite as cool, I don't think, as attacking with Ludicolo.
Check. Is the Raihan? Raihan is in the deck.
That's it.
Drizzile coming down. Shady dealings for Raihan. Raihan, play it. get the water energy back from the discard pile, accelerate it to the active Drizzile, and then evolve into Inteleon, and we're going to see an Aqua Bullet for 120 damage, plus the quick shooting, and that should be game. I don't think that there's anything else that needs to happen. Just get the Pyukumuku and just do it.
Yes, Pyukumuku for the style points.
Just get the Pyukumuku. You don't need it. All you need. Yeah. So 120 plus 180, boom, and the capture energy and the quick shooting.
Yeah, needs to make sure he uses that quick shooting ability, attach the energy, and that is enough to pick up the KO.
Quick shooting,
the players
energy.
Are just talking through it here at the table. Seems to be some confusion. Can't evolve that Drizzile.
Nope, can't evolve that Drizzile.
It's just game.
But it doesn't matter, because it's game. Oh, you have to get a card off Raihan. I think that might have been like the sticking point.
He did get the Inteleon off of it, but now maybe they're saying he has to get cards from Shady Dealings or something.
Oh, he does maybe have to. No, he can fail Shady Dealings.
Shady Dealings, yeah.
I don't really know what the. Listen, they really messed up our audio clip. Okay, I was going for the hype.
We're trying to get a Twitter clip here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a Twitter clip, and it's okay. And here's 2 cards, and then the capture energy and the quick shooting on the
attack.
Oh, here's the capture energy, and we're gonna go get one more Pokemon. And okay, and wait, where's the quick shooting going?
Need to make sure to use it. Honestly, even if Trevor didn't use quick shooting, it would still be fine. You can't evolve that Inteleon once again.
You cannot evolve that Inteleon.
Hey, listen.
You cannot evolve that Inteleon over there. Not that it matters. Oh, yep. Where's this going?
Listen, it's been a long day for these players.
It has been. Okay, and it looks like it is over, and Trevor Redding is the winner. Trevor can't have evolved that Inteleon, but it does not affect the outcome of the match whatsoever. I'm glad they got it figured out. And Trevor Redding is your Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize tournament champion, featuring new cards from Fusion Strike. And we did have a Fusion Strike card in the game, in the tournament winning deck.
One.
It was Pyukumuku. And you know what? It was Pyukumuku. And I want to tell you, I'm going to give you a hard time about this one, Chip. You know, when Chip came up for the weekend, he took one look at one of my decks, and he pulled out the Pyukumuku, threw it on the table, and was like, what is this thing doing here? I was like, card's broken, bro.
Hey, let me ask you, what do you think about 60 HP versus 70 HP Sobble?
All right, okay, I'll concede that. The 70 hit point Sobble did end up winning, but Pyukumuku was in the tournament winning deck.
Hey, listen, I got to say, that end game was a little messy, but it's a high-stakes situation. There's a lot on the line. Trevor's just won himself $400, a ton of Fusion Strike packs.
Yeah.
You got to, in those situations, I mean, listen, you guys saw me mess up a ton of math with that Suicune deck. There's a lot going on. Trevor needed to make sure that everything was just right.
Yeah.
Got to double check. Sometimes it doesn't even feel real when you're attacking for game because you're like,
or like winning.
Did I really get there? You did get there.
You did get there. Let me redo the math like 5 times in my head just to make sure that like this is 100. Yeah. And Trevor has been playing a lot of Gym Leader Challenge as well. I know he's super stoked on that. Now that Trevor has taken this dub, if there's any player at this event that could run it back again tomorrow, it would be Trevor. Trevor's probably played more Gym Leader Challenge than anybody at this event. So I think that he's in a great spot to potentially be able to capitalize on this momentum and give tomorrow's tournament a run for his money as well. So I think that we had an outstanding finale. Major congrats to both players. It was a fantastic match to watch. And Trevor is your Full Grip Games 1K champion. We're going to get Trevor back here for a winner's interview in just a moment. So we'll be right back. Hang tight. And we'll be right back. Let's go. I am here with Trevor Redding, your Full Grip Games 1K champion. Tankman from the Tricky Gym community, and wow, you are now $400 and 2 booster boxes of Fusion Strike richer. Trevor,
yeah, it's awesome.
how does it feel?
It feels crazy. I came up here. I don't really even play standard format. I pretty much only play GLC at this point. And I was
you're the proof of concept, okay? GLC makes you a better player.
Well, yeah, I'd already played a lot before, but I wasn't even really into standard format that much, so I just was like, whatever. I'll play Suicune, Ludicolo. Like maybe I'll get like top 16 or something. I always thought I'd get creamed by Mew. I won 2 matchups against Mew. I don't know how. It was insane.
2 Mew decks? That's awesome.
Yeah, one of them, like, I just knocked out Genesect, like, turn 2, I think, his active Genesect. You can't get out of the active to attack. And then I just boss gamed the other Genesect, and that was it. That's all I had to do.
That's awesome.
And the other one just, like, they played the Cramorant item card that's, like, basically comp search on a coin flip. And
Cramomatic, yeah.
They flipped two tails after I bossed, like, their Mew with energy on it turn 2 and knocked it out. So it was wild. I never thought I'd win those matchups.
That's awesome. Now, the Suicune list that you played was super streamlined, super consistent, and then, of course, the Pukey Mewtwo. Okay. How many times did you pitch that Pukey Mewtwo throughout the tournament?
So that's a funny story.
Let's hear it.
I didn't read the second part of the card where you can only use it once per turn. In my head, I was like, why is everybody overrating this card? Like, because at the end of a game with Suicune Ludicolo, I always have all these level balls in my hand and nothing to use them on.
I could just do it like 4 times.
Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness, yeah. Thankfully, somebody caught me and were like, no, you can't do that. So honestly, that card should probably be I don't know, probably like a Lotad or maybe another rare candy or something. I basically net deck someone else's deck, I'm going to be honest.
Bro, chill, Trevor. I've been giving Chip a hard time saying that Pukey Mewtwo was the truth and probably won you like half your games today.
Well, I did. I will say I did misplay a few times. I'm just so tired right now. And it totally saved me a couple of games. Like I misplayed. I forgot to attach a energy to my Suicune from my hand before I researched. And I was like, and I researched, and I drew no energy. And I'm like, oh no. And then I got the Pukey-Mewtwo, and I was like, this is my last chance to like get ahead in this matchup. And then ripped the Capacious Bucket off the Pukey-Mewtwo, and I got the turn 1 attack.
Now that's the story I needed to hear. That's the story I needed to hear, Trevor. Pukey-Mewtwo victory stories will be sung for ages because of what happened here at the Full Grip Games 1K. Well, congratulations. Looking ahead to tomorrow's Gym Leader Challenge event. Are you confident with your deck? Are you you locked into one deck particularly, or are you kind of choosing between multiple decks right now?
Oh, I'm definitely locked in.
Locked in. All right.
Yep.
You want to share or no leaks? You don't have to share. No, you share. No leaks is fine.
No leaks.
No leaks, no leaks. Bro. No leaks. No leaks. No leaks. Yeah, excellent. Well, I'm really looking forward to what. All right, can you tell us? Are you going to be playing any new cards from Fusion Strike in your deck?
Not my GLC deck. No.
Not my GLC deck.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. No leaks, bro.
No leaks,
no
though.
Leaks. All right. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you bring to the table tomorrow. I think that you're probably one of the most experienced Gym Leader Challenge players at the event, and you definitely. We've played some amazing games in the Pokemon trading card game.
Oh yeah,
online.
for sure. They're always good.
Really looking forward to seeing what you could do. You definitely tore it up today, and I have to say now. 2 of both winners of the Full Grip Games 1Ks have been people from the Tricky Gym community, which has been really incredible to see as well.
Yeah,
so
that's awesome.
That's wonderful. Now, do you have anybody that you want to shout out here, or anybody that you want to thank that helped you along the way?
Yeah, just a few people. I just want to shout out to my mom. Hi, Mom. I want to especially shout out my dad because he put up with me playing Pokemon cards a lot as a kid. I'm sure he wasn't really into it, but. Yeah, so thanks, Dad, and I want to shout out my friends Steven and Jared. We made like a custom Yu-Gi-Oh format a while back because Yu-Gi-Oh is crazy, kind of like GLC.
Yeah.
You have to make a custom format to really understand what's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I played a lot of custom Yu-Gi-Oh format, Yu-Gi-Oh with Steven and Jared, and it made me better at card games for sure because we played a lot of testing, a lot of crazy things, and. A lot of, just lines of play you have to go through in your head.
That's amazing. Well, Trevor, I am I'm really excited, and I am really proud of you, and I think that you did a fantastic job today. And so I hope you enjoy your prizes, hope you enjoy your prize money, and wear this accomplishment proud. And I think that we are very lucky that you came out to this event today. So thank you so much for being here, and again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah,
of course, man. Of course. Well, we're going to be right back with myself and trainer Chip to wrap things up for today. Hang tight, and we'll be right back for one more quick wrap-up. All right, Chip. That's it. That's it for today.
That's it.
Suicune Inteleon with Ludicolo, the tournament-winning deck. Trevor had lost his first game against Leafeon in top 4, ran it back 2-0, and then a convincing 2-0 against Shadow Rider in the finals. What do you think of our result today?
I mean, I think you called it out at the beginning of the tournament. If there was a deck to pick to win the event, I believe you were talking about Suicune as one of those choices. It's incredibly strong, incredibly consistent, and Trevor, once we saw his game round 1, I was like, all right, to win a tournament, you have to make a good deck choice. You have to play well, of course, but it's also got to be your day.
Yeah.
And Trevor was, hitting everything he needed to hit. The deck was just flowing. And when things go like that, you can't be stopped. And it was just his day, and that's proof by getting the win.
Yeah, I'm really happy for him, really proud for him. He's been putting in a ton of work on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. He's been putting in a ton of work in the Tricky Gym community, building decks. He's written articles for the Gym Leader Challenge website. If you're not familiar with Gym Leader Challenge format, we're going to be streaming a Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize Gym Leader Challenge event tomorrow. So definitely make sure to tune into that. You're not going to want to miss it. Gym Leader Challenge format is a ton of fun, and I'm sure we are going to be seeing a lot of really spicy plays.
Oh, I'm excited for it. I love GLC. Such a fun format, and I know Tankman has played, like you said, just about more than anyone, so it would be really cool to see if he could run it back, or at least make a deep run, maybe find himself in the top 8 at minimum once again. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on it. If you enjoyed the stream today, you're not going to want to miss tomorrow. I promise you won't regret it.
Again, major thanks to Full Grip Games and Dragon Shield for sponsoring this event. If you haven't already, make sure to check out fullgripgames.com. We have got great prices on Pokemon Trading Card Game singles and sealed product, and great shipping practices, grading, all that. You really can't go wrong with Full Grip Games. And supporting the shop at Full Grip Games directly supports the content I create here on Tricky Gym. Also supports amazing content creators like Azul, who is here as well and finished in the top 4, and allows us to put on productions like this in the future. So thank you guys so much for shopping at Full Grip Games, for using Dragon Shield sleeves, and for tuning in today. We're going to be back tomorrow, aren't we, Chip?
We are going to be back tomorrow. Can't wait, Andrew. Thanks again for bringing me up here for this. It's been a blast, and I can't wait to see what GLC brings us.
Yes, so make sure to tune in tomorrow. The tournament starts at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you there. Have a great day.